On a dreary day in a remote Murim, a guy and a girl were resting near a boulder. The guy decided to recall the past and told the girl that there was once a sport known as running. The girl didn't understand, so she asked the guy what he meant. The man replied that he was a slow runner. No matter how much he trained, he was always slow. The girl accepted this and replied that she understood. But the guy stuck to his ways and said that it was wrong. She had no idea how slow he was. He said that as a child, he was always the last to arrive. He was often teased for this. His friends would bully him first. The girl told the man that he didn't have any friends. Suddenly, the man heard something and told her to be quiet, but he still chased the troublemakers. They probably thought he would never catch them. The girl confirmed this, explaining that he was a slow runner. The man insisted that he could catch up and beat them all. The girl was surprised and asked how he did it. The man replied that he simply would not give up. He didn't stop, even when it seemed like his heart was about to explode with pain. This time, he's determined to go all the way. The girl was very hurt and said that no matter what anyone says, he is a very mature person. The man replied that he refused to give himself up to the assassins so easily and would not surrender until the very end. The girl listened to him and said that he was weak, but she was still glad to hear it. The man replied that even if he was caught, he would run away again. He promised her that he would take care of his health and take the medicine she recommended. He promised to live to be 100 years old. After thinking for a long time, he decided to let the girl rest in peace. Suddenly, the enemies shouted, demanding to search every corner, so they couldn't have gone very far. The man got angry and covered the girl's body. He promised to come back for her and arrange a proper burial. But then the enemies shouted that they had found blood in this place, and that one had to be hilarious about everything to find the fugitives. The man knew deep down that he would never give up. After all, he had promised so we. In his past life, his battle with cancer had been long and painful. At the very end, he thought he would soon be able to rest. Instead, he was reborn into a Murim family from a story that had been written about 14 years ago. He was very lucky to be in one of the great clans. He became part of the Baek clan, founded by the greatest martial artist of the sacred blades of immortality. But he still had some problems. For example, his new body had blocked chi channels. This illness was critical for a member of the main branch of the warrior clan. At the age of 20, he made the decision to leave his family. He decided to go to a remote place to await death. But he had Sowa with him. He even started to think that a quiet life was nice. But one day, death almost caught him. The man tried to escape from his enemies, but he couldn't find a way out. But in front of him stood only a rusty sword. He knew he couldn't even cut vegetables with it, but it was better than nothing. When he grabbed it, he felt it was very heavy. Someone behind him said that the boy was caught. It wasn't right for the son of a noble family to run away like a rat. The man pulled out his sword and said that it was not acceptable for a worthless person to speak to him. He also said that the boy had no right to point the sword at a member of the Baek clan. The boy told his enemy that if he identified himself and fell at his feet, begging for forgiveness, he would be forgiven. In his mind, the man prayed and hoped that the enemy would not take off his mask. The enemy taunted him, saying he was a weakling, but he was showing a lot of courage. Chok Pera is standing in front of him. The man asked if he had come for the boy's soul. Pe replied that the boy was smart. He's sure the boy will bring the master his head on a platter. The boy gathered his courage and said that his sword would cut off his snake tongue. Pe told the boy that he was braver than people said. He said he would let him make the first move. The man wondered if he could resist him. All his techniques were nothing more than child's play. Suddenly, an old man appeared and told the boy not to hold the sword like that. The boy was surprised and scared. The spirit looked at the boy and said he was a weak and incompetent descendant. The boy asked if he was seeing a ghost. P didn't understand what was happening and asked the guy what was wrong with him. The man replied, "Can't they see?" Suddenly, an old man appeared. The ghost scolded the boy for his rude behavior. P said the ghost must have driven him crazy. The man was a little surprised, and after thinking for a moment, he realized that they really couldn't see him. It seems to be the ghost of his ancestor. It turns out that the afterlife is real, and said that then he and Sowa would soon be reunited. They would spend time, just the two of them. P said loudly that this wasn't the point, and he had overestimated him. The boy looked at P and saw that he was stronger than he had first thought, but he would still have to fight to the end to meet Sowa with honor. The spirit asked the boy, "Have you learned how to use a sword?" His stance was not good. The boy replied that his energy channels were blocked. The spirit told the boy that he was speaking without respect. The boy said that their meeting was predetermined by fate. He told the boy to leave the sword to him. The sacred blade of immortality, Baek Jong-sung. Chon told the boy that he would borrow his body for a while. Then, he felt the spirit enter him. He was already too angry and shouted at him to stop messing around. Then he immediately rushed to attack. But everything changed really fast. The man was able to resist PE and push the assassin away. He said that the assassin would not attack a fighter from the Baek clan. PE was surprised and asked how the guy did it. The man didn't stop there, though. He started making his own decisions during the attack. He was angry and said that they would die for seeing the seventh form of the blade of heaven and earth. He felt like his body was moving on its own. The last 3 forms of the heaven and earth blade were lost, so there were only 6. Then, Chon's, who was controlling the guy's body, told the spirit to repent. He decided to use the blade of heaven and earth of the 7th form. Then came a one-handed moon smashing. The boy realized that this ghost was indeed the sacred blade of immortality. Chon asked the guy if he saw it. He asked him if he saw. The man was lying on the ground, tired, and asked what exactly. Zhang replied that it was the blade of heaven and earth. The boy replied that he had seen everything. He thought that Wall would not have died if he had been able to do such a thing. Chon said it was great. It was a final act of kindness towards his dying descendant. The man asked if he was dead. Chon said it was true, and he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he had already pushed his ailing body to its limits. But miraculous medicines like the purest milk of heaven and earth or 1,000-year-old snow ginseng could save him. The man remembered and asked, "What if I ate a year ago?" Chon was surprised and replied that he was not sure. Then everything started to fade away for a moment, and the guy closed his eyes. The doctor was shouting in the medical room of the Baek clan that this was a real miracle. The man asked if his brother would survive. The doctor replied that yes. He already looks much better. Did young Mr. Gon take any miracle drugs? The second son of the Baek family said that they were shopping at the pharmacy because they wanted to cure the blockage of the chi meridian. The doctor said he was talking about snow ginseng, for example, or medicines for Shaolin. Then he stepped aside because he thought that no one would waste valuable resources on a dead man. Gon came to his senses and started coughing. The doctor smiled at him and said that it seemed like he was about to wake up. The doctor asked Ha if he would like to wait until the young master woke up. Ha replied that the doctor should tell him to come to the Red Dragon Hall when he recovers. The head of the family wanted to ask him something. The doctor said that even after waking up, the young master would need rest. But Ha left without listening to the rest. He understands that the young master's situation would have improved if his older brother had died, and yet he is too heartless. Gon suddenly woke up and started shouting the girl's name, Wa. The doctor was surprised and told him that he couldn't get up yet. Gon asked where So-Wa was. The doctor replied that if the master was talking about that maid, the funeral was already over. 2 weeks had passed. Gon replied that he understood everything and asked where his sword had disappeared. The doctor said that he had taken it from his hands and then given it to the Patriarch. Gon asked if the Patriarch was waiting for him. Gon decided to go see him. The doctor warned him to be more careful. Gon knew that this pain was nothing compared to the attacks caused by the blockage of the Chi clans and chemotherapy. He told the doctor that he had already gotten used to it. Gon thanked him for saving his life. The doctor said he didn't need to. He did what he had to do. In his mind, the doctor thought about the rumors that he was lazy and weak. This is definitely a lie. Gon, through pain and suffering, reached the Patriarch's building. The guards told him that Gon had arrived. The Patriarch told them to let him in. Gon sighed before entering and tried not to show that he was worried. And suddenly Chon appeared before his eyes and told the guy that he woke up, and he was very happy to see his descendant. Gon was instantly confused when he saw him and asked Chon what he was doing there. 200 years ago, when the era of the sacred blade of immortality's reign ended, the number of people with the Baek surname was inexorably decreasing. The great Baek clan, which was in danger of extinction, finally found hope thanks to the Baek Patriarch R.B. San and his outstanding fighting skills. Kong Ho gave him a nickname, Ruthless Ironblood. Gang could never have imagined. The Patriarch turned to Gon and asked if he had something on his face. Chon asked the guy why everyone here had such dissatisfied expressions, and of course they did a great job with the interior. Is this the current Patriarch? Chon began to mock the Patriarch and grabbed him by the beard, saying that it was too thick. Gon was scared at the moment because he thought that he would really pull it off. And then the Patriarch turned to Gon again. Gon knelt down and apologized, saying that his body was not yet fully healed. Did the Patriarch call him? The Patriarch answered that it was true. Did he know who the people were who had attempted the assassination? Gon was surprised and realized that the Patriarch wanted to test him. Gon made up his mind and replied that he assumed it was those guys from the Demonic Alliance. They were just aware that they were continuing to accumulate power. And then the Patriarch thought about it, but Gon said that it was unlikely. They had not seen their techniques, but the assassins were unlikely to belong to the Demonic Alliance. They would never touch a member of the Baek clan in their right minds. Even if they went crazy, they would not attack him. The Patriarch told the boy that he had changed a little, but he had no ready verdict. Gon replied that everything was correct. The Patriarch told the boy that no one else survived except him. Doesn't his conscience bother him? And replied that he was glad he survived. He needed to live to avenge the fallen. The Patriarch thought and told the boy to come up to him. Gon was surprised and asked again what. The leader answered that he told him to come up to him. The leader asked the boy, looking into his eyes, how did he get rid of the assassins? The cut marks on the bodies were definitely left by the sky and earth blade technique. Gon thought about how he could kill all those assassins if he couldn't even use his internal energy. But even if he tells the truth, he will say that the spirit of the sacred blade of immortality entered his body and fought for it. And here he doubted that everything would go smoothly. It was necessary to add as many true facts as possible to the legend, and said that at the end of the secret passage he found a strange space marked with a strip. The leader asked in surprise, a strange space? Gon replied that it was true. As soon as he stepped in there, he felt something. His body moved on its own while he fought the assassins, and then he lost consciousness. The leader said, what a strange phenomenon. Too strange. And then the leader grabbed the guy by the arms and used his powers. The rest turned to the Patriarch and asked him to calm down. He told the boy that his illness had not gone away. His internal energy had not increased either. The Patriarch checked everything and told the boy that he was free. Gon did not want to leave just like that and asked them to return his sword. The Patriarch asked him, is he talking about this rusty piece of iron? He likes to play warriors then. The Patriarch, using his powers, picked up the sword and handed it to the boy. Chon asked the guy, are their eyes just for beauty or something? What other rusty piece of junk? They couldn't even recognize the legendary sword. Gon replied that the formation was not that rough. Is this sword really that big? It was forged from meteorite metal. It was his favorite sword, and its name was Meteor. Gon said that it was kept in the Elder's courtyard. Chon replied that it was probably a fake, although he didn't understand why they did that. And the Patriarch is cold-blooded as a snake. Can a father hate his own son so much? Gon replied that he didn't think the Patriarch hated him. Otherwise, how could he have gotten the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng? There was a situation when my father was talking to the doctor, and they told him that the guy was a Patriarch, and he was so rare. The Patriarch then said that Gon should accept him too, and let the doctor keep quiet about it. Gon continued that his father had gotten it for him secretly. It was like a weight off his shoulders. Zhang asked what hand he had grabbed to help him heal his internal injuries. Zhang said that the guy's father was the type who couldn't express love openly, right? Gang hesitantly replied that he probably did. The servant told the Patriarch that he had done a massage using internal energy, and the elders had not noticed anything. The Patriarch replied that no. And Gon is in a much more difficult situation now. His body is in a terrible state, and he was able to only thanks to the efforts of the doctor. The servant replied that he should be rewarded with dignity. The Patriarch turned to the clan manager and said that he was too cruel, right? It had been so long since they had seen each other. The manager replied that not at all. He was sure that one day the young master would understand him. The Patriarch said that it was better for him not to know anything. Perhaps it would be better if he blamed him. The manager said that, and yet the young master's words had touched him. The Patriarch asked the chief, is he talking about this strange phenomenon? The manager said that perhaps fighting spirit was beginning to awaken in him. He had said the same thing when Gon was very young. 2 geniuses were born in the family. The Patriarch said that he was wrong. Even if his words were true, They would only encourage people who wanted to make Gon the main heir. He wants the finger to spend the rest of his life free. The manager apologized and said he shouldn't have said that. The Patriarch said that we can't leave it as it is. Let the manager send a squad of red dragons. At this time, in the Ruby training hall, Chon was saying something. Is Gon trying to say that his father is treating him so disdainfully in order to justify the second son's position as the main heir? Gon replied that it was. Chon immediately said that he was weak. The Baek clan Patriarch was being manipulated by the elders. Gon replied that it was all thanks to him. After all, masters of the martial arts of immortality live unusually long. And because of this, many of the elders of the Baek family are still alive. How can you disobey the elders? Chon replied that the ancient sages had a reason for cultivating respect for elders in young people. Gon said that the old man was avoiding the answer. Gon immediately stood up and said that he was basically ready. Chon replied, and how can they use internal energy now that the chi is separated from the bloodstream? It's actually simpler than it seems. He just needs to die. Not literally, just a different approach. Does the guy know what chi blockage is? Gon replied that it was a rare disorder in which the chi flow meridians were blocked. Chon said that was wrong. Chi circulates within all living things. If there really wasn't chi flowing within him, he would have died long ago. Chi is an ox, and the meridians are riverbeds. When the chi channels are blocked, the river is more like a shallow stream. Gon said that he will survive and even be able to learn martial arts if the channels are widened. Chon replied that it would be nice, but unfortunately, it is impossible. He chopped up many people, but never saw the meridians inside them with his own eyes. In a human body, you can see blood, bones, and flesh. Neither soul nor God can be found in it. Having entered into it, he became the connecting part between the chi channels. God is directly connected with the will, and the energy is in the inner core of the body. He used the will of his mind to trick his body and chi energy, in other words, body and mind, and then the mind associated with the will was changed by the influence of sacredness. The will became a god when chi. Gon was confused by these words and asked the old man to explain it in one sentence. Chon said that it was work. If you work hard enough, you can reconnect the chi channels with your will. Gon thought that this would not be another lecture on the importance of hard work. First, in his home dimension, Chon said that he further understood that Gon had not learned the technique of the mind of the flaming sun. What about the meridian of Taiyin? Gon replied that he trained to be able to take care of himself. The Baek clan's family secret, the immortal martial arts, mainly lies in the flame sun mind technique and the Taiyin meridian. The technique of the mind of the flaming sun allows you to quickly collect a large amount of energy. And the meridian Taiyin is needed to cleanse the mind. Chon asked that this is the basis for the flame sun mind technique. Is it right? Gon replied that yes, and many people complete the Taiyin meridian training at the age of 7 and begin the flame sun mind technique. Gon replied that it was because the Taiyin meridian was not complete, and since he had finally completed it, he was sure it would be useful to him. Gon was delighted and asked, is it true? He didn't know that the Taiyin meridian was incomplete. Chon said that was true. He couldn't heal his blockage of chi channels, but he could teach him a few things. Since the sacred blade of immortality itself says so, it really might be possible. Even he can learn martial arts. Gon began to rejoice and asked the master to teach him. And about 6 hours later, the boy was working through sweat and fatigue. Chon said the guy's fighting spirit was out of control, but his tenacity was impressive. The real purpose of the Taiyin meridian is to express the will in reality. He himself will understand everything when he can touch his soul. And now, let him put all his will into his fist. He learns quickly, so in 3 years he'll catch up with him. And in 10 he will win. Zhang thought that the more he learned about the boy, the more he liked him. The very thought of training him filled him with joy. However, the reality he strives for is unattainable unless he dies and then is resurrected and overcomes adversity time and time again. At the moment, Gon said that he needed to remember. The last moments of his past life, he still had not forgotten what he felt at that moment. What did he feel and think about then? And now, through training and persistence, awakening is coming. He will put that moment into his fist, and through the will he will achieve his successes. And then in that moment, Chon said that he will now give up the ghost. And after a while, the guy lost consciousness. Slowly opening his eyes, Chon said that he finally woke up, and he almost disappeared because of him. Gon asked what happened to him. Jong replied that he had put so much effort into trying to send him back to the other world that he had passed out. The boy asked the old man if he was okay. Chong replied that he had been careless. It wouldn't happen again, and while the boy lay unconscious, he thought it over carefully. Touching the incorporeal is the first step in mastering the time meridian, and it cannot be passed in a quarter of a day, unless before that he had experienced death or loss of the body shell, after which he was in a state of disembodied spirit. Chon asked the guy, was he reborn? Gon was surprised and asked with a surprised look, how is he? Chon replied that he poked his finger in the air, but still guessed. Who was he in his past life? And then Seakian thought, how will he explain this to him? He said that he was a person who lived in the distant future, not in the Middle Ages. Chon said he was surprised. If the old man from the green forest found out, everything here would be turned upside down. Gon wondered who the old man was talking about. Thank God, he accepted the truth quite easily. He was indeed reincarnated. If so, he was the perfect candidate to learn his techniques. Gon is the only one who can accept his legacy. Now, let him try to cut the moon. Gon thought that in his past life, and in his current one, he always felt like the world had betrayed him. But that was all he was capable of. The boy was delighted and told the master that he would do it. Chon remembered and said that the completed time meridian is easily confused with the time meridian, so he could choose another name. Since this technique will be completed for the first time, it is possible to add Jean at the beginning. And then Gon replied that no. Jong told the guy that he didn't even listen to him, and he was already refusing? Gang replied that his uncle's name was Jin Tae. The master asked, what's wrong? Jin Taeying. And then he understood the essence. Gon asked, what did he understand? Gon continued to train. The boys said that he had already been training for 4 hours. They thought that the young master would quickly give up. A month passed. The guy said that maybe he's grown up, like he's doing something useful. The guy asked his brother if he thought this was training. He just waved his arms all day. The brother replied that it looked like that. He really did change. It was probably all because of jealousy, since his younger brother would be the heir. The boy asked Wong why he was so cruel to the young master. A common lazy person, doesn't respect his elders at all. Has he forgotten who it was that he drunkenly overturned the altar of his ancestors 3 years ago? He also belatedly tries to look good in front of the elders because he envies his talented younger brother. And then a guy came up to them and said that it was interesting. The guys were surprised and said that it was Master Nguyen, the clan's vassal. Baek Ha-jun's mentor, Nungji, said that it was nothing short of servants throwing mud at their own master behind his back. The servants immediately bowed and apologized, and they all asked for forgiveness from the great master Nguyen. Nguyen said that they will get a spanking in any case. Now, let them get out of here immediately. Ning watched the guy and thought that Gon was using such cheap tricks that even these idiots understood everything. If he wanted everyone to believe in his changes, he should try harder. Time and again, he is convinced that only young Master Baek Ha is worthy of becoming the heir. Intelligence, talent for martial arts, nobility, and excellent appearance. Unlike the lazy and impudent eldest son, who only wants to drink, sing, and dance. Such a one will never become the leader of the clan. Of course, there is no point in this. And yet he is trying to master the time meridian. The Ruby Training Hall is a precious building obtained by defeating the sacred blade of immortality, the leader of the Mortal Strike cult. After all, Ruby said Nguyen is purified by the purest water from a Chon, and he dared to cook food in it. Nguyen understood one thing, that he could not allow this, and he would arrange such a thing for him that Gon would never dare to even think about food from Chon again. And on the way, he will put him in his place. But suddenly Gon told him to stop and stand where he stands. Nguyen was surprised and thought that the guy heard him approaching. It couldn't be. Gon told him that no, he hadn't guessed. Nguyen thought that the guy could hear his thoughts. Gon asked, how is this possible? Is cooking really against the rules of decency? People die without food. Now I realize one thing, that the guy predicts all his actions, and he understood that blocking the chi channel not only weakens the body, but also significantly sharpens intuition. And also, the wave of cold air coming from the young master is enough to break through the gift from the ruby's yang qi. Gon asked the boy why he didn't just come up and say hello. Yenna understood it differently. He saw that the gentleman wanted to say, how dare he try to hide his presence, and he noticed him right away. Gon said that it was him, the great master Ningji. The guy saw that Gon was pretending that he didn't know. How much longer can they mock him? Gon had said outside that it was cold. Chon replied that he had warned that the completed time meridian would absorb all of his yin qi. Gon said that this is why he came to the Ruby Hall, but even that didn't help, and his body is cold. After a while, Gon said after seeing the food that it definitely improves the situation. Chon replied that replenishing internal energy with food, he is too smart. Gon said that he had already cooked the broth. All that was left was to add the dumpings. Chon sniffed it and said that it smelled simply amazing. What kind of dish is this? Gon replied that it was stewed dumplings from his previous life. The master replied that it looked delicious, and who would have thought that he had a talent for cooking? Gon told the old man to stay where he was. Chon asked the guy how he would have guessed how many spices to throw in now. Gon replied that no, he hadn't guessed. The guy tasted his dish and said that it was the same taste. The master saw this and replied that it turns out that his descendants really do have no manners. Gon asked the old man if cooking was really against the rules of decency. Without food, people die. He learned to cook this dish when he was 10 years old, and his father always praised him for it. His younger brother loved it too. It was the last compliment he received from him. And why didn't he just come up and say hello? The master thought and answered that there might be descendants. And why is this man silently staring at him? Gon thought, what is the leader of the secret Mist Squad doing here? And he certainly won't forgive him for this. Gon turned around and said that it was he, the great master Ningji. Yenna replied that he apologized for the late greeting, and may the gentleman forgive his impoliteness. Gon asked what impoliteness he was talking about. Yenna apologized and said that he forgot his place. Gon was surprised and thought, great master Yenna bows to him. Where's he in the parallel universe? Yenna bowed and said that he would go. Gon gave permission and said that he could go. And in that moment, he saw that this master had completely silent steps. Now it is called the Excellent Crimson Demon Blade. It earned this nickname because it is so stealthy. Even first-class masters cannot recognize its presence. Zhang asked the boy what was wrong with him. Gon answered thinking that the main thing was that everything was okay. Zhang asked the heir if he could let him use his body for the meal. Gon replied that the master said that he would die if he possessed him again. So no, and let him get away from him. Chon asked the boy if he really needed that ladle. Gon replied that yes, he definitely needed to come back for it. Otherwise, one of the maids would grab it. He has been training the Tai meridian for a month now, but he never feels any progress. Chon replied that this cannot be. Well, let the guy stroke it. He's already much better at concentrating his will in his body. Even if it seems to him now that there's no progress, one day he'll definitely feel the changes. Zhang remembered and asked the guy, does that mean he doesn't get along with his brother? Gang replied, with Ha Jun, right? Master asked, was it like that from the beginning? The boy replied that no, they used to be friends. He carried him on his back all his childhood. The master asked what had changed. Gon replied that he had ruined their relationship himself. He had destroyed all his favorite things and pinched his cheeks until they bled. By the time it was time for him to leave his family, their relationship had deteriorated to such an extent that he didn't even come to say goodbye. And his tactics worked. The master told him not to worry, that warrior families always end up raising swords against each other. Gon said to the master that he seemed to say that there should be harmony in the family. The master replied that brothers are an exception. There can be no harmony between brothers. The boy asked why this was so. The master replied that he had a brother too, and one day he sent an assassin to him. Having dealt with him, he did not kill his brother, but Dantian destroyed him and tore apart the energy flow channels so that he could happily spend the rest of his life. Gon said that he didn't know that the sacred blade of immortality had a brother. And then, entering the room, he saw his younger brother. The master asked the boy, is this his brother? Gon understood that he would take the ladle and go. And he apologized to his younger brother that he did not know that he had a visitor. Gon felt his younger brother looking at him and thought that he was about to drill a hole in the back of his head. The master told the boy that he was looking at him with a withering look. Gon replied that he told him what he had done to him. The master saw and said that there was no worse enemy for the boy. Gon replied that he knew, and it was time for them to leave. But suddenly Ha stood in front of the door, and he was very surprised. The master said that this moonwalk was amazing. His light steps are nothing compared to his. Gon said he could hear everything. He said Ha that he hadn't been taught that when blocking someone's way you should at least speak. Did he completely forget the rules while he was gone? And then, as he was passing by, he brushed his younger brother's shoulder. Ha immediately grabbed his hand and told his brother to stop. Gon turned around and asked, "What's with the surprise?" Seeing that his brother turned around, he immediately became confused and began to address him as a respected brother. His brother used to be the treasure of the temple. Although he is sick, he has a wise and polite character since childhood. It was impossible not to love him. Sometimes he would make him spicy wonton soup. At those moments, his 9-year-old brother seemed like that. He was happy next to him, and then it seemed to him that this happiness would last forever. However, everything changed in one day. The brother was constantly angry, refused medication, and no longer wanted to spend time with the clan. Soon even his father turned his back on his obnoxious brother, and the vassals whispered that since his brother had already lost his mind, he would certainly become the Patriarch. He had no idea why this had happened. He just hoped that his brother would be his old self again, and play with him like in the good old days. Ha said that there was a strange smell here. The guy replied that it was probably because the young master and Gon were making soup here after training. Ha was confused and turned to his brother, and replied that everything was so. He spent about a month in the Ruby Hall training. Ha squeezed his hand sharply and remembered that this was exactly how the soup that his brother himself had cooked for him in childhood smelled. Once he started learning martial arts, suddenly everything would go back to normal. At the moment, Ha was holding his brother and understood that he had made such a mistake, and now he urgently needed to get out of it. Ha tried to say that he called him brother, and then Gon actually thought that everyone hated him. Apparently, he was wrong. Gon told his brother that he was too old to call him that. Let him just call him brother. Gon said that they passed and asked why he stopped him. Ha answered his brother. Does he want to train together like before? So much time has passed. Gon was surprised and asked, is he joking now? After all, he can't even use chi energy, and he's offering to train with him? It seemed like this was another attempt at revenge. Ha was surprised and replied that it was not like that at all. That was not what he meant. They were supposed to practice Qigong today, so he thought he would not need Qi energy. Chon told the guy that first impressions were deceiving. He was very naive. Gon replied that he was still a child. Ha asked his brother if he remembered the goblin's words. Their father had taught them this exercise long ago. They would do it today. Gon asked if this wasn't a child's game. Chon said he was very happy that his invented exercise was being passed down. Gon asked if the goblin fights were really an exercise. The master answered that it was true. Gon said that in any case, it was not up to them to decide. They should ask the great Master Ning. He was in charge of his training. The boy knew that he was obviously going to lose to him anyway, and Nung hated him, so he wouldn't let him join in. And then Nung replied that Mr. Ha wouldn't mind having a partner. Ha said that since the great master allowed it, there is no problem, right? Gon was surprised and told his brother to stop. Now, at this time, Ning was happy that he would definitely find out whether young Master Gon was hiding his powers. Gon saw that the teacher looked like he wanted to break him. Master Chon asked the boy if he wanted to have a training fight. Then he would teach him how to make his body lighter. Gon asked, how would that help him defeat Ha? The master replied that Qigong literally lightens the weight of the body. He had spent a whole month learning to concentrate and apply his will. Perhaps if he focused on the right thought, there would be a chance of success. Gon asked, is that even possible? Chon replied that he hadn't said it before because he wasn't completely sure, but he would give him a hint on how to extend his life if he could win. Gon told his brother that he agreed, and it was time to play Catch the Goblin. Ha was happy and asked, is it true? The guy asked, are the basic rules the same? Ha answered, yes, here are the bandages. Chon told the boy that there was no need to pretend. Ha thought that his brother wanted to play himself. Ha told his brother that if he was ready, then it was time to begin. Gon understood that even the elders recognized Ha as a genius. He will become the strongest warrior in the world. He only has a chance with the tiny meridian. The master told the boy that, judging by his moonwalk, the boy was already quite skilled. But if this child is 1 in 100, Gon is his chosen disciple, the only one of his kind and the greatest of all. Let him show his younger brother the difference between heaven and earth. Gon replied that in his previous home, they said so. The younger brother cannot compare with the older one. The master said he couldn't agree. Were they seriously saying that? Gon asked what's wrong with that. And the master's brother was older than him? The master replied that the younger ones learn from the mistakes of the older ones and become better. Nan immediately said that he would remind them of the rules. Gon said that they were supposed to throw bags of red beans at each other, with blindfolds on their eyes and bells tied to their belts. Nan replied that he had decided to change the rules slightly to make the training more difficult. There would be no bells, and he would wrap the bean bags in rabbit fur to muffle the sound. There will be 5 bags in total. The game is played to 3 points. By hitting the opponent with bags, they earn 1 point. And if the bag remains in the shooter's hand, it is an automatic victory. Ha told his brother how long it had been since they had played Catch-a-Goblin. Gon replied that it had been 6 years. His brother used to cry when he hit him with a bag. Ha said that this won't happen again. Gon asked, so what? Let the younger one take care of his nose. Nan threw out all the bags and told him to start. Ha understood that he was playing Catch the Goblin with his brother. Now he would show him how much he had changed. Ha immediately found a bag and threw it at his brother. Nan said 1 point for Mr. Ha. Nan was saying in his head that Ha was a good guy, and he was a head taller than Gon. There was no need to worry about him. He uses the tying meridian. Has he given up? At that time, the guy had reached the first stage of the tying meridian, and he used the separation of heaven and earth. Nan saw that Mr. Ha was confused because the sound was coming from the same direction. What was Mr. Gon planning? Ha found a bag again and threw it straight at his brother. Nan was surprised because he saw Mr. Gon trying to catch the bag. He was blindfolded. How is that even possible? And then he said that the second point went to Mr. Ha, and now Gon dodged the attack. Can this guy really sense the bags? But Mr. Ha still wins. And if it continues like this? But at that moment, he saw that the sound of Mr. Gon's footsteps had not been heard for some time, like the whistle from the air being cut by a fist. It was as if he had erased his presence. No sounds came from him. He didn't hear anything at all. How did they play before? He could never beat his brother, but suddenly he felt a cold air coming toward him, and now he had to dodge it. But Ha didn't have time, and Gon attacked his brother with a sack. The younger one couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, and said that Mr. Gon wins. Ha was very surprised at this time, and remembered moments from his childhood. He asked his brother why he was so angry now. Gon told him to go away, and Ha also now understood that he now regretted those times. After all, he could not understand why his brother had changed so much. Ha immediately asked his brother for forgiveness. Gon gave him a flick and asked why he was apologizing. He had defeated him. Ha said no, that wasn't it. He took all of his brother's things. Gon asked what he was talking about. And then Ha tried and said something about his mother, but stopped. Gon asked him again what he was talking about. Ha replied that he had heard that she had died because she had fallen ill while giving birth to him. Gon said that he was small and he shouldn't dare to talk like that. Anyway, he won, so now he will follow his commands. Tomorrow let him come to his room, got it? Ha refused and replied that it was unfair. Chon understood at that moment that he had promised the guy advice on how to prolong his life if he won. But to be honest, he didn't expect that Gon could really do it. This young man is full of surprises. The next day in Gon Ha's chambers, he asked his brother what he was saying. His brother wanted him to tell his father that he would be the main heir. Gon understood that in order to gain the official status of chief heir, 2 conditions had to be met. Will receive the approval of the Council of Elders and the current Patriarch. Ha has only fulfilled the first condition, so he is not the main heir yet. Ha told his brother that there would be no turning back after that. Gon replied that he didn't need the title. He probably wouldn't live to be 20 anyway, so he'd rather leave the boring duties to him and spend the rest of his life carefree. Master said that this was the first time he had seen someone renounce the status of heir. Gon thought that his brother probably thought he was not serious. Gon said that it was true about his mother's death. The second birth had not been easy for her. But the Patriarch had made sure that the people kept quiet about it. Ha replied that it was his uncle. Then he started saying that he didn't mean to, but he hadn't forgotten anything. Master asked, was he uncle about Baek Jite? Gon replied that it was true. There were very few such good people in the clan. Master said that it sounded like he was a real bastard. If he becomes the main heir, what will happen to him, brother? Gon replied that he does not want to sit idly by waiting for death, that he will try to repair his body. Ha was surprised and asked his brother, does he know the way? Has he contacted the divine physician? Gon replied that nothing is known for sure yet, and who knows, maybe the divine doctor also doesn't know how to heal the blockage of chi channels. Is he planning to visit Chongram? The master replied that it was true. There were only old farts in Chongram. Perhaps they knew how to help him. There are many outstanding martial artists in the world, but only a few of them have crossed the boundaries of human capabilities. The abbot of the Old Believers faction in Shaolin, the Sword Emperor of the Wudong sect, and the Master of Chongram have all reached such heights. He is in charge of Qianrim. Qianrim is comparable in strength to the 9 great sects, and only those whose strength has been recognized can live there. Little is known about them, despite their solid reputation. He once visited there and helped them a little. Gon said he hadn't heard about it. Chon replied that he had never told anyone in the clan. The boy wondered what they could possibly ask for from the sacred blade of immortality. The master told the boy that if he showed them the change he had received from them, any request he had would be heard, and it's hidden inside the CIR Luna Temple. Let him find it and go to Qianrim. Ha told his brother that he had indeed heard that they were knowledgeable about internal energy. Gon replied that it was true and that they might be able to help him with something. Ha told his brother that he would be able to meet them sooner. Someone from Qianrim was supposed to visit them in a few days with disciples from other clans. The master told the boy to run quickly and look for her. He had taken some measures against thieves, so he had better take one of his subordinates with him. Gon replied that he had no subordinates. The master said that there was one right in front of him. Gon asked his brother if he wanted to go for a walk with him tomorrow. Ha was delighted and said yes. The next day, Gon asked his brother if he was still angry. He had told him to be inconspicuous. Ha replied that he thought his brother meant that he should just sneak out of the house, and realized that perhaps he had indeed gone too far. It was cruel to demand that a child dressed up for a walk roll in the dust. Gon said that the younger one could buy sweets as a gift, and then he saw Ha running to the counter. And then he remembered that Ha had said that this was the first time he was going out into the street without bodyguard warriors. Gon asked the master if they were going in that direction. There were too many people here. The master replied that this was the temple of the god of prosperity. It was logical that many people would go there. Ha asked his brother how he knew where the treasure of the sacred blade of immortality was kept. Gon replied that he lived in his former residence. He read it in one of the books. Ha said that the treasure of the sacred blade of immortality, which no one has found yet. He hopes that it is really there. Gon asked his brother, is the sacred blade his idol or something? He is the best martial artist of all time. The master was delighted and said that he was such a smart kid. Gon told him to watch the road better. The master replied that the guy should not rush him, and they were still there. Ha asked his brother in a surprised voice, is the treasure really in this pavilion? Gon said that it looks like the temple is no longer here. Chong said, how can you demolish the temple of the god of wealth and build a building in its place in an attempt to achieve this very wealth? Everything must be inside. Gon told the younger one that they were going there. And then a guard came out in front of them and said that it wouldn't work and to stop hanging around here. Ha immediately began to show off, but Gon told him to stand still and be quiet. Gon immediately threw a bag of coins in his face. The guard got angry and, seeing the silver, fell silent. He asked where the child got so much money. Gon asked what was the matter. Let them in, and let him choose a quieter place. Then Gon ordered them to bring the chef's signature dish and roast duck, and let him bring the food a little later. They had something to discuss. Gon said he thought they needed to go to that building. Ha looked upset and said they hadn't eaten yet. Gon told his brother that he told the waiter to take his time so that they could have time. Gon opened the doors and saw statues in front of him. And at that time, the master told him to press on the man's foot. The guy put his hand out and asked, here or what? And then, in a second, a secret entrance into the ground opened. Ha told his brother that he knew about it. And it turns out his brother is so cool. The master at that time said that he is the cool one, not the guy. Gon said that they didn't know what was inside, so they had to be careful. After taking a few steps, they immediately fell into the hole. The master saw what the boy was using and said that he had already improved his qigong so much. Gon looked around and said that there were traces of visitors here. Have the owners of the pavilion already found the treasure? But there is no need to worry about traps. Gon saw the papers and read that the manager of the Qian branch, Li He, died of illness. The owner of the pavilion, Li So-yun, known as Gumhwa, the daughter of Li Ryu, owns 4 more pavilions, hiding as the mysterious owner of the pavilion. Need to eliminate. Zhonggu, the confidant of the owner of the pavilion, needs to be eliminated. And the rest of Gon said encrypted, he can't read. Master said that there is low-level sect code everywhere. Gon asked him if he could decipher it. The master replied that they were probably fighting in place of the branch manager Chon. This was their territory. Is this a statue of a pussy? The master remembered and told him to just poke him in the eye. The boy was surprised and told the master that he had done a lot of things here. Chon replied that it was a very valuable thing. He told his brother that the change should be behind this wall. Ha was surprised and asked, is it true? Gon replied that it was true and asked his brother to move away a little. And then he realized his blade was above his head. Having broken his head, Ha saw that light appeared and told his brother that the wall had opened. Gon was blinded greatly and replied that it was so bright there. Ha asked in surprise, bright? It's dark here. Gon was surprised and didn't understand what Bart was saying. Master said that he knew the guy was special as soon as he picked up his sword. And then he told Gon to go in there now and let him grab the opportunity. The guy went in and replied that the light was coming from the necklace. He immediately grabbed the necklace with both hands and felt a powerful energy that was trying to escape from his hands. But everything turned around. The necklace moved his unknown world for him. Gon started looking around and asking, where is he? Chon also moved with the guy and putting his hand on his shoulder said that he was such a scoundrel. Gon was frightened when he saw the sacred blade of immortality. He asked the old man why his body was no longer translucent. Chon turned to the descendant and replied that he was very lucky. He would even say that the guy was born under a lucky star. Gon said that it was more likely that he was born with a fatal disease. Zhang asked if it was not a great fortune to learn from a master like him. Besides, he had absorbed the spiritual power of the eye of the pussy, so now he was definitely lucky. Gon looked at the necklace and asked, is this the eye of a Pishu? Zhang replied that it was true. He and the then leader of Chongrim had torn it out of the eye socket of a real Pishu and made this necklace. The boy understood and said that he had already seen a ghost, and that perhaps magical beasts exist. The master was surprised and replied that he accepted it easily. Gon asked what kind of spiritual power is this? Is he talking about the other world? The master replied that this is exactly it. The internal energy of the lower Dantian comes from the middle, and the energy of the middle, in turn, comes from the upper. The source of the energy of the upper Dantian is spiritual power. The master said that this necklace would improve his chi situation a little. Gon replied that he was tired of even weak Qin Gong, and he really could use some help. The master told the boy that he had easily acquired a very rare item. But then Ha shouted at his brother to wake up and come to his senses. And then Gon suddenly opened his eyes a couple of minutes later. Ha asked if he was okay. He had been unconscious for over an hour. Gon was surprised and asked for so long, but suddenly someone from the street was shouting that they would tie this bastard up and leave him right here. Gon was surprised to hear these voices and asked if there was anyone else there. He ordered Ha to prepare his sword. The master told the boy that he woke up just in time. Perfect timing. Gon asked the master what he was talking about. The master replied that this was a chance to test the power he had received during the fight. People were asking at that time, what was that hole in the wall? And that was very good. The guy could be hidden there. But then the doors opened and people started asking, who are these ragamuffins? They'll have nightmares for the rest of their lives if he kills the children. Gon asked the boys if they were from the lower fifth gate. He didn't know they were here. If they let them go, he would reward them generously. The master asked the boy if he was afraid of them. Gon replied that it would be nice to make friends with the fifth lower gate. The master said yes, but not right now. The boy immediately took up his blade and said that the child's bravery was commendable, boy, but they had a problem here. Gon immediately told his brother, and at that very second, Ha already rushed to attack the enemies and cut the guy who was talking to them. The master turned to the heir and told him to participate as well. Gon replied that he would definitely do so. Gon killed one of the enemies and thought that it was too easy, and the sword got stuck. The master told the guy to leave the sword and be more careful with the solar plexus. But suddenly someone attacked the guy and slashed his throat with a blade. The master told the guy that it was too late. Did he forget about Qin Gong? Gon was confused and said that he almost died. The master told him not to stand still. Let him go for the opportunity to counterattack. Gon answered the master that he knew, and at that very moment he attacked the enemy with 2 fingers and cut his eyes. The enemy started screaming in pain and asking, where is that bastard? The master told the guy, to achieve success, sometimes you have to sacrifice something, and if he lacks strength, let him twist the blow. and let him chop with all his might. Gon dealt with him with ease, and Chon told the mentor that this was impressive. The master told the boy that he was still a child of the clan, and he shouldn't be too proud of having dealt with these mercenaries. Ha asked his brother if he was okay. Gon replied that everything was fine. This wasn't his first real fight, right? Ha replied that this was his third. Gon thought that this was the third time in 2 lives that he had killed someone. The first time was in his previous life. Some crazy guy ran into the bus stop with a knife. He pushed Maniac onto the road to protect his mother from attack, and he ended up getting hit by a bus. As a result of the investigation, he was found not guilty, but the very thought that he had ruined a life made him feel sick. The second time was when the sacred blade of immortality occupied his body. Then he cut a man in half with his own hands, but it did not cause so much emotion in him. It might be because they are in a murime, and he is not an ordinary person, but the son of a warrior clan. And if he came for their souls, he had to be ready for death. The master replied that this was the right attitude. But then a guy came in and thanked the glorious gentleman. How good that they punished these traitors. And the Western branch is in their debt. He will personally ensure that they are rewarded. Ha asked his brother if he should get rid of him too. Gon replied that it was not necessary yet. He asked the boy what his name was. The boy replied that his name was Jingu. Gon remembered that Jingu, he had seen that name in the records before. He was the right hand of the daughter of the manager of the Western Branch. Gon asked the boy, were those people the traitors of the lower 5th gate? Gu replied that it was true. They had started a riot as soon as the previous manager died, and he would definitely be rewarded when he reported everything to the current manager. He needed to know from whom to collect payment. Gu replied that he could not name him, but let him believe that his kindness would not be forgotten. Gon asked how he could trust his words. He immediately swung his blade and shouted for the boy to die. Gon looked at the guy's face and said that he was loyal. The guy thanked him for such a rescue. Gon thought that he just wanted to scare him, but the sword turned out to be so heavy that it really almost fell on his head. And he asked the guy how he would repay him. The guy replied that, firstly, they would clean up themselves. They would make sure that this incident would not affect him in any way. And their branch also specializes in collecting information. If he allows it, he will serve him with all his might. Gon saw that this guy was more useful than he thought. He asked the master what he thought. Chon replied that he could use a good relationship with the lower 5th gate. Let him do what he thought was right. Gon said that then first he had to check if he had enough abilities. He asked the boy to guess who he was. If his answer was satisfactory, he would give him a task. The boy replied that he was not exactly sure, but judging by his head, he was still a youth. His speech was refined. He was definitely the son of a noble family who specializes in martial arts and has an heir his age. Maybe he's a prodigy from the Baek clan. But he's definitely not Gio's lazy brother. The master started laughing and said that this guy was right for them. Gon replied that he had a special talent. Gon gave him a bag of coins and said that he would go. From now on, he would have to gather information about the visitors of the Baek clan. The boy bowed and replied that the master should give it to him, and thanked him for saving him. Gon said that he could return. Ha told his brother that they would probably have big problems now. Gon asked his brother what he was afraid of. Ha replied that no, and that was not the issue. Gon told him not to worry. All responsibility was on him, so he was not in any danger. Gon thought that not long ago his father stopped punishing him constantly and began to limit himself to cold looks. It was unlikely that he would say anything. The chief asked the manager, did Gon and Ha go drinking? The manager replied that yes, and their vassal saw them near the pavilion. The chief said that Gon had just returned home and was already doing God knows what, and the chief decided that he would visit Gon in his chambers and immediately went to his room to talk. When the head came to his son, he started to beat him on the legs with wire and said that he had just returned home and immediately took his brother to a drinking establishment. Does he even know what it means to have a surname Baek? Gon replied that his father would forgive him. The leader said that in 5 years, the 7 Stars Council would be held. For the 9 great sects, it is the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly. And for the great clans, it is the 7-Star Council. Long ago, their ancestors competed in martial arts at these gatherings. But now the event is for talented young warriors to help them form bonds. And Ha will also attend the council. Gon replied that he was aware. He wouldn't live long after the meeting anyway. There was no point in going. The leaders said that the Meng, Habuk Peng clans, and the Chonrim Tao sect would be arriving in their territory. He thinks they want to introduce their children to Ha, and he should get along with them too. Gon replied that he didn't care about the meeting of the 7 stars, and then his father said that he didn't care about his opinion. Today's punishment should at least briefly set his mind straight. Was he going to embarrass himself in front of the students of other clans? His mistakes will reflect badly on Ha and the whole family. Let him come to his senses. The master said that at least there will be no need to look for people from Chonrim. They will come themselves. Gon asked why his father wanted to introduce him to anyone. The master replied that it was obvious. He wanted him to make friends at some point. Gon said that for some reason he felt like he would embarrass them with his weak picking. But then the manager came in and addressed the young gentleman. He told the boy to try to smear this on the wounds. Gon was surprised and thanked. And then he hinted to the guy that the Patriarch had secretly passed it on. Master said it had a refreshing scent. The secret medicine of the Baek clan. Such a valuable remedy in a simple box. How mysterious. Gon said that his father was not at all able to be sincere. The master told the boy to put some ointment on his wounds and go to bed. Considering the upcoming events, he needed to hurry up with his training. The master told the descendant that his stance was wrong, and he told the guy to stand still and not move. Gon replied that he had been in the same position for an hour. The master saw the boy fall and told him to cross his legs and sit down. Now he would teach him how to restore his innate internal energy with spiritual power. Since he had already used up all his stamina, it should be easier for him to sense it. Gon asked, what would it be like with spiritual power? The master replied that the human body is like a fountain gushing out 3 streams. The spiritual power of the upper energy core feeds the central core with innate energy. And from the central one, the lower one is filled. It is impossible to increase the amount of this energy, even with the eye of a pussy. A dragon necklace of fulfillment of desires can help. Master said that Gon saw him using spiritual power. This means that his divine eye is open, and this is only possible for those whose hearts are pure, and now they will bet on it. And internal energy is a rather capricious thing. Let him concentrate if he does not want to die. A couple of hours later, Gon started spitting blood and said that it really worked. The master replied that bad energy was coming out. Gon looked at his strength and replied that it was much better. The master said that it should be easier for him to use Qigong now, and most likely it won't be for long, but he will still be able to try to move on to the next stage. Gon asked which one. The master asked the boy what he thought would happen if people could make their fists as hard as iron. Noses would break just like that. This is the strengthening, the second stage of the tying meridian. Of course, it will not be easy to reach this point. It will take a very long time, but tomorrow he will try to teach him the basics. Gon looked around and said that the sun was already setting. The master asked the boy if he was going somewhere again. As he understood, that punishment was not enough for him. Gon replied that he had permission this time. He was going to meet with the house sect disciple. Meanwhile, in the luxurious golden pavilion, 7-star council member Mo Yun Tak said that the drinks were always the best here. And next to him sat candidate for the 7-star council Mo Yun Jin. Jin asked, they will meet the Patriarch of the Baek clan tomorrow. Should they really drink? So he answered that such a path has been passed. They need to at least relax a little. And he asked Jin Li Yun if she wanted to drink too. The second student of Chongrim Yun replied that she would refuse. Jin turned to his brother and said that he was 100 times stronger than Becky and Gil. Then he should be stronger than Ha, right? Tak replied that he wasn't sure. He would find out when he met him. They told the guy to keep his mouth shut. Jin started to mock and apologized. And then they told him to keep his mouth shut while eating. Aina bowed and said that she was leaving. So he was surprised and asked her to stay a little longer. But Yenna replied that she was a little tired. Yenna went out onto the balcony and, having caught her breath, said that she was already feeling much better. She thought that after 4 days, she would finally return home. But what did the master see in that letter? The letter said that a red star had risen in the northern skies. A new wave had engulfed the Baek clan. Let them go and see for themselves. And now she has no choice but to trust the bracelet. But in her arms hung the treasure of Kianrim. The bracelet, trembling against Tang. She immediately ran out into the street and turned to her sister. Yenna asked why she didn't stay longer. Why did she leave so early? And she replied that their faces were so disgusting to her that she had to run away. especially this Myung-jin. It is obvious that he likes her. He is weaker than him, but pretends to be strong. Yenna asked her sister what kind of boys she likes, and she answered that they are puny ones, whom she wants to protect. Aina was surprised by her interesting taste, and they hugged her sister and said that she still likes her the most. And I asked my sister if she could go for a walk. After moralizing, fresh air relaxes her greatly. Yenna realized that I left dinner because she was worried about her. She told her sister that she was going for a walk, and she told her sister that it was already dark, so she should be more careful. Yenna went outside and thought about where to go next. But suddenly the stranger saw Yenna and said, "Here she is." Yenna thought about it, because she didn't seem to know him. The guy saw Gon and said that he was like hewn from jade. Dazzling beauty. Gon was surprised and told the guy that he recognized him. Aina walked next to him and realized that she hadn't felt his presence until he was right behind her. Gu told the boy that he had brought what he had been asked for. Let him take it. Gon replied that the boy had done a great job. At that very moment, Yenna felt her bracelet start to glow, and the guy left so quickly. She thought that this boy, there is something unusual about him. He must be checked immediately. He may be connected with the message. Gon looked at the message and said that Gu had done it in 2 days. It must have been hard for him. It seems that the house sect members are even more skilled than he thought. The master said they hadn't read the contents yet, but he was already impressed. Gon replied that he would open it at home. If the data turns out to be of good quality, he will then instruct them to find out the identity of the assassins and the customer. Gon came to Wa's burial place and asked how she was doing without him. She was right. Living in the main residence wasn't that bad. He remembered Wa asking him why he didn't want to return to the main residence. Family should live together. Gon asked how she knew. She herself had no family. Kwa asked how she didn't. The Lord was her family. Gon asked the master if he knew what happened to her after. The master replied that unfortunately no. Not all the dead become ghosts. When he reached absolute mastery, his, or rather energy core opened up, and then he felt his divine eyes. Higher understanding. That is why his spirit is still here, even though his body died. Gon said that the master said that he also had spiritual power. The master replied that his descendant was reincarnated with a blockage of the chi channels, so the level of power is higher than that of an ordinary person. And in comparison with the master asked, and what in comparison with him? His energy is like a bowl of water. Gon asked, is the difference so huge? The master asked the boy, he wonders what the world looks like through the eyes of someone who has reached the top. Gon replied that he was very interested. The master told the boy that his body had recovered well, so it was okay for a second. He will borrow part of his spiritual power from him through the path connected to his upper energy core. Having transferred some of the power, the master asked the boy, is there life everywhere? Gon answered with surprise that the world is full of light. So that's what the absolute is. But suddenly it all ended, and the master said that his body hadn't recovered that much yet. Yenna was watching him and was surprised by what she saw. The master asked the guy who she was. Gon replied that he himself did not know. Yenna had been following him before and saw that the boy had come to visit the grave, to spy on the child who was worshipping his ancestors. It is not proper for the people of Chongrim to do such things. So she decided that she would go back. But then she saw that the bracelet was reacting again. But at that moment, she saw something unpredictable and thought, what is this aura? It was as if she was looking at a master equal in strength to the Patriarch himself. And then Gon calmed down, and the girl felt that the pressure had disappeared. Gon immediately approached her and asked what kind of person was spying on the veneration of the dead. She must be a martial artist. Martial artists are free to do whatever they want, but this is too much. Aina realized her mistake and apologized. Gon said that she had upset him and told her to leave. She immediately fulfilled the boy's request. The master saw this and said that this type of Qigong, she is from Chongrim. Gon asked in surprise, from Chongrim? Could she really be one of the clan's guests? He didn't curse by accident, did he? The master replied that it would be funny. Everyone arrived at the Baek clan. Tak said that he had a chat with the Patriarch. His aura impressed him greatly. It seems that the rumors were true. He is very strong. Gon replied that he would like to meet the Learned Blade at least once. He had heard that his combat training was amazing. Yenna realized that the guy in the cemetery was the son of the Baek clan, just like the Patriarch's message. And she asked her sister if she liked him too. Yenna replied that no, not really. But she was happy and said that she didn't even know that there were such guys in the Baek clan. Jin immediately approached Gon's younger brother and asked, "Is his name Ha Jun?" He is a year older than him, so he will address him informally. That he understood and did not even shake his hand. Jin was surprised and asked, "Does he not know what a handshake is?" It is a Western thing. In their family and all over Beijing, they do it all the time. You just need to grab his hand and shake it slightly. And then he saw that Ha had extended the wrong hand. Nguyen said that they came. This is the Ruby Training Hall. The Patriarch advised to introduce them all here. He was so surprised and said that he heard that for them, this is a sacred place where only direct descendants of the main branch of the Baek clan can enter. And how does he understand that his brother trains here alone? Gon replied that not really, he trains here too, and said that he understood. And yes, light loads are useful for a fragile body. And hearing that Gon is fragile, she said that he is the son of the Patriarch of a military clan. Jin told the girl that he had a congenital blockage of the chi channels, so he was unable to master martial arts. She was disappointed and said it was sad. Jin said no. Everyone says he's lazy and rowdy. He's like the black sheep here. I didn't leave it like that and hit the guy and turned. Jin asked, "What was that?" He's old enough to be his older brother. Ha replied that he didn't need such a brother. He had just insulted his real older brother. And then he threw the sword at his feet and told him to take it. So he replied that sooner or later they would have to fight. At that very second, they moved away to a distance and the fight between the younger brothers began. Jin thought that things were bad because he just wanted to show off in front of Mue. He heard that the Baek brothers didn't get along. Jin told Han not to blame him for his lack of leniency. And then they clashed with their swords. Jin knew in his head that he had practiced the response to the Baek clan's heaven and earth blade technique 100 times. But now he doesn't see that Ha has any weak points. Yenna asked Gon if he was okay, and then she became worried and said that the gentleman was bleeding from his mouth. Ha immediately heard this and stopped. Jin saw that the boy was distracted right in the middle of the fight, and this was his chance. However, if he pounced on him while taking advantage of the moment, his image as a noble heir could be undermined. Jin thought for a long time whether to attack or not, and decided that he would act. And he successfully delivered his blow. Ha had foreseen all this and easily parried the attack, and hit him straight on the head with his free hand. He did not stop, and began to act according to his plan. Having delivered a crushing attack, the swords flew out of their hands in the same second. Jin took advantage of this moment and sent a kick attack, but Ha blocked the blow, and then someone shouted for them to stop. Have they forgotten that this is a friendly duel? Gon also answered that they were trying hard to kill each other. Gak laughed and said that children loved to do stupid things, but even he didn't expect the situation to get so heated. He stopped them in time, but it was still a shame that they never found out who won. And then Jin heard himself being called a fool. He immediately realized that this was his older brother's distant whisper technique. He told the younger one that he had missed his chance and brought shame on their family. And then he stroked him and showed him how kind he was. And he said that he saw how ashamed he was. Gon asked Ha why he was counting crows during the fight. Ha told his brother that he had blood. Gon said that this happens all the time. There is no need to dramatize. Ha asked, how can one not be scared? Jin saw that his opponent had also been scolded. But why did they seem so close even during their squabble? And then Gon said that the main thing was that his brother had won. Gak immediately heard this and asked, did he win? Was he talking about his brother? Gon replied that it was obvious that Ha would have won in the end. Gak said that the competitive spirit is good, but it is not worth going so far and making up the result. Gon replied that he is not making it up. Let him help his brother get up and let them see for themselves. Gak immediately told Jin to stand up, but in that moment, he grabbed his leg and fell back. Gak asked what was wrong with him. Gon replied that it was the departure of the taming meridian cloud dragon. Ha hit the pressure point of Jin's shin, so his leg would hurt for a few hours. Hak asked the guy sternly, and he noticed it? There was no way such a weakling would notice what he missed. And then he pretended that he had seen something too, and he said that shame on him, and Gon's eyes are sharper. The guy replied that there was nothing terrible about it. The master told the boy that he himself hadn't noticed anything until he'd pointed it out. But it was nice nonetheless. Gon replied that he wouldn't have let him declare a draw, and she saw and thought at that moment that this boy was definitely not quite ordinary. She decided to turn to her older sister. Yenna asked her what was wrong. and she answered that she liked this guy a little. And then she held a handkerchief with Gon's blood. Gak said that the Baek clan had a great cook. Gon replied that they had invited a famous chef from Beijing. At this time, the master was telling the boy that these MONs were slippery bastards. He shouldn't trust them. Gon told him that he wouldn't. But then they ran with food and told Gon to try it. The guy was confused and wanted to ask what kind of dish it was, but he didn't. And she herself said that it was a chicken thigh. Gon replied that he didn't mean that. And in his head he thought, and she gave it to him to try and asked him to answer how he liked it. Gon thought that perhaps that was their custom. Gon replied that it was very tasty and was confused when he saw everyone's eyes. The master told the guy that now everyone is looking at him. Gon thanked the girl and said that there was no need for more. Jean at this time became very angry and said that there was no manliness. Gon saw this and thought that Jean was jealous. He immediately turned to him and said that he was impolite. Let him not disgrace his elder brother with his bad manners. What does his brother have to do with it? After all, even he is respectful towards MOA because she is older than him, but he is his own brother, and still there is no respect, and said that he did too. And then Gak interrupted the younger one and said that Gon was right. Jean accepted it and replied that he understood. Gon asked the younger what he said and immediately apologized. The master told the boy to stop torturing the children. Gon replied that he needed to see how his older brother would behave, and his reaction is not exactly violent. The son of the Patriarch of the Mo Yun clan, the joyful wolf swordsman, Mo Yun Gak. His star cloud blade technique is known for its sharpness. He also always smiles. He is cunning and cruel at heart, so you can't relax around him. He found this information in the records of the house sect. Even now, he smiles, but who knows what's on his mind. The master said that he still needed to concentrate on something else. Gon remembered and replied that he understood. In front of him, he saw a student from Chongram, Yenna, sitting. The girl immediately noticed that the guy was looking at him. They told her sister how much fun it was today. Yenna asked her if it was true, or replied that the Baek clan patriarch was really cool, and she also watched the duel. She felt a little hurt for Jean. Yenna was surprised because she thought that she didn't like him, and she replied that he wasn't that bad. If he had tried harder, his defeat wouldn't have been so crushing. He was so nervous that he lost even despite his advantage. She would have beaten them both. Yenna understood that A was a skilled girl and also a passionate one. She was sure that she wanted to join them, and she said, but Gon didn't take his eyes off his sister. Yenna asked in surprise, is it true? Probably. It's because of their first meeting, and she asked her sister if he had fallen in love with her. Yenna was confused and answered that it couldn't be, but suddenly someone came to them and addressed them. The girls got scared and answered that he should come in and said that young Master Gon was inviting her to a conversation. The girl was confused and asked her. The servant replied that it was true. He was waiting for her in the garden. Yenna told Mu A that she would be back soon. Yenna was thinking in her head at that moment that Mr. Gon definitely hadn't fallen in love with her. When she came to the garden, she thought that it wasn't easy to calm it down, but at least she didn't ask to go with her, and said that here she was. Yenna was very surprised and confused. The guy answered that he was waiting for her. Yenna saw the guy and thought that he looked more like a young, intellectual, passionate about reading than the son of the patriarch of a military clan. Yenna came up and immediately asked for forgiveness for that previous situation. Gon replied that he was not offended, although he would like to know why she was following him. Yenna told him everything and did not hide anything. Gon asked the girl if he could look at him. Yenna replied that it had broken that time, so she no longer wore it. Gon was very disappointed. The girl said that there was nothing she could do about it. Even she didn't know why it had vibrated that time. Gon immediately replied that it was because of his, of course. Yenna saw that he considered himself a source of mystical energy. Gon thought and said, maybe it's his necklace. Yenna asked in a surprised voice, necklace? Gon said that this is a sign of agreement between Kienrim and the sacred blade of immortality. Yenna was surprised and asked, that pussy? Master was saying at this time that her jaw would drop when she saw this. Yenna said that he was at the sacred blade of immortality. Gon asked if he could ask for a favor. Yenna was surprised and asked what other favor. Gon replied that he had read that if you show this necklace to someone from Chongram, he will definitely do any favor for them. Aina replied that she had never heard of anything like that. Gon asked the master, what did that mean? The master replied that it was somehow strange. Could he give it to her for a second? She immediately took it and said, What is it to keep something so dangerous with you? Gon was surprised and asked, dangerous? Yenna asked the boy, doesn't he know? The boy asked the teacher, what danger is she talking about? The master answered that he had no problems with this thing. Yenna said that Pishio is endowed with the strongest golden chi energy, if you wear it for a long time. Gon asked, what will happen then? Yenna replied that his body would quickly wear out due to the destructive flow of golden chi. One could even go crazy. Gon asked the master, is this true? The guy asked why he was okay then. Yenna replied that it was strange. The master said that it was the art of the wise mind. Gon asked him how he knew. The master replied that it was a secret technique of Kyenrim, in which the central energy core is used to control the innate energy. Gon said that they could try. The master replied that he did not think that she would agree to teach him, even if he waved the necklace in front of her nose. Yenna tried to find out everything and used all her energy. Gon asked the girl if she was okay, that everything was fine. She could feel the mark of the past Patriarch. And then she said that the guy was right. She also managed to suppress the golden chi, so now he can wear it calmly and use the real powers of this eye. Gon asked, real powers? But how? Yenna answered that it was simple. You just need to focus your innate energy. Gon immediately replied that he understood everything and said that there was no point in explaining further. Yenna was surprised and asked, why else? Gon replied that it didn't matter, and asked if he could now ask her for a favor. Yenna replied that if it was in her power. Gon said he wanted to cure the blockage of the chi channels. He heard that Master Chongram was excellent at handling chi energy. Could she introduce him to them? Yenna saw that his will to live was strong, and he was sincere. She said that she didn't know if she would make it. Gon said that they would go to the Patriarch tomorrow and ask his permission. Yenna was surprised and asked they. The guy answered yes. That night, Gak mocked his brother and hit him for the great shame they had received today. Gak told Jean that he was preparing for the heaven and earth blade technique. What was wrong? The boy replied that he had let his guard down. Gak said he couldn't believe the same blood flowed through their veins. What was he going to do? Jean replied that he would win next time. Gak immediately hugged his brother and said that that was right. Jean replied that, honestly, he would definitely win. Gak told him to never forget this. He must steal the PJK clan sword in a duel for the blade, thereby avenging the fact that they took Mo Yun's sword. If he can prove that the Mo Yun clan is stronger than the Baek clan, everyone will respect him as their mentor. Gak told his brother that he must beat the heir of the Baek clan in front of everyone, and let him continue to hone his skills. Gak smiled sharply and said that he would prepare the scene. And then Gon received a letter and said that it turned out that Gak was cunning. Gon asked why they didn't just reject the offer. The girl replied that it would be difficult in their situation. It was the leader of the Son branch, Hao Jiamwa. Gon said that they already took the payment, and now they want him to get rid of Mo Yun's second son for them. Gon thought that since things had turned out this way, why not try to play it out his own way? Early in the morning at Gon's residence, he asked if they were looking for him. The servant answered that they were. They wanted to give him something. Gon said that it was very early now. What impudence! And what was this? The servant replied that they had brought him a golden hairpin from the Golden Pavilion. Gon was surprised and thought it was from the house sect. He immediately told the girl that he was already leaving. Gu began to wave to him. Gon greeted them and also said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Gon told the guard that he wanted to chat with his friend. They could go. The guard replied that they couldn't leave him. Gon told them to move away and wait for him there. The guy asked Gu if he was completely brazen about openly looking for him. Gu immediately realized the mistake and asked for forgiveness. And then the girl said that it was wrong and she should apologize. The girl said her name was Jiamwa, the new manager of House Branch in Seoan. She had to call him urgently because he might be in danger. Hwa said that they had recently received a contract. The author of it clearly had a bad attitude towards the young master. Let him take a look. Gon replied that he couldn't believe that they were so protective of him. Hwa said that they were just mercenaries, but they had principles too. It was important for them to repay kindness with kindness. Let him not doubt the purity of their intentions. Gon thought that if there really was danger lurking there, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. He saw that tax request was written. He wanted to hold a banquet on the 4th floor of the Golden Pavilion in a month. About 30 guests, food and drinks with a strong aroma. There should be a fighting ring in the middle of the hall. There will be a duel between Mo Yunjin and Ha for the occasion. How could he be so sure that his brother would win? What if he didn't? Gu replied that a few days ago, one of their spies caught him buying some kind of drug, presumably chi dispersal powder, and judging by his request for the menu, he plans to slip it to Ha. Gon said that Gak is cunning. He asked the boys why they didn't just reject the offer. Hwa replied that in their situation, they already took the payment, said Gon, and now they want him to get rid of Mo Yun's second son for them, and decided that since everything had already turned out this way, why not try to play out his own way? At Baek Ryu San's residence, the leader asked Gon if he wanted an audience with the leader of Kianrim. The guy saw that on the stove there was a jug containing aconite, cinnamon, and ephedra. So, something for pain? And it seems that the father has become worse. He thinks that it is because of his sick lungs that he is in such a hurry to choose an heir. And then the chief answered the guy that he forbids him. Gon was very surprised and asked why. The leader replied that Chonrim was far away. No point in wasting time. Yenna said that their leader knew all about chi energy. She was sure that he could help Gon. The head replied to the girl that she was still a student. So why was she lecturing him? As if his words had any weight. Gon thought at this time and saw that he could understand his father. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find a cure for his illness. And after a long journey, his condition could worsen even more. But that's no reason to retreat. Gon told his father that he could forbid and dissuade him, but he would still go. It was his life and his health, so he shouldn't try to command him. The head immediately released his energy and told his son that he dared to be insolent when he couldn't even stand up straight in front of him. Yenna saw that this was the murderous energy she felt last time. Gon won't be able to resist him. Gon told his father that he was coming. The master told the boy to make his body heavier, like putting armor on his mind. Even the blade of the mind could not penetrate strong mental armor. Gon told his father that he understood his worries. Even after taking snow ginseng, he had not recovered. He probably thought all was lost, and he knows his father is worried about him. But he's not going to sit back and wait for death. The chief thought at that moment, since when has his son been like this? The master told the boy that he had held up well, and then the father told him to do as he wished, but let him try to befriend Mo Yun's sons before leaving. Gon was surprised and asked why. The leader replied that, as his son himself knew, their clans were on tense terms. He had even stolen their heir's sword once. Oh, that brainless youth. But now they are both patriarchs of their families, so reconciliation will be even more difficult. Gon asked, is the great noble blade still offended? The leader replied that everyone from Mo Yun was petty and pathetic. They never forgot anything. Gon replied that he stank. He would try to mend a relationship, at least for Ha's sake. The head told his son to try for himself. He has no friends at all among his peers. And then the chief told him to go. Gon answered his father that he still wanted to talk to him face to face. More precisely, to ask for something. After 2 weeks, Jean was training. He saw that he had already spent a lot of chi, but his body was as light as a feather. This was only possible in the Ruby Hall, and he starts to get used to this sword. Baek is probably looking at him now, and he started to train more. And then Jean saw that everything was quiet, and thought that he was not interested at all. How could he not want to watch his opponent's training? Is gradually getting used to the weapon. In the next battle, he will definitely. And Ha asked what exactly. Ha replied that the guy was staring at him, and he stood rooted to the spot. Jean replied that no. Jean said he was wondering why his brother wasn't training. Ha replied that he was busy. Jean asked if he was sick. He was lying in bed. Ha immediately interrupted him and told him not to be impudent. Jean said that his brother was really sick. Ha replied that his brother was very strong. He even beat him in a duel. Jean was surprised and said that it couldn't be. Ha replied that he couldn't even touch him, and then he hit him once, and he literally flew off. Jean didn't believe him and said that the guy was lying. Ha replied that he wasn't lying, and anyway, he was training, so he shouldn't distract him, and said that the boys were here together. Ha asked if he had come to train too. Gon answered that he had. He was already tired of resting. Gon said that he offered to work with wooden swords for a while. Ha asked his brother if he was feeling well. Gon replied that he was feeling much better. Ha whispered to his brother that Jean was looking at them. The boy asked, so what? Gon immediately told his brother to get ready. Jean saw the Ha seemed afraid to enter the battle. Could his brother really do something? Gon told his brother not to spare him. Let him hit with all his might. Ha here attacked and shouted that he was attacking. Gon used his abilities in that moment and, having dodged, attacked his brother. Jean saw that Gon had executed a dodge and counterattack. and it turns out he was good. But suddenly Jean attacked and took the sword from his hands. Ha immediately shouted at him, "Stop." Gon couldn't dodge and got injured. Ha ran to him and asked, but Gon couldn't tell him anything, and the boy began to punish himself for it and asked him to wake up. Gon told his brother not to shake him. Gon knew that if he had reacted any later, he would have broken his bones. He told his brother to try again. Let him raise his sword. Ha asked if he was sure, but then Jean stepped in and said it was pointless. He said that the difference in levels is enormous. The result is obvious, no matter how many times they fight, and he is sure that Ha will agree with him. As long as there is no one nearby who can tell them what to do, all such training will be useless. Gon thought and asked, "Is that so?" And then he reached out his hand. Jean was surprised and asked, "What is it?" Gon replied to the boy that he taught Ha how to shake hands. Jean said that they should have just said that they were interested. That's how it's done. But then Gon said that was wrong. And then he shook his hand and said that the hands should be in this position. Jean instantly felt that it was warm, and the same as when he first learned to shake hands. And then he realized that he had been arrogant all the time while he was doing it wrong. He was sure that he wanted to mock him. Gon said that he himself had recently learned the correct way, so he was telling him. Jean was surprised that the guy wasn't going to laugh at him. Gon said that Jean is better with a sword than him, so he can make comments during their training with Ha. Jean was surprised and asked what was going on. Gon replied that they should also skip the formalities and let him address him as you. The master observed this and asked, "A handshake? What a strange thing." Gon replied that it was just a greeting method. In his past life, he had used it quite often. Gon raised his sword and told his brother that if he was ready, he would go first this time. Ha immediately agreed with his brother. The master told the boy that he was a little slow last time. He should be more careful, and he should concentrate on the weapon. The basis of swordsmanship is 3 basic strikes: vertical, horizontal, and straight. From these all other techniques come. And when he attacks vertically, you need to imitate a lightning strike. And then Gon began to carry out the master's orders. But Ha was smarter, and with a movement of his hand, he threw the sword from his brother's hands. Gon did not expect such a moment and was confused. Master told the boy that Ha is using Qin Gong, and he's good at dodging. Let him grip his sword tighter, and let him hit his head immediately. Gon heard the order and did everything as the master says. But everything turned out to be much more painful. They both fell to the ground and began to scream from the pain in their heads. Jean saw all this and said it was a draw. But Gon looks better than his brother. He beat Ha with this trick, and then he saw that Gon was stronger than he seemed. Gon approached the guy and asked how he was doing, and he told him to make comments. Jean replied that his legs couldn't keep up with his body, and he thought he should devote more time to them during training. The master was surprised and told the boy that he had a keen eye. Gon told the boy that he would take that into account, and then he bowed to him and told him to wait for their next meeting. Ha asked, "Will they train together now?" Jean was surprised to hear about training together and told Ha that of course. Then Gon said that was the wrong answer. Jean said that he would also be looking forward to the next training. Gon said that it was time for him to go and that he would see them tomorrow. In the garden, Gon said that his whole body ached. He needed to go back and take some medicine. The master replied that it was because he still had a lot of training to do. But suddenly, A appeared and asked Gon if something hurt. The guy didn't expect that and got scared. Gon told her that he told her to stop following him. And what was she doing up in the tree? He asked the guy who did it. She's sure Jean is to blame, and she told him to look at his face. He was bullying such a weak guy. Gon replied that he just got a little hurt while training with Ha. And then A lost her temper and said that this Ha is an asshole. Gon said that he was tired. While Master replied, Gon said that it irritated him. He didn't know she was acting like that because of him. Master replied that she was born into a family of martial artists, and he is sure that in the future she will have time to look at strong and muscular men. Gon replied that the teacher wants to say that she likes him because of his fragility. The master replied that there are people with strange tastes. Gon asked the girl, in any case, why she was waiting for him. And then A remembered and answered that she had something for him. She said it was a magic medicine that her father had given her. It supplemented the chi in the body and was good for treating internal injuries. And there were 2 granules, so let him eat one. Gon asked if she was really giving him something so valuable, and she answered that yes. She was healthy, and he had a weak body, and she told him to eat one quickly. Father said that they should be eaten as soon as they're taken out of the box. Gon was embarrassed and replied that it was so good. Gon took the medicine and said they would look. It was made from a century-old runic flower called machino, licorice, and honey. O was surprised and answered that he guessed. Gon understood that this medicine should strengthen internal energy well. A said if the guy liked it. Gon replied that of course and asked which one, and she replied that a famous group of actors was coming to visit them in 7 days. Would he like to see them perform with her? Gon thought it was a date and immediately replied that he agreed. And she was surprised and asked, really? The master told the boy that he thought he didn't like her. Gon replied that it was the price for a rare medicine. And on the way home, they were glad that they would go together with Gon. And just the two of them. A week later, they came to the show. And the host said that on that day, the one-armed swordsman raised his weapon high. The warriors turned to the villain and told him to accept his fate. After all, there is nowhere to hide. And then the one-armed swordsman made a swing like lightning and clear. And with one attack, he killed all 5 members of the Mirim Alliance. Gon said at that moment that it was a good performance, and she replied that the technique is a bit weird, but this actor is cool. Ha asked, do they think the blood is real? He was sure it was just something similar in color. Gak said that they were putting on a play about a one-armed swordsman who was Jean Hu's enemy, and she saw that there was a warm atmosphere here. And this is not what she planned. After all, she wanted her and Gon to be alone. Gak said it would be great to see the play together like this. What a wonderful coincidence that it was showing on the same day as the banquet. He suggested that they take a walk and go to lunch to chat. The master said that he once met a one-armed swordsman. He was quite capable, so he was interested. This play refreshed his memory. Gon told the master that he seemed to be even more excited than A and Ha. And then at that moment, a guy passed by him and Gon grabbed his hand. The guy started to get indignant and told him to let him go. Gon replied, "How funny. Let him return his money." The boy asked what the gentleman was talking about. He hadn't taken anything. Gon knew that if he was stealing from a place like this, the house sect was most likely involved. Did no one tell him who he was? It seemed that Wad taught him poorly. The boy immediately wondered, how did the master know the name of their leader? Now let the guy stop annoying him. But then Gak came up and said that he was too soft with him. Gak immediately pulled out his blade and waved it in front of the guy. Gon shouted at him not to do that. The boy fell to the ground and started screaming that it was his ankle. But then he started looking at his leg and saw that everything was fine. Gak said that most inexperienced thieves hide their loot around their ankles. He asked Gon if he wanted to be arrested. Gon replied that he was letting him go. Gak extended his hand and told him to be more careful next time. He immediately squeezed and broke the boy's arm. The boy could not resist the pain and began to scream. Gak said that this was punishment for what he had done, and now let him crawl from here. Gak said that the boy didn't know how grateful he should be to him, because he had shown such great mercy. Gon was surprised that this guy called such cruelty mercy. But then the guys came and said that he was an amazing gentleman. Gak was surprised to see the guys and said that this is where they are. He didn't think that they would join so soon. The guy named Jan replied that they just came to enjoy the play a little. They would soon be heading to the banquet. The master told the boy that if they were disciples from Son, they would surely recognize him. Gon replied that this was some kind of childish behavior. Why don't they go to the hall together? Gak replied that would be great, but he was with a companion today. Yin was surprised and asked, "Is this?" Gak asked him, did he not recognize him? This is the famous young Master Gon from the Baek clan. Yin remembered and replied that so much time had passed. He once saw that he was doing well, and he really liked the magic medicine that their clan leader had given to his patriarch. The boys were surprised and asked what? Gon said that they always follow the leaders. Yin Zhong of the Seven Shining Blades clan, and Go Wai Sam of the Greenfields clan. And if they didn't have the brains to remember what he looked like, they'd better be more careful when they appear in high society. Gon left immediately and said that they would see each other later. In the Golden Banquet Hall, Gak asked someone if he had prepared everything that was ordered. The guy replied that he had already notified the cook and handed him the reward. The guy said that he shouldn't have given him the rest of the money. Hak said it was just an extra charge. When he asked for pure gold wine, let him add it and bring it to the table. The guy asked if he could inquire what the ingredient was. Huck immediately grabbed him by the throat. He asked the guy if he really wanted to know. The guy started choking and said no. Gak said he hoped the guy wouldn't disappoint him. Hak said that he heard everything, and he absolutely cannot be wrong. After all, it will all be over in a second. And a little later, on the 4th floor of the banquet hall, All the people gathered at their tables, and the master said that the dishes here were very refined. But what interests him most is the wine made of pure gold. Gon replied that he had heard that this place was famous for it, and said that the food had already been served. Gon asked him if he had sorted out his business. Gak replied that yes, and let them forgive him for making them wait. Would they drink before eating? And he wasn't sure whether Gon drank or not. Gon replied that he could not refuse wine made of pure gold. And immediately he raised his glass of wine. Gak was surprised and said that it turns out Mr. Gon is not a weakling. And so he asked Jean why he was so quiet. Was there something wrong with the food? That it was not that. The master asked the boy, is he spitting out expensive wine made of pure gold? Is there something wrong with him? Gon replied that it had a strong, specific smell. He thought that many people would not notice the presence of energy-killing poison in this drink. Gak thought that even if he hid the poison behind smell and taste, How would immediately notice that something was wrong with his body. Gak asked the boy if they could have another one. Gon replied that he would take a break. Yang asked the boy why Mr. Gak was nice to Gon. Jiam replied that they were both from the top 7 clans. He couldn't just be ignored. Yang said that the thought of having nice conversations with him made him angry. Jiam started laughing and couldn't stop. He knows that he is underestimated in the family. But will everything be okay? Yin replied that Mr. Gak has their backs. Jiam remembered Gak telling him that if they did everything right and provoked Gon, he would help them get into the Murima alliance. Gak understood that whoever doesn't take risks doesn't drink. Such a chance comes once in a lifetime. And then Yin stood up and said that they were going to go. They approached Gon and Gak and invited them to have a drink with them. He heard that the place they stayed in was captured. Many people died then. It must be hard for them now. Why don't they honor the dead? But then Gak threw wine in his face and said it was rude. He had crossed the line. Jiam told Yang that he hung out with him because Mr. Gak respected his clan, but he seemed like complete trash. Yin lost his temper and asked, "Trash?" Jiam pulled out his blade and said that they should fight. Gak said that since they were surrounded by important people, it was necessary to have a duel. Ian realized that Gak had wanted to make them scapegoats from the start. Gon said that even some insects that are worthless dare to ignore him, and then he went out to the battlefield. Yin was immediately surprised and wondered when Gon had appeared here. Gon did not talk to them and hit the guy in the legs. Gon immediately shoved a glass into his mouth and asked him what he wanted to drink with it, and he started pouring a jug of wine straight into his mouth. Jan screamed and felt wine get into his eyes. He screamed that it was not their fault. Gon said that one insect allows itself to be impudent. Another underestimates it and tries to use it. It's not something you can do unless you're sure you have a backup. He could have just said he wanted to fight. Was it really necessary to stir up all this mud? Is this how the Mo Yun clan likes to act? Jean asked Gon what he was saying. Gon replied that Gak had given Jean too good a sword. He thought he wanted to have a duel between their 2 clans. Gak replied that the boy was right. Gon asked, was this what their leader wanted? The boy replied that no. It was just his idea, born out of love for his father. Gon said he would go then, since he had thought of all this. And then Gak told Jean to get his sword ready. Gon also told how to punish him one last time. They began to draw their blades and prepare for battle. Yenna thought at this moment, after all, it was the 7 Shining Blades clan that provoked Gon. So why did he target the Mo and clan? Mo Yang Gak must be furious, but he only accepted the challenge. But then she remembered that Gon had told her that morning not to be surprised even if something unpleasant happened at the banquet. Yenna realized that Gon had known everything in advance, and she intervened in the situation and asked the lady what to do. Yenna asked her, is she shocked? Let her calm down first. Said that Gon came so fast and hit that guy. She thought that Gon was also a fragile flower, but he has another side. Yang asked Gak what the mess was all about. Why don't they clean up a bit? Gak replied that he didn't think it would be rude to those watching. And then Gak asked the waiter to bring a bottle of golden wine here. The waiter replied that he would bring it now. Gon replied at that moment that he would then take the opportunity to go to the restroom. And he told how to take a little rest as well. Jean asked the boy if he was nervous. This wasn't a normal duel. Ha clenched his fist and said that the honor of their clans was at stake. Besides, he was only fighting under his brother's orders. Jean was surprised and asked what. Ha replied that his brother would not order him to do anything dangerous to him or the Baek clan. He does fight him at his brother's behest, but he doesn't intend to lose. Gak turned to Jean and told him to stop talking useless chatter. Gak poured wine for his brother and told him to drink it. Jean was surprised by this turn of events and asked that he wouldn't get drunk from one shot. Let him relax and let it all out. Jean had no choice and agreed. And he understood that his brother was doing this because he was attentive to him. Gon saw this and went up to Gaku and asked if they could start already. The guy was surprised and replied that the gentleman was a little late. And then Gak said they were starting. I wonder who would win. He knew he had just spiked Jin's drink with the Tang clan's secret drug, and he was a little upset that it all started because of the house sect, but he could get rid of them later. Gon said that this wine smelled different, some other kind, and immediately picked up the jug and began to drink. But Gak got scared and grabbed the jug from his hands. Gon was surprised and asked if there was gold dust or something like that in it. And then Gak thought, because he forgot what would happen if he took too much of this drug. Not long after, Gon began to cough loudly, and the boys suddenly stopped. Gon said that the alcohol was poisoned. Gak said that it couldn't be. There was no poison in it. And then Gon started laughing hard and said he was sure it was aconite, white seeds, ephedra, and herbaceous again. And Gak put quite a few dangerous herbs in there. Gak was surprised and wondered how Gon knew the ingredients of the drug. Gon said that even a pinch is enough to dull the pain receptors, and the instincts will be so sharpened that a person will not be able to sleep for several weeks. And the creator clearly knew what he was doing. Despite his knowledge of herbs, there were some ingredients he failed to recognize. Gak got angry and told the guy to shut his mouth. Gon replied that he was afraid that he had to get rid of the extra eyes first. He counted to 3. Everyone except Gak, and Jean had to go. The rest would pay in full. And then Gon said that it had already reached 3. The others were wondering whether they should listen to him. Gak accepted all this and asked the others to leave. The guys did not expect this and asked what would happen. The guy got angry and shouted at them to get out. Gon said that he would have understood if he had used an energy-dispersing drug on Ha. Gu had previously told Gon that Mo Yun had given them this powder to put in their wine. The boy had tried it and realized that it was not the kind of drug that dissipated energy. It's a drug that temporarily increases his potential strength. He plans to slip it into Jean. Gon asked the boy if he gave his brother such a poison just to win the duel. Jean immediately realized that the wine his brother offered him was a drug. Gon said he was sure the boy knew that the side effects were inevitable. Gak got angry and told him to keep quiet. Gon asked him how he could call himself the eldest son of the Mo Yun clan after something like that, but Gak didn't accept it and pounced on the guy, yelling at him to shut up. And so Gak remembered his past memories, how he was told that this was his real father, but the guy's sword was already covered in blood. 15 years ago, overjoyed at being accepted into the 7-Star Council, Gak returned to his residence to find his mother having an affair with a tea leaf seller. The clan chief's second wife told Gak to forgive her. His father married a 3rd time and disgraced her. She had an affair with a kind tea leaf seller for 20 years. Gak said that his father was the great noble blade, Mo Yun Jong, and let her never say such nonsense again. At this moment, Gak thought, because he was proud of being a disciple of the clan. It couldn't be. His whole life was the result of a dirty affair. And this merchant digging the earth with his hands cannot be his father. And then he looked into the water and smiled with his insolent face. Gak kept saying that he was the son of the noble blade, Mo Yun Jong. He would prove that Mo Yun's blood flows in his veins. And unfortunately for the Gak, the older he got, the more he looked like a tea merchant. Jean immediately turned to his brother, but Gak told him not to come near him. And so Gon cornered him. And now he knew that if anyone found out about today's conversation, he would be finished. His father would throw him out. And if he could get rid of the poison wine, and then Gon said that he had removed the drug from the wine, so even he wouldn't find it. And isn't it obvious from his condition? Gak realized that things were bad and asked what the guy wanted. Gon replied that he should return to the clan and never show up in his sight again. And he shouldn't even think about the house sex place for this. And then Gon realized that these bastards from How were on his side. And then he came up with a task and told Gaku to bring 1,000 silver. The guy replied that it would be difficult. Gon replied to the guy that he could pay him back gradually. Gak agreed and asked, "Is that all?" Gon replied that it was, and said that if he followed these conditions, no one would know about today's incident. And Gon also said that he doesn't know what will happen to him. But one day Ha Jun will become the leader, so there is no point in arguing with each other. Gak understood that this guy was insulting him to the last, and now they'll see how he'll smile with a broken arm. Gon told him not to be so upset. It's all his own fault. But at that moment, Gak pulled his hand away and saw that it was covered in blood. Gon said that the shame he had just experienced and these wounds were only his doing. Then the doors opened, and Ning came in and said that he heard that young Master Gon had fainted. The guy replied that nothing had happened, so he shouldn't worry so much. He was just very upset that Gak had to go away on business. Right? And the boy immediately replied. Jean caught up with his brother and shouted at him to stop. Gak told him to stay here, to hone his sword skills, and to learn more about the world. And in a month he would send people, and he would return with them. Gak understood at that moment that he was trying to win the duel for the honor of his father by drugging Jean. Even knowing everything, he continued to call him brother. And now he understands that he really is a mudblood. Gon asked Jean if he hated his brother. The boy replied that he did a little. Gon said that he used it. Jean replied that his father's recognition was very important to Gak, but he was too weak to guarantee victory in the duel, so he had no choice but to resort to drugs. Now Gon realized that he was more reasonable than he thought. He asked Jean if he really thought he was weak and asked everyone to leave the room. And Wine heard the master and said that they would wait outside, and she cried and asked, "Can't she stay gone?" Yenna told her to stop being capricious. Jean asked the guy what he was doing. Gon replied that they could start the duel now, that he was not under the influence of the drug. Let him try his best. And he was sure that Jean was no longer worried. The boy looked at his hands and realized that he was right. He did not feel any pressure. Ha immediately pulled out his blade and told him to attack. Jean accepted everything and replied that he would start now. The long-awaited duel began. The master said that Ha was well trained in the skills of the Baek family. Gon replied that he was sure that Jean would have done well without drugs. His brother just didn't believe in him. Isn't it strange that Gak would be recognized if he won the duel? He actually has many other ways to strengthen his position in the family. Jean heard all this and was distracted. And then Gon said for them to concentrate. Jean turned around abruptly and saw Ha attacking him. Ha asked the boy if he won a sword duel, who would get the credit. And then Jean realized it would be his brother. But this gave him more strength. And at the moment of attack, he broke Ha's sword into 2 parts. Jean immediately said that he won. Ha replied that it was because of the sword. His sword was much better. Gon came up to them and said that a win is a win. Not bad. Jean asked Gon if what he said was true. Was his brother planning? Gon replied that he should ask him. Jean said so, but the master chased Gak away. The boy replied that he couldn't have gone far. He was sure that if he hurried, Jean got hope and started to leave. But Gon stopped him and told him to take this with him. At this time, Gak, on the way home, thought that he had been trying to prove his whole life that he belonged to the Yun family by blood. But he had always done only bad things. Only now did he realize that everything was lost. But then Jean ran up and turned to his brother. Gak replied that he told him not to follow him. The guy asked him if he had thought of everything for him. Winning the duel was not for his glory, but for his brother. Gak asked, did Baek Gun say that? Gak knew in his head that he had always resented him for being born with Yun's true blood and talent. That's why he taught him the Heaven and Earth blade instead of the Star Cloud blade technique. And the fact that he didn't participate in the duel was also his idea. And then he stopped and thought, was this the real reason he put everything in his brother? And said that Gon gave him a full 7-star blade. Gak turned around abruptly. Gak couldn't believe that this symbol on the sword was definitely the 7-star blade, Yun's treasure that she had lost in the previous sword duel. Then Jean said that it was obvious that he had spoken to the Patriarch. He asked me to tell him that the blade had been returned because they were amazed at their talent, in case Father asked. But it's not just like that. And Gon said that they can pay it off gradually over a long period of time. Otherwise, he will have to return the blade. Hak opened the letter and started laughing. And he wrote that they couldn't refuse him, no matter what price he asked. Gak immediately said the word fool. Jean was surprised by this turn of events. His brother immediately hugged him and replied that it was not him. He was talking about himself. Gak said that the younger one worked hard. Jean was also very happy and said that everything was right. Jean remembered and told his brother to take the blade of the 7 stars. Gak replied that he had obtained it, but then he saw a note with a price on it fall on the ground. He immediately looked at it and saw that the price was 1,000 silver nagas. Jean thought, since his brother left, he should pay himself Maybe you should ask him for a discount. In the elder's courtyard, the chief told his son that he was sure he had heard the news already. Gon said that the Red Dragon Brigade had found a lead on the assassin. The leader replied that he would hear about it soon, and it seems that one of Moan's children has left. And in his opinion, he asked him to make friends? Gon replied that they even returned the 7-star blade to him. They're friends. The chief asked the boy to elaborate. He said that they came because he wanted to fight them in a sword duel. This could have turned into a huge conflict, and Gon did a very good job with this task, but it must have been hard for him to handle all this alone. Gon realized that his father knew that he was using the house sect. Gon tried to explain himself, and the head interrupted him and replied that he was glad that the guy wasn't lying when he said that he could handle everything himself. But let him not be arrogant. He would not have been able to maintain friendly relations if he had not given him the sword. The master told the boy that his father was proud of him. Gon was surprised and asked, proud? But then Gon's younger brother and Uncle Ji Tae approached them. Tae greeted them and said that they hadn't seen each other. And how was he? Gon remembered that he was called the thief of the souls of smiling faces because he killed with a smile on his face. He is also a heartless person like all the members of the Baek clan. At the time when the Baek clan was fighting the forces of the rogue faction in Seoin, Baek Ryushio and Baek Jite ambushed the pavilion of the demon of the rogue faction and killed about 100 martial arts students. In that brutal fight, Baek Tae suffered a serious head injury. Everyone thought he wouldn't survive, but he overcame the injury after a 3-day operation. However, a piece of the hook remained in his head. Because of this, even after the death of his parents and wife, he could not stop smiling. The boss told Tae that he had done a great job with the leads. Tae replied that, of course. After all, it was his responsibility. He would tell him all about it in detail. Master said that from the outside, they looked very friendly. Gon replied that they were. Father found the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng only thanks to Uncle. Master said, didn't he tell him that the fate of the brothers from the martial arts family is not so favorable? Who knows what kind of heart is hidden behind that smile? And the Time Meridian lost its name because of him. The boy asked the teacher if he was offended by this. Tae said that there were only 20 assassins, and they were only able to find clues now. The Red Dragon Squad, and then one of the elders told Tae that there was nothing to laugh about. Because of his behavior, the name of the Red Dragon Squad suffers. And so Gon's great-grandmother, the leader of the elders, Baek Yun Run, decided to speak out to silence them. Rin said that the commander of the Red Dragon Squad should tell them about the clues. Tae replied to the head of the elders that he would tell them now. Tae immediately ordered them to bring him in. At that very moment, the doors opened and a girl walked in with a blindfolded guy. The girl was a member of the Red Dragon So Ryu squad and saw that Gon had returned. Tae said that where Gon lives, the sacred blade of immortality perished. He is the architect who designed the castle. A few months ago, a suspicious man asked for the plans of the castle in exchange for 1,000 silver nagas. Did he exchange their trust for money? Was he crazy? The guy was completely beaten and replied that he deeply apologized. Gon thought at that moment that they were attacked by assassins, and they were talking about a drawing. Isn't that strange? Then Gon asked the ancestor why he was silent. Tae used the frequency whisper technique. He told the boy to listen carefully, and he is the only one he would like to tell the truth to. Let him come to the garden after the meeting. Gon wondered what Tae was thinking about, and what did he want to tell him at the meeting. When a master came to the garden, he said that this was a tree that he had planted a long time ago. It was smaller than him then. Time flies so fast. Gon asked the master why he did not come to the meeting. The master flew in the sky and said that there were beautiful leaves here, and that is why they adored them, even in those days. Gon said that willow trees were said to be imbued with the power to drive out ghosts. Shamans were obsessed with it, and then he waved it and shouted like this. And he hit the master right on the back. After all, the guy simply put all the strength he got during training into this blow. Gon apologized and asked if he hit him too hard. The master replied that everything was fine. Just let him throw the branch away. And then Tae came up and asked Gon, had he been waiting for a long time? Those old men had so many questions for him. Tae pulled out a box and said that this was a gift for the guy. Gon was surprised and replied that these were very rare herbs. The master asked in surprise, things? They can only be found after the northeastern Black River. Gon asked, are they really that rare? Gon was very happy and thanked his uncle. Tae answered the guy that he wished him to be healthy. Only then will he become a young leader. The master told the boy that this man was so straightforward. Gon replied that he could not be blamed for that. Because of his condition, he will die early even if he takes the role of a young leader. And his father has a lung disease, so he will not be able to stay in his position for long. Then the next leader will not be Hwa, but one of the elders. By that time, Uncle himself will become an elder and will receive the primacy for the candidacy of the Patriarch. His rise as a young leader is his only chance to become the head of the clan. Gon asked how he could take such a role with his condition. Tae replied that he shouldn't say that. Let him not worry about his health. He would bring him all the good medicine he could. Gon asked his uncle what truth he was going to tell only to him. Tae replied that nothing like that. Just what he heard from that architect. Apparently, the people who bought the drawing asked if the copy was real. In other words, they had already found out everything about the building in advance and wanted to be sure. Gon asked if that meant they were looking for something specific. Tae replied that he wasn't sure. The boy asked his uncle if he had mentioned finding a secret place before. Tae replied that it was true, and asked the guy if he had seen anything suspicious there. Gon asked him what he was getting at. Tae replied that he thought it was some kind of antique decoration or some kind of accessory. And then he pointed his finger at the guy's hand. Gon replied that he hadn't seen anything like that there. Tae asked, is that so? That's all he wanted to tell him. But at that moment the guy became worried because he thought he was caught. Tae told the boy that someone else wanted to meet him. Then a girl came and said that her name was So Ryu from the Red Dragon Squad. Ryu asked the boy if he could give her what belonged to So Hwa, her sister. Most schools expand their powers through their own schools of thought. Occultists through the demon cult, the poor through the beggar sects, and monks through the children of Shaolin. However, the 7 great clans are different because they are all families. Some family members have very strong martial arts, but there are 100 of such gifted people at most. Because of this, they do not have a huge influence in Kanho. Therefore, they began to recruit people and accept them into the family if they were loyal and strong enough. But sometimes that wasn't enough, so they started recruiting orphans. So Hwa and So Ryu are just such children. These 2 girls were together even before they were brought into the clan. So Hwa was raised as a servant, while Su Ryu was raised as a warrior. So Ryu was fortunate to be taught by Baek Jitae, and she became a member of the Red Dragon Squad in her later years of youth. Even then, So Hwa always worried about her and cared for her, even though they weren't blood sisters and couldn't see each other often after they joined the clan. The 2 girls were family. The strongest of all. The master told the boy that even he felt awkward, let him say something. Gon replied that he had no idea how to start the conversation. The master told him to talk about martial arts. What arts she learned from her uncle? Ryu replied that they were mostly related to defense and killing, like the Shadow Moonwalk, and it is usually studied in the Secret Mist Squad. Ryu replied that she studied it because she wanted to go to Kanho with her sister one day. But on the way they met Jean, who shouted at him. Gon was glad to see them, because he saved him from this conversation. Gon asked him what was wrong. Jean asked his brother why he was smiling like that, but it didn't matter and said that Hao wasn't playing with him. What's the point? He's losing anyway. Jean replied, so he could remember his defeat after turning up his nose. Gon told the boys that they would sort out their duel tomorrow, so they shouldn't argue. Jean agreed and replied that he would go train. I got really angry too and said that he was too. Ryu told the guy that it looked like they were having fun. Gon asked, does it look that way from the outside? And then he heard someone shout to him. Gon immediately realized that the voice was familiar. It was A, asking him to take her with him, and she asked the guy if he was going to go to Chongram, being so sick. She would go with him. Would he agree? Gon replied that he had already said that it was impossible. His father would worry too much. And she said that she would behave well. And then Yenna came running and grabbed him and told Gon to leave right now. And she tried to break free and asked her sister to let her go. Gon thanked her and told Ryu that it was time for them to go. I became curious and asked the guy who the girl was with him. Gon started laughing and said that some chaos was going on today. Ryu thought about it and told the guy that he was very much loved. Gon said that he wouldn't say that. She was familiar with his position in the clan. The guy noticed that the girl was acting a little strange. And when he came to the house, he said that he would now bring So Hwa's things. The master told the boy that there was something he didn't like about her. She didn't tell him about all the martial arts she knew, and she looked at him ominously. Gon replied that her only family member died protecting him, the clan's useless son. I'm sure she doesn't like him. The master asked if the boy would allow her to be offended by him any longer. Gon replied that if that was what she wanted, then yes. The master told the boy that he was wrong. He shouldn't ridicule the wish of a child who died for him. Gang asked, is he ridiculing Co Wa's wish? The master replied that there was nothing more stupid than sacrificing oneself for a useless person. Was he going to tell that girl that her sister had saved someone who didn't deserve to be saved? Let him not lie to himself to feel better. And then Gon came out with the things to Ryu. Gon said that there was nothing special here, just things that she used often. Ryu took them and thanked him. Gon asked Ryu, does she hate him? The girl was surprised at this moment. Gon replied that he was asking if she despised him for living a joyful life after surviving her sister's death. Ryu replied that she did. Then she wants him to live in sorrow for the rest of his life. Rayuan said no. The guy told her that he intentionally lives a good life. He promised that he will not give up and will cure this disease. And he will kill the one who killed Co Wa, no matter what awaits him. And Co Wa saved him because she thought he deserved to be saved. Ryu said she despised him, but didn't think he didn't deserve to be saved. Her sister often mentioned him. It's part of the letter she sent her. And so, Wa always told her stories about him, and she had always heard so many good things about him that she was even envious. So how could he possibly think that he was unworthy of being saved? Gon remembered that she learned to read and write from him, so she could send letters to her sister. But then he noticed that there was something in the envelope. A few days later, Yenna turned to the gentleman and told him to get ready. After all, they had a long journey ahead of them. Everyone started to see him off and shouted words of gratitude. Opening the letter on the way, he read that Wa wrote that the next day, the gentleman said that he did not remember it. She could not even imagine that he was sleepwalking. Gon said that the letter from So Wa, which he read many times, was about his sleepwalking. 3 days ago in Gon's room, Master said that sleepwalking is more common in children, but he even cooked rice cakes and talked to other people. Gon replied that this was not only happening to him. He was shocked when he woke up and realized that he was washing his face. However, there was something else in the letter that intrigued him. Wa wrote that he brought her this ring before he took a nap, and said that he didn't need it. So she sent this to him. Let him sell it if he doesn't have enough money, and buy himself something tasty. Gon said he didn't remember the worn ring. The master shouted that it was fashionable in his day. It had topaz in it. The guy asked, is it his? Master replied that yes, he had worn that ring before. Gon said that if he thought about it, the guys who attacked him wore rings like that, and Shio Ryu gave this ring to him instead of her uncle. The master replied, maybe she suspects Baek Jite too? Yenna told the gentleman at the pass that they would arrive tomorrow, and today they would spend the night here, and he will bring out the chairs and bring the blankets. So let the gentleman sleep in the carriage. Gon replied that he did not need it. Yenna told the guy that there was no need to be modest. Gon told her that it was not cold now, but he was grateful. The master said that it seemed that they were worried about him because he was fragile. Gon replied that he was not that worried. The servant gave a master food and said that there was not much here, but let him eat. Tomorrow he would be able to get a more suitable dinner. Gon said that this was more than enough, and he ate it right away and said that it was delicious. The servant was very happy and thanked him. The master asked the boy how naughty he had been before that he would react like that. Gon replied that he had been acting like a spoiled child then. It was easy to whine about food, but suddenly a boar ran out of the forest, and the warriors were very scared. Gon was happy because he thought that the barbecue was ready. Nung turned to the young master and told him to hold on to him, and Pilhuan, Muzhong ordered that they would take care of him. The boys immediately gathered and cut the boar into pieces. Yenna asked the master if he was scared, but suddenly another boar came out of the forest and attacked them. Yenna said there was another one here. Gon decided that he would kill this one himself, but Yenna succeeded before them and killed the second boar herself. The master told the boy that this is the cloud walk of Chonrim. Just let the boys see, this is how you need to manage Singen, that it was a cloud walk. She really moved as if she was walking on clouds. Ning was surprised that in such a situation, he recognized her Qigong method. And yes, he noticed that Mr. Gon had already been looking at the place where the boar had come from the very beginning. He had known about the animal's appearance before he noticed it. He told him that he wanted to learn swordsmanship a month before their trip to Chongram. Perhaps the young master has a talent for learning. Gon thought he was wondering if the boar's meat was tasty. And This is the swordsmanship that Mr. Ha Zhong has not mastered. The next day, in a small village near Lantian, a buyer said that the guys brought him wild boars of such size. It's rare. Said he would like to sell the meat. He will leave it for the chief, so let them take care of it. And he would like to stay here, and immediately handed him a coin. The buyer replied that they did not have much space, but he asked to feel at home, and they tell him they're going southwest, right? Well, they'll get to the village in 4 to 5 days. The guy said it's a bit far. The man said that, however, these lands have been quite dangerous lately. Recently, several people have died from the paws of a tiger. He heard that even famous hunters were called, but he is not sure that they have already caught the tiger. Gon immediately thought that they had Jin Li Yun and Nung Ji, so everything would be fine. And he immediately thanked him, and Wyan turned to the master and told him to take this sword. Gon replied that he had his own. Ning said his sword was too big and heavy. This one was better for training. Master said this guy even took that into account. And Wyan also said that the master said that he wanted to learn the art of the blade of heaven and earth. But this technique requires more than a month of diligent training. And how about learning the technique he used before? Gon asked him if he was talking about the Shadowless Sword Pavilion technique. The boy was surprised and replied that the master knew. The Shadowless Sword Pavilion is a sect founded before Baek was born. They are famous for their mesmerizing and fast sword techniques. After one of their disciples stole the secret of the Wudong generation and escaped, the sect began to disintegrate. The Murim Alliance and other close sects turned their backs on the Shadowless Sword Pavilion, and the members of this sect began to lose their positions in the whole clan. And one by one, they all dispersed, and thus the Shadowless Sword Pavilion fell. Gon asked the boy if he was sure he could master it, and Wyan replied that it was just a sword technique, everything will be fine. And Wyan told the master to look carefully. Gon wondered what he could see when he turned his back to him. Gon told Master Ning that he could not see the technique when he turned around. And then, in an instant, the master pulled out his blade and stopped right in front of the master's nose. But he felt Wyan cut the leaf that was falling right behind him. He couldn't see his movements. And Wyan said it was just a trick, but he could teach it to him if he wanted. Master said this was a simple trick. What a blatant lie. He was trying to teach him the Shadowless Sword Pavilion sect's generational secret technique. The Pavilion sect fell when their disciples stole the secret of the Wudong sect. But the most critical event was the ambush of the heretic sect and the demonic cult members. Chon said that the sect had fallen, but not all was lost. Let him not try to restore the sect. Let him save his life and find someone who could master their sword techniques. The Shadowless Sword Pavilion disappeared. However, the chain of heretics' deeds did not end. Nung Ji Pyun wandered throughout Kongho. His killing spree became so massive that he earned the nickname the Chief Demon of the Bloody Blade. But one man is no warrior. Nung Ji Pyun was ambushed in the mountains, and his bloody deeds were cut short. If he hadn't met Baek Ryu San then, he would have died on the spot. Then the warrior told Wyan not to waste time. Wyan asked him what he was talking about. The boy replied that he had already buried the secret of the Wudong sect. He remembered it, but he would not tell him anything. It was a lie, and it would be the last one. But then the guy took out a sword and said he didn't need it. He had the blade of heaven and earth and immortal martial arts. Why should he worry about the secret technique of the Wudong sword? He only intervened because he thought the fight was unfair. Thus, Nung owed his life to Baek Ryu San. Even now, he is a loyal follower of the clan, but his duties include passing on the secret of the Shadowless Sword Pavilion. The secret can only be understood by those born with heightened premonitions and concentration. He was unable to teach it to young Master Ha because he was not suited to learn the technique. But if it was young Master Gon with heightened senses due to the blockage of Qi, he would be able to learn. And Wyan said they would start with a training session aimed at sharpening the most basic senses. All he had to do was catch an apple with his back to it. Let Gun feel the breath and sword of the opponent behind him. He should even feel the falling of leaves. These are the basics of this technique. Wyan asked the master if he had not said that it was just a simple trick, and Wyan replied that in any case they should think that he sees what is hidden from others. Gun told the teacher that it was similar to the time meridian. The master replied that this technique was a bit more rigid, but it seemed to be based on divine abilities. And Wyan took action and said that he would quit now. Let the master be careful. But everything went much worse than the guy imagined. Gyn got an apple in the face every time and said that it was not easy. And Yen said he was impressed that he was able to understand when it was thrown at him and react quickly enough. Gun said that he thought it would be too arrogant to want to learn the shadowless sword pavilion technique so quickly. Nung replied that it was true. It took him a long time to learn. Gon realized that the master was caught and asked what the name of this technique was. And Yen answered that it was light without shadow. The guy said that it turned out to be a pretty cool technique. Why did he devalue it so much? And Yen replied that it was because the world did not recognize this skill. He was going to get the Patriarch's agreement to teach him if he found the technique interesting. But then Gun stopped him and said that he could not understand what Noon was saying when he covered his mouth. The master asked from what moment. Yen replied that from the moment the apple was thrown. And Yen was surprised because he understood that the guy had not been taught to read lips, but he could do it. He also understood that the apple was flying towards him, hearing and seeing nothing. And Yen suggested that they try again, but this time without the plugs. Gon asked, is it worth it? But then someone came and looked for the master. Yenna told the boy that the medicine was ready. She thought he should hurry. Gon was surprised and asked already. Gon realized he had to give it all up and told the master he would continue tomorrow. Ning agreed, but he thought the guy was a genius, but different from Mr. Ha. But young Master Gon is perfect for studying light without shadow. Gon told the girl that she was in a hurry. Something wrong? Yenna couldn't answer and made an incomprehensible look. The guy immediately realized that something was wrong and asked. At this time, in front of the pavilion, security guards were trying to drive out a pack of animals that had come to the smell. The master told the boy that he had heard that this herb only grew on rocks because it attracted animals when it bloomed. Gon asked why he was telling him this now. What if a tiger comes after them because of the smell of medicine? Master replied that tigers can smell their scent a mile away. So there is a possibility. Gon said that if you think about it, this herb is called Great Tiger. It must have a lot of energy. Master asked if he was sure that trying to get this energy was worth the bite of an animal. A few days later, in the mountains near the Zhang family's village, the boy told his sister that he was the master. The girl replied that the chestnut tree should be somewhere nearby. The boy said he hoped those tiger hunters were gone. They had been eating their food for 2 months. The girl asked, who else could kill a tiger? The boy replied that the elders had also said that one should not go to the mountains until the tiger died. The girl pointed and said that there was a chestnut tree. The boy was surprised and said that there were so many and suggested to see who can collect more. The girl was scared and said that he might fall, but then she felt a very familiar smell for her, and she realized that it was a tiger trap. The boy got trapped and a log appeared in front of him. The girl saw this and tried to save her brother. She did this, and the boy asked his sister if she was okay, but the girl was lying unconscious. The boy began to get scared and wondered what to do. He shouted for his sister to come to her senses and wake up. But then the hunters came up to them and asked what kind of children were there. The hunter said she survived such a blow. Lucky. The boy asked them to help his sister. The hunter answered the boy, does he know how much effort they spent to make this trap? And then the hunter asked the boy what he could possibly know. And in that moment, he kicked him. The boy was in great pain and stepped aside. The hunter lifted the girl and said that she was so cold-blooded in the village. He will call other children. And the children answered that they agree and will wait. The boy at that moment was angry with them because he could do something bad to his sister. The hunter said that he would look now and be the first. The boy immediately picked up a stone and threw it at the hunter's head and told him not to touch his sister. The hunter got very angry and asked, did he want to die? He dares to throw stones at him, the one who came to save his village? But the boy pointed and said there was someone behind him. The hunter asked if there was a tiger behind him. What a stupid trick. And then the stranger said he was not a tiger. The hunter got scared and turned around and asked who. Gon replied that he knew that the world was cruel to those with empty pockets. The hunter realized what was wrong with this guy. What was such a wealthy gentleman doing in the mountains? He told the guy that he didn't know who he was, but he'd better leave and not interfere. Gon turned around and agreed. The hunter was surprised because he thought the stranger was leaving. Gon immediately took up his sword and said that he felt sorry for using shadowless light on a scum like him. Turning around, he thrust his blade straight into his body, saying that he was aiming for his throat. Gon said that it was very good that he was in a red outfit. The master replied that he should have made everything cleaner. Yen immediately came up and said it was incredible. Gon asked the boy if he could get up. The boy was afraid and cried, and said that her sister was lying down. Gon turned to Nyn and told them to take these two with them in the carriage. The boy told the master that the village would be dangerous. Gon replied that they should go there to take care of his sister. The boy said that the guy was from a group of tiger hunters. There are more than 20 people in it, and their captain is a very strange man. Gon told the boy not to worry. Nothing would happen. The boy said that he probably already knew, and this was their signal fire. The boy realized that they were screwed. They wanted to gather all the hunters. He shouted that they had to run, and wasn't that a pretty expensive fire? Nyn replied that you could tell by the color that it was cheap. The low-class bastards of the heretic faction used this. Gon replied that he might be right. They didn't seem that strong. Nyn said that he would not let them fight with someone strong. And then the head of the hunters said that now they would find out who raised a hand against their son. It was the captain of the tiger hunters, Kong Myung-ho. And then the hunter told his brother that it was them. But Ho was surprised to see this symbol that stands on the carriage. Ho immediately fell to his knees and said that he didn't know that they were from the Baek clan and Kianrim, and asked for forgiveness. All the hunters were surprised and did not expect such a turn of events. The boy also answered that it was impossible. Gon answered him that he had already said that there was no need to worry. Ning asked him to tell his name. The man knelt down and replied that his name was Myung-ho, captain of the tiger hunters. They only hunt and eat mountain animals, nothing more, and his nickname is quite simple: Mountain Star Divine Dragon. The warriors said they had never heard anything like it before. In their time, people gave everyone nicknames. Ho said that they say that only a diamond can strike a diamond, but Ning said he didn't care. He didn't keep a good eye on his subordinates. They dared to bully the village children. Ho immediately began to apologize. Gon said that he would take responsibility if his sister did not wake up. The boy was surprised because no one could point a finger at the tiger hunters, but these people humiliated them so easily. The boy couldn't hold back and started crying, but he started thanking the guy for saving him and his sister. At night, in the village head's residence, Zhang Gang said that there was free accommodation and a flower bath to boot. It seems that the tiger hunters really made their lives miserable. The villagers treat them like heroes, and it looks like he overexerted himself today. The training would have been beyond his strength if it hadn't been for the medicine, and Yenna helped him a lot with his preparation. But then he noticed that the water was getting cold, and it was time for him to get out. The master said that he wanted to take a hot bath too. Was he glad that he had enjoyed it during his trip? Gon replied that maybe he should put his sword in hot water and wait until it rusted. When he went outside, Gon saw that Yenna was also awake and doing something, but he became very interested and said that she was not sleeping at such a late hour. Yenna replied that she thought something had happened to the village. Gon said that so many people had died from the tiger's paws, so the atmosphere here was unfavorable. Yenna replied that she thought there was something else. Gon asked if she could look into the village's past with this. Yenna replied that no, she couldn't do that. She was a warflower apprentice. Gon was surprised and asked, "A combat flower?" He thought otherwise. Yenna answered that it was true, but it all depended on what he was studying. 2 blue flowers. She is a student of 2 schools, but she mostly studied martial arts. Gon replied, "What does that mean? There are others who studied other than them." Yenna answered that yes. There are disciples of the death flower. Their symbol is a red flower. They study martial arts, but mostly focus on healing, illusion techniques, and spells. Gon said that it was cool. He didn't know about it. Master said that Chongrim's disciples of the Flower of Debt are very talented, but he needs to focus on the sword. Gon replied that he didn't want to learn such things anyway. It wasn't cool to try to make illusions during a fight. The master said a man should wield a sword. Gon asked her if she could catch ghosts or spirits. Yenna replied that she could, but there was one rich family, respected by their neighbors for their generosity. But rumors were circulating that the children of that family were dying one after another for no reason. People thought that a demon or a ghost was to blame for everything. And on the roof was Dakibi, who hanged people with her hair. Yenna said that she destroyed it as a disciple of the battle flower, and she is sure that the disciple of the debt flower would have done much better. Gon asked, "Do such a thing?" "Amazing." Yenna replied that it is the duty of the people of Kianrim. They need to help those who are troubled by spirits or yekai. Gon asked if it was for the sake of justice. Yenna replied that yes, but spirits in Ikai are different from ordinary animals. The eyes of a pussy are more precious than any jewels, and the claws of an eagle dragon are stronger than any metal. And if you cleanse the energy core of Ikai, it will turn into a magical medicine. Gon started drooling and asked, is it true? And it's very interesting. Yenna said, anyway, about the village. And usually these balls don't make a sound. But if there's an Ikai nearby, they ring by themselves. Aina decided that no one should hear this and pulled the guy to a secluded place. Gon said it works with any silver balls if you hang them on a red thread. Yenna said no. The Patriarch did himself. Gon asked what it was like the thread she had on her hand when she cleaned the necklace with the eye of the pussy. Aina answered that yes. Gon said that it turns out that she makes money by selling such things. Yenna asked in surprise, does she make money? Gon said that no matter how good someone is at martial arts, everyone needs to make a living. Yenna said that sometimes they sell Yukai energy cores, and sometimes give the Emperor a miraculous medicine and receive a reward in return, and periodically sell herbs. Gon said he can't imagine it. Yenna said that the Great Shaolin Restorative Elixir and the Wa Mountain Sect Purple Perilla Elixir would not exist if it weren't for them. Aren't these very famous medicines that can even revive the dead? Yenna replied that it looks like they're already close. Let them hang back when they encounter Yekai. Aina told the boys that they had a pussy necklace, so Ikai couldn't attack them. But it was better to be on the safe side. Gon immediately realized that she let him go with her because of the necklace. The master said that he was invited to get rid of the spirit himself. That says a lot. Gon replied that these balls don't react to him. The master replied that he had already passed the realm of the daily spirit. This joke would never reach him. The master asked the boy, he doesn't believe? Then let him watch carefully. Gon told him to stop. He immediately touched the bell, and it rang. The girl was surprised and did not understand what was happening. The master asked the boy if he could see. What was he told? Yenna immediately grabbed him and said that it was dangerous. Aina said they rang so loudly. Was he that close to them? Gon said he couldn't breathe. Aina replied that this Ikai must be much more dangerous than she thought. Master said that she shouldn't have reacted. Gon said that he couldn't breathe. At this time, in the forest near the village of the Zhang family, a guy was standing on the road when suddenly a girl pounced on him. The guy asked what she was hiding there. The girl said that she heard that girl Jiang, So Yun, came in a carriage with the hunters. The guy said that she should watch her tongue. The girl said that there seemed to be a very beautiful girl with them. The guy smiled and replied that it was true. The girl immediately pinched him and said that she thought he loved her. The guy asked what was wrong with her, but then Yenna came up to them and said that she knew he had possessed a resident. The guy asked what brought her here, and what does she mean have fun? He knows she's from Chongram, but that's rude. And then Gon asked the guy if he's scared. The boy got scared and asked the gentleman when he arrived. Gon replied that he arrived with Jean. Yenna decided to check if she really found Ikai and opened a bottle of holy water and spilled it on the guy's face. But it so happened that the drops fell on the girl, and she fell to her knees. The guy was surprised and did not understand what was happening. The boy asked the girl what she had done. Yenna replied that she had suspected that something was wrong with the village ever since she heard about the tiger attacks. When someone dies at the paws of a tiger and becomes a restless spirit, he sometimes turns into Ikaya Changwi. Now, let her show herself. The girl immediately turned into a monster and began to roar loudly. Gon was also surprised and said that he looked even more evil than he had imagined. Ikai immediately attacked Yenna with her sharp claws. Aina took a stance and said that she needed to behead him, but she could not kill an innocent man. The girl at the time of the attack tried to get rid of this body by any means, but she was too weak. But Yekai pounced on the guy guarding the perimeter. The guy was screaming at that moment for him not to come near him, but Gon thought that he needed to act right now to save the boy and pulled out his blade. The guy fell on his butt and said that he was saved. Yenna was surprised that the guy could kill Ikai with one blow. She asked the gentleman how he did it. Gon replied that she had told him to attack him if he tried to attack her. Yenna replied that she had, but yokai could not be banished by a normal person. She thought it was because of his pendant. Gon said he could see a clot of yokai's internal energy. Yenna saw this and shouted at him not to eat it. Gon replied that he wouldn't. It looked too suspicious. The girl asked, yes? Aina said he killed yokai, so she would cleanse him and bring him back. Gon asked, is that true? And thanked him. And then people ran and said they heard screams. The guy turned to a girl named Run and asked what happened. The boy said Ren was possessed. The man said he realized they were unusual people. But to banish yokai, the man apologized for the late introduction. He's Kwok Soon Ho from Tiger Hunters, and he thanked them for saving their youngest. Ho said he heard they were heading to the Shanyang area. Gon said that was right. They were leaving tomorrow. Ho said there were many tigers in that area. Their leader controlled. They usually don't go where they're going, but it's still best to be on guard. Gon said he was grateful. He knew he'd received not only a bundle of energy, but useful information as well. The next day on the road, Gon said that in Shanyang he would need to eat the last of his medicinal herbs. Yenna said that tigers were dangerous creatures after all. The guy replied that he thought they wouldn't smell it because they sealed the medicine with wax. But suddenly Gon heard the roar of a tiger and became alert. Nguyen immediately told the master to be careful. At that moment, the horses stopped in fear and began to rage. The warriors immediately surrounded the carriage and began to defend it. But suddenly a tiger attacked Nguyen from the left. But the master was already ready and took out a blade. The master turned out to be much faster than the animal and pierced the tiger's chest with his blade, killing it. But at that moment, another tiger ran up and was ready to tear everyone around him apart from such a smell. But it all ended in that very second, because the player attacked the carriage and was pierced by the warrior's blades. Gon and the others were in the battle, and it was with their blades that they pierced the tiger's chest. He realized that the hunter Kwok was right. Gon said that they killed them so easily. They have excellent skills. Yenna told the master that he could do the same if he trained a little more, and said he wondered if they had clots of energy. Yenna replied that they were small tigers, the most common animals. Then the great tiger must be much bigger? Yenna did not hide it, and answered that everything was correct. Gon told them to hurry up and leave before they ran into him. Nguyen laughed and said that was a good decision. In the forest, at the temporary residence of the tiger hunters, they told their captain that they were moving out. Song said that they brought the request without discussion, and how are they going to defeat the great tiger? He does not want to die. Ho asked him. So he communicated with the Baek and gave him information. Sun replied that the son of the Baek clan saved Sangshil. Ho said that he didn't care that he killed another of their people. Sun replied that it was a well-deserved death. In any case, after seeing Yekai, he was no longer going to participate in this, and Ho had better refuse the request too, if he valued his life. The man replied that the old man was a softy. Ho said they could just kill these things if they really existed, right? The boys immediately shouted that they agreed. He's so glad he decided to run away. And then a hunter came in and said they found more tigers. He thinks they're after the Baek clan. Ho said they agreed, and it was time to see the leader. The boys shouted for them to follow him. Ho addressed the guy named Dusum and said that he had been trying very hard lately. The guy replied that he needed to avenge his dead friend. Dusum said that the tiger must have attacked the carriage of the Baek clan. Ho said that there must have been a battle there. They don't need the skin, do they? The hunter suggested to his ally that they lie in wait for them and steal the corpses. Dusum said they were here. Ho was surprised and asked a mountain. Ho grabbed the boy and asked if he was kidding. Dusum replied that he should remember what he had told him to do. He asked him to show him the way to the main tiger. And at that very second, he turned into a Kai. Ho immediately shit his pants from fear and did not understand what to do next. But everything changed in that same second. Yekai suddenly lost his head, and Ho was surprised and did not understand how this happened. It would work against one tiger, but there are too many of them here. But suddenly a bloody white tiger emerged from the bushes, and Ho immediately realized that things were bad. Gon said he thought it was clean now, and Nguyen replied that he understood and would throw out the bloody things right away. But then they heard the roar of the tiger and became wary. Yenna ordered Gon to step back. Nguyen ordered the others to protect the young master too, jumped out of the bushes with Ho's head in his teeth. And the king of hunters himself screamed for help. Gon was very surprised and said that the severed head was talking. Yenna replied that it was an unusual big tiger. It was a Kai, and it is called the two-headed Akai tiger, said the master. Gon replied that it is much stronger than other Akai. Master said that there are two heads, so there are also two energy clots? Now he immediately ordered the secret mist group to attack the tiger from the sides. The tiger did not look for its prey for long, and immediately attacked Nguyen, but he managed to pull out his blade. Now I wondered how it could be so strong. It was like a sword had passed through a piece of rubber with metal parts. But the tiger left him and attacked Gon. But Yenna was already on the defense and was responsible for the young master. But she realized that she couldn't handle him, and grabbing the young gentleman by the armpit, she began to run away. Yenna said that the carriage was broken. And Wyan knew in his head at that moment that at this rate, he would not be able to protect the young master. And Wyan immediately apologized to him and began to press on several points of Gon's body. The guy did not have time to see this and did not understand anything that happened. Ning ordered Yenna to take on a Shanyang, and they will stay and deal with these tigers. Wyan raised his sword and addressed the two-headed yokai tiger that he needed to fight him. Yenna obeyed and commanded and rode on her horse. Gon said that they were taken by surprise. The master replied that they remained alive, and it was good. Those people were doing everything they could to carry out orders, so he shouldn't blame himself. Gon said he couldn't believe he couldn't do anything for those who were risking their lives for him. Everything is the same, similar to the situation with the killers. Can he move into his body to unblock his pressure points? Master replied that if he did that now, his lifespan might be shortened or he might die due to the exhaustion of his energy core. Does he want to sacrifice the thing that Sowa tried so desperately to save? Gon replied that at least he did not want to be ashamed of himself even after death. The master replied that he would tell him what to do, so let him try to free himself. Since his blood circulation has been somewhat problematic since birth, he doubts that the blockage has been done correctly. Gon replied that he would try. Yenna was thinking at this time, who knew that they would meet the two-headed Akai tiger. She only read about it in books. Master Ning must have already. She asked Gon to be patient for a while. Master Ning would definitely come back. But then the master took out a knife and told her to turn the horse around. Yenna asked him how he unblocked the pressure point. Gon replied that she should act quickly, and if she has something with her, then let her lend it to him. Be an elixir or something like that. Master said he could feel the spiritual energy from that bottle. Gon said that the thing on her waist looked like a bottle for imprisoning the silver spirit. Yenna replied that it was mineral water that the master had collected from the deepest corners of Chongram. And then she saw that he was already drinking. Aina told him to wash his sword for her. She has the power to banish evil. Gon thanked him for the advice. Gon said that they were going back to save the leader Nung and the others. Yenna agreed and said that she also thought that it would be better. Gon said that he would repay her for the medicine she gave him with the essence of the two-headed tiger yokai. Nung was fighting at this time and told Mu to stick with him and protect Huang. Mu told the master that he could still fight, and Wyan said that he was only getting in the way and let him immediately focus on stopping the bleeding. And Wyan looked at the tiger and saw that at this moment he didn't even look tired. What's worse, his wounds were healing. He should have aimed for the head right away. Nung told Patriarch Baek that he would repay him. He used the life he saved to save his son. The master knew that he had to cut off the head of the two-headed tiger yokai by any means necessary. Wyan made up his mind and attacked the tiger, shouting for him to die. But then Yenna came and told the master to leave him his right head. Ning was surprised and asked why she was here. What happened to the young master? Yenna replied that they came together and Gon would kill the tiger. Wyan was surprised and asked what? He immediately thought that she had gone crazy. Yenna immediately told him not to get distracted, but turning around, he saw that a horse had galloped up, and Wyan saw the young master gone. But then he noticed his stance. This was the technique the Patriarch had used when he saved his life. The tiger immediately got scared and started to run away. Wyan said that he wouldn't let him go like that. The guys distracted the tiger, and Gon attacked at that moment, and attacked him with the subjugation of the dragon of heaven and earth. Gon said that this is the blade of heaven and earth, and anyone who threatens his family will die from it. Ning looked and couldn't believe that he killed this monster with a sword strike that wasn't even filled with chi. The technique of this strike was perfect. It was much easier to lift the sword than to infuse his spirit into his body. He'll call it one blow of the possessed. Isn't it great? It's been a while since they've lifted a sword together. Gon immediately fell to his knees and said that it hurt. It felt like he was going to die. The master answered the boy that everything is learned through pain, right? Now he asked him why he did such a risky thing. They were just doing what they had to do with the secret mist team. If something happened to him, Gon couldn't stand the stress and couldn't cope with the pain. At that moment, he felt sick and started vomiting. Sun told the boys that they were lucky to be passing by. If they had missed it a little, things would have been much worse. Ning asked the chief what he thought. Sun looked and said that it was a two-headed tiger Akai, right? I've never seen anything like it before in my life. Ning said that the skin must be very expensive. Song covered his face and replied that it probably was, so it can fetch a lot of money, right? Song replied that the skin of the two-headed tiger would definitely be worth a lot, and one head will cost 300 yang. And he said that something so strong must surely have an essence. Gon knew that of course they did. He planned to take one for himself after it was cleaned. He asked where he could sell a tiger skin. Song said he heard that the head of Shanyang district was looking for someone to buy a tiger skin from, but he is very greedy and always tries to get a profit. They will definitely have to sell the skin at a low price. Are they sure they want this? Gon told him not to worry and thanked him for the information. Sun said no problem. In the Shanyang district, the building of the governor, the head of the district, Zhang Kim-kung, wrote that Judge Mun heard that they needed a tiger skin. He will sell him the skin he got, so he hopes they can have a cup of tea and talk a little. But then a servant came in and addressed the master. Ri got scared and told the boy not to come in so loudly. The boy said that some people had brought a tiger skin and were waiting outside. Ri asked, didn't he tell him to give them some silver yang and send them away? The guy replied that they were asking for 500 yang. Ri was surprised and asked, 500 yang? Let him arrest them immediately. The guy replied that they tried, but they beat them up badly. Ri said that they were all so useless and said how sad it was. How dare they beat up official staff just because he knew a few fighting moves? Ri asked them how they dared to stage a performance here. Let them bow down before him immediately. Gon asked, does he want them to bow? Let the leader finish his sentence. Rio was surprised and thought, isn't this the leader of the Nung of the Baek family secret team? In that case, could it be that these are members of the Baek family, the greatest family in Soanya? Ri immediately changed and asked the master how he was doing. Ning told the manager that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now he was on a mission for the Baek family, so he couldn't give details. But they are traveling with young Master Gon. Gon immediately introduced himself and said that he was a pathetic plebeian. Ri said he misspoke. Gon told him to forget about it. He heard that the manager wanted to send the tiger skin to the Son judge. Ri replied that it was true and asked how they knew. Gon asked why he needed it. He could just buy it from him, and he would send the skin to his father. Ri immediately thought, if it was Baek Ryu San, the patriarch of the Baek family, even though Moon Ri, the judge, would personally come to his birthday party every year and give him gifts. Ri said he was so smart, young Master Baek. What a great idea. Gon replied that in return he should not dare to bargain with him. Ri immediately became cute and asked 500 silver yang, right? But then Gon replied that no, it was already 600. Ri could not refuse him such a request because he understood that it would end badly and replied that he agreed. A few days later, Tae said to the clan that he heard that Moon Ri was looking for a tiger skin as a gift to the royal family. He would be so upset when he saw it. The leader told the leader of the Red Dragon squad to watch his words and behavior in front of the guests. But this is unbelievable. Ri said that he brought it because he thought the tiger would go very well with the Baek clan's aura. The chief replied that the manager said that a year had passed since he had been employed, and now he would try to think of something. Ri said that he would save it for when he was called. The chief asked that in any case it was Gon who slaughtered the two-headed tiger. Tae smiled and replied that he had already read his letter. Why was he asking again? The chief immediately told the guy to get out of here. Tae was surprised and asked, what? The chief answered again that he told him to get out. The chief said that it turned out that Gon had killed the great tiger. Ri replied that he had heard that he had jumped off his horse and pierced the tiger's back. The leader asked just like that. Ri said that there was a blade of heaven and earth, the third form of the dragon and tiger subjugations. The leader said that it wasn't a technique that Gon could recreate. Is he sure about that? Rio replied that it was what he heard. Is it really true that the Patriarch hates the first son? The leader suddenly began to laugh and said that Gon has grown so much that he hides his merits out of modesty. Ri told the leader that he must be very proud of him. The leader laughed and replied that if only. Gon gave him the skin of a slain tiger. Had he really grown that much? Rio replied that it wasn't really his gift. He bought it from him as a gift for the leader. The leader said that it is true. His birthday is coming soon. He needs more security to get to Chongrim safely. Doesn't he think so? Rin replied that it was true. The chief said that he was sure that the manager could help. Ri replied that it was no problem and thought about his 600 yang. There is a mountain called the Five Sins of Manhwa is located on the top of this mountain. Right in front of this mountain, a guy arrived and said that it was already daytime. He would now need time to restore the books that Wu Dan had asked him to take care of. This boy was the great master of the Fifth Flower Library, and his name was Yu Zhongshin. But suddenly, birds flew over him, and suddenly a little girl flew out of the bushes. Shin immediately threw his books into the air, and using his powers, he caught the girl's hand. Shin said that he told her that she could come to him anytime, but can't she see that he is busy with work now? This girl is the future disciple of the fifth flower of Qianrim, and her name is Yusu Rin. She said that an ambush is the most effective means when the target has weakened their defense. Shin told Rin that she was simply destined to become the martial arts flower's apprentice. Rin said that it was okay. She was going to change directions and become a librarian anyway. But suddenly the other students started talking after her. That Rin came here again, and she thinks that anyone can get into the great library. And what does the ambush have to do with the library? She can hear them. Does he want a girl to cry again? Rin immediately turned around and told them that she wasn't crying. She was just upset. The boys replied as they ran away that it was the same thing. Shin told the girl not to cry. Rin said she wasn't crying. Peren said he heard that Li Yenna had returned. Rin was surprised and asked, "Is it true?" Shin answered that it is. She should arrive soon. They say she's already very close. Rin immediately ran and told her father that she was going. Shin yelled at her to wipe her nose before she went to her. At this time, in a village near Chongrim in the Tree Quarter, Nung asked the master if he could manage without him. Gon replied that everything was fine and said that they would wait here then. In this case, Baek Ryu San sent more warriors, and thus Gon's group reached the Tree Quarter without any problems. Gon asked the girl if she was sure he could go to the top of the White Clouds. He had never heard of outsiders going there. Yenna replied that the Patriarch had personally invited him, so everything should be fine. Yenna asked him if he wanted to practice Qin Gong on the way to the top of the White Clouds. Gon replied, they are not in a hurry. Yenna said that among the young people of Chongrim, setting up ambushes as a form of training is a popular activity. Her little sister had a very original way of setting up an ambush, so they could practice before they ran into her. Gon agreed and thought it was a very strange activity. An hour later, halfway to the top of the White Clouds, Gon and Yenna were heading up. Gon thought that maintaining Qin Gong was more difficult than usual. Was it because of the fatigue from traveling? But suddenly the guy didn't have time to lift his leg and slipped. Yenna immediately got scared and turned to him. Gon replied that he seemed to have sprained his ankle. Aina apologized and said that she must have overstrained him without even realizing how he felt. Yenna knew that they still had a long way to go to the White Cloud Peak Pavilion. She told the master to rely on her. Gon was surprised and asked what she was talking about. Rin sensed that her sister was here. This time she would really scare her. The girl decided that she would appear with the wind, and she used her abilities against her sister. Aina rose up and felt that it was strong, as if she was submitting to someone's will. And then suddenly Rin appeared, looking at her sister, while Aina closed her eyes and wondered what kind of wind. But Gon saw her and was surprised. Rin immediately asked who he was. Why was he sitting on her back? Gon tried to explain that it wasn't so. Aina started laughing and told the girl that it was dangerous to ambush someone in such a place. Rin realized that her sister was not afraid at all. She remembered that 5 years had passed since their last meeting. Rin hugged her and said that she rarely even sent her letters, that of course she missed him a lot. Gon felt awkward and asked if they could let him go first. Aina told him that she hadn't at all. He should just hold on tighter. Gon replied that no, he was too embarrassed. Rin said she thought it was a little embarrassing to have a guy on her back. Aina put him down and told him to tell her if it hurt too much. Gon replied that he was fine. Rin realized that this guy had something wrong with his leg. She told the guy that if it hurt too much, he could lean on her. Gon immediately replied that he didn't. Rin was surprised and asked, what? He's completely different from the people of Qianrim. Rin asked the guy. He said he was from the Baek clan, right? And how is it? She lived in Chongrim all her life, so she doesn't know what's outside of it. Gon replied that they were all humans. What would be the difference? Rin calmed down and told the boy that he must be a swordsman. She saw that he had a sword with him, and it's so great that the Patriarch invited him. No one has ever climbed to the top of the white clouds without being from Chon. Gon realized at this point that she was talking too much. Rin asked him why he was here. The guy answered that it was because he was dying. Rin got scared and asked, "Is he dying?" Gon immediately thought that now she would definitely shut up. Rin wondered if that was why his energy was so strong. How sick was he really? The girl decided that she would look with only one eye and used her abilities. And urgently, at her command, she saw that his internal energy was definitely very weak. But she couldn't see anything else special. She wondered if she could see it if she used a little more force. She realized that his spiritual power was simply unbelievable. It was even greater than that of a second-generation Qianrim disciple. But she also wondered what was next to this guy. A person? Some ordinary ghost. The master saw that he was exposed and used his powers. Rin immediately realized that this was no ordinary ghost. She could not control her internal energy. She immediately felt that there was no strength left in her body. And then she collapsed in the opposite direction. The manager immediately caught Rin and told her that she should be careful when using spells. Rin turned around and saw that it was the manager, and she felt her true ki calming down. Chongram's manager, MGI Hack, asked the gentleman if her young student had caused him any trouble. Gang replied that she had not. What trouble were we talking about? At this time, on the top of the white clouds, the courtyard of the high mountain of the Chongram government residence, Yenna said that after this, Gon got on a horse to use the technique. She started demonstrating and showing everything. Rin was also surprised and asked, "Right on the horse?" Yenna continued that he then jumped straight onto the two-headed tiger and cut it. Gon blushed at this time and realized that he was pleased that she thought so well of him. But wasn't it too embarrassing? Yenna said that even after one fatal blow, he said. Gon immediately thought that she was going to repeat the words of the spirit that had entered him. Yenna said that this is the essence of the blade of heaven and earth. Gon immediately shouted that he did not say that. Manager Hack said that it was incredibly brave, considering that his body was not that strong. Gon was only happy at that moment that he had made a good impression. Gon said that he came here precisely because of this. Could they help him heal his body with the blockage of the chi channels? Hack replied that since he had a gift in the form of a pussy eye, he simply had to help him. Neither spiritual medicine nor Qin Gong will do him any good. And unfortunately, there is nothing he can do about it at the moment. The master told the boy not to take the horse-nosed Taoist's words at face value. Such a man always speaks in riddles. Gon asked the manager that bye for now. He meant that there was a way to fix it. Hack asked the other members to leave them for a while. The guys immediately obeyed and left them alone. Hack said that it seemed like he shouldn't talk about it in front of those kids. He asked the boy when he started seeing spirits. Gon replied that it turns out that the manager sees him too. Hack asked the guy if he knew who it was. Gon said of course he did. He even communicated with him. The manager said he could only sense a presence, not see a figure or hear a voice. Hack said that the soul that had become attached to the heir of the Baek clan and had provided the original legendary meteorite sword. Gon knew that even in the clan, no one knew about it. The manager asked if this spirit was the legendary lord, the sacred blade of immortality. Gon replied that it was true. Hack said that when he was 10 years old, he met him. Gon was surprised and said that it was like this. And that's why he recognized the sword? Hack said that in order to cure the boy, 5 of the 9 major clans would be needed. The immaterial major channels would need to be connected to something material, but this was beyond human capabilities. Healing can only be done if one has enough spiritual power. And let him mean that one can use the spiritual power of the Lord of the Sacred Blade of Immortality if he enters Nirvana. But first he would like to tell his story, which he learned at their first meeting. The foreman told the boy to tell the manager to shut his filthy mouth if he didn't want to end up dying with his tongue cut out and his neck broken. Gon turned to the manager and asked him to tell him to watch his words. Hack laughed and said that, simply put, the story has to do with the reason why the sacred blade of immortality cannot enter Nirvana and remains on Earth. And so he has no right to tell. Let him find out from him himself. We need to help the gentleman, since he wants to talk so much. And then he handed the guy one item and told him to take it. Gon was surprised, because he didn't understand why he needed a drum. Gon said it looked like it was made of leather. What is it? Hak replied that it was a resonator made of human skin. Gon immediately understood the hand and asked what. Hak shouted that it was a joke. Just a monkey skin. Hak tells the boy to place his hand on the leather surface and concentrate. He instantly reacts to the sound resonating in his soul. And now, if the master of the sacred blade of immortality speaks. At this time, the master was angry and showered the manager with bad words. Meanwhile, outside the door, Rin was saying that her sister had invited strangers and personally escorted them out. This was the first time that the manager had behaved like this. Yenna thought that since it was the manager's idea to bring Gon from the Baek clan, perhaps they would invite him to join Kienrim. Rin asked what they could possibly be talking about there. Aina replied that no one knew, but the atmosphere seemed friendly. The master began to swear, and everyone began to hear him. Rin asked, what was that manager just shouting? Aina asked, does it sound like that? The master asked the manager, did his parents teach him this? Who would have thought that this kid would insult him? Hak replied that he was right. The dead should go to Nirvana. The manager said it would be good for them and for Gon. Wouldn't it? The master asked him what he wanted. Is there a way or not? Hak replied that of course there was. But before telling him, he would like to take Gon to Kienrim. The master was surprised and asked what? Gon asked that the manager wanted him to abandon his clan and join Kienrim. Hak asked what did he mean by abandoned? A clan is just a house. Master said that Gon is a martial artist of the Baek clan. He can't join Kienrim. Hak replied that a letter came from the Baek clan a few days ago. They were very keen for Gon to be cured. Gon saw the seal on the letter and realized that it had been sent by his father personally. Hak said that without the spiritual power of the sacred blade of immortality, another way would have to be found. However, such a matter could not be entrusted to outsiders, that he was not against joining them. The master said at that time that yes, this was his heir. But then he was surprised and asked him what he was saying. Gon said that he couldn't become the young patriarch anyway. He would consider it an honor to join Kienrim. Hak was delighted and said that it was a great solution. The master asked the boy how he could. Gon replied that he couldn't sit quietly and wait for his death, right? The master replied that it was true, but in what way? Gon said that, of course, it was hard for him to give a precise answer now. He needed to get approval from the clan elders and deal with other issues. Hak replied that everything would be done as the master wished. He asked the boy how he liked Kienrim. Gon replied that it was the same as the rumors. A few minutes later, the doors suddenly opened, and Hak said that the guy was a talent that you had to look hard to find. Hak ordered Rin to show Mr. Kienrim. Ri replied that it was okay, and she understood. Gon told the manager that they would see each other again before leaving. Hak replied that he would make more tea. When they went outside, Rin said that she would show him Kienrim now. Gon agreed and started following her. Rin said that this blue building is one of the main buildings of the Kienrim military training, the Blue Flower Castle. The master of the Blue Flower Castle is an incredible expert who is considered the second only to the manager. The tower with the red flag on the roof is the castle of the spiritual level, and further on is the house of the Tao Flower, the group of the divine spirit. Rin said that including her, the third generation of students numbered about 100. After they were assigned to one of the flowers next year, they would officially become Kienrim trainees. Gon knew that if he entered late, he would have to study with these very young children as the older students of his brothers and sisters. Rin suggested to the boy that they go to the great library of the fifth flower. It is a very important place in Chongrim. Gon asked, isn't 3 times too much? Rin said that the master of the great library is her father, but he still doesn't allow her to come often. Gon replied that, of course, from her perspective, she hasn't been there many times. Gon asked if the library was off-limits because of the secret books. Rin replied that it was because of that too, but mainly because of the treasures. Since there are dangerous things there, they need to handle them carefully. Gon thought she was talking about things like that pussy eye necklace, that she wanted to become a librarian like her father. Gon asked what had failed her. The girl replied that she had failed the test all the time. Rin asked the boy what he wanted to become if he had to choose between being a student of the Flower of Arts. Gon replied that he didn't know. Gon understood that Tao disciples usually learn spells, while arts disciples mainly learn martial arts. Gon said that he would probably become a disciple of the Flower of Arts. Rin said that was a great idea. The disciples of the Flower of Tao need talent, So even among the third generation, only 7 people can. There are not only 2 kinds of students. Gon was surprised and asked. Rin replied that yes, there was a purple flower that united both directions, the flower of honor. And even among the Chongrim trainees, only geniuses can get in. Gon asked in surprise, is there really such a direction of students in Chongrim? This is the first time he has heard of such a thing. Gon said that Miss Yenna never told him about it. Rin said that it was because she couldn't become an honor flower disciple either. It must have been hard for her. Gon said that it seemed that Miss Yenna lacked knowledge. Rin said that it wasn't that. She knew how smartly Yenna was, right? Gon asked why she didn't become the honor flower's apprentice then. Rin replied that, by the way, she's pretty good with a sword. For various reasons, Yenna, and he didn't get in. The whole difficulty is in the 5-step test, personally invented by the librarian. If you don't pass this test, you won't be able to become a disciple of the Flower of Honor. They arrived at the place, and the girl said that here is the great library. Gon replied that the building is right on the mountain. This is definitely an unusual archive. Rin walked up to the bell and started pulling it. Rin asked how they were going to get in. The girl replied that not everyone could open the door because there was a formation technique on it. If they waited 15 minutes, the librarian would let them in. Gon was surprised and realized that there was a formation technique on this door. The master told him to be careful. When he touched the doors, Gon felt pain in his hands and stepped back. He said that he was even scared for a second. The master replied that something was trying to look through the body of his heir. Rin was surprised and said that there was no one there. The guy asked if this door was automatic. Rin didn't understand what happened, and the guy said it was nothing, and perhaps it was open for them. It was time to enter, but they did not notice one thing. A sign had appeared on the door. The librarian said that it was definitely difficult to do this alone. He would soon have to bring the students, but suddenly he heard and thought that the kids had already arrived. He remembered that the manager had asked him to test the young master from the Baek clan. And then the guy stood up and said that it was the manager who had come, not the children. But he recognized his daughter's voice. The boy immediately ran up and saw that she was not alone. Gon stopped Rin and realized that this was a bloody art meant to prevent intruders. The boy shouted at the children not to touch them. The boy immediately reached for the lever and removed the trap. The master said that this is a sure way to isolate the uninvited guests. If he touches the ribbons, sharp lines will fall from the ceiling, and those who are unaware of the gates of life will not be able to get out. Gon said that the lines to his right were a little different from the others. The master told the boy that it seemed he had recognized the gate of life. Father hugged Rin and told her that she should have been more careful. The girl was very happy and called him father, but then changed. The guy came up to him and said his name was Gon and he was glad to meet him. Shin also introduced himself and said that the manager had already told him. Shin said it didn't matter and asked the guy how he opened the door. Gon asked the library chief and said he didn't do it and went to look. He immediately saw that the spell was broken. He thought that the energy of the metal should penetrate the hand of the one who touched it in order to recognize his identity. However, instead, the energy reflected and dispelled the spell. Shin asked Rin if she did it. The girl said no. The door opened by itself when Gon touched it. Shin asked the boy if he had studied spells before. Rin was surprised and replied that he had never studied such a thing. Shin immediately thought about it, because even he couldn't reflect the iron energy without preparation. So the words about him having potential were very true. Shin got everything from the guy and said that the eye of the pussy is enough to destroy the formation technique. Gon replied that Miss Yenna purified it. He would have worn it without knowing the danger. Shin asked the boy if he was wearing the uncleaned eye directly on himself, and he was very lucky that he didn't go crazy. Gon replied that he had said the same thing and immediately looked at his master. Shin said that the boy carries 2 treasures. He is really an unusual child. Shin replied that he was talking about his sword. He thought the boy knew that it was special. The master said that with a spirit like him attached to it, it was the most valuable treasure of all. And then Shin said they had arrived. This is the center of the great library. Gon asked, "Is there light here?" Even though we were deep inside the cave, Shin said it was because the ceiling was covered with crystal panels taken from the west. Gon was surprised and said it was beautiful. Shin told the boy that if he joined them, he would have to decide which path he wanted to take. Rin immediately thought that Gon would become the disciple of the Flower of Honor. Gon asked, By the purple flower, he meant the flower of honor. He couldn't become a disciple of honor right away. He would have to pass a test first, consisting of 5 stages. Is he ready for this? Gon said no. He wants to focus entirely on the sword, and he will be a simple disciple of the martial arts flower. Rin said that it couldn't be. Becoming a disciple of the flower of honor is the dream of everyone in Chongrim. Only a select few with martial arts skills, spells, education, and talent can become one. Shin also said that honor disciples are not attached to anything, so they can be independent. They keep the treasures themselves, exchange with children from all 5 sects and clans, and a huge budget is allocated for them. This normal test can only be passed after it shows results in both arts and spells. Gon said he didn't need all that. Shin asked, then how about this? If he became a librarian and could freely explore secret books, he will be able to learn martial arts that ordinary students cannot access. And if he wants, he can even learn the ultimate sword skill of the Vermilion Mountain Blue Spirit. The master told the boy that when he had the shadowless sword pavilion technique in one hand, the sacred blade of immortality in the other, and he was standing behind him. Gon asked if he was the only manager here. Shin replied that among the 2nd generation of disciples, there were disciples of the flower of honor, but now they were busy with business. Gon said that then if he became a disciple of honor, he would be very busy. Shin replied that it was true, but if he becomes a student of honor, he will give him 2 days off a week, and he will only help him 4 hours a day, and he will help him with arts training and spells. He will find medicinal herbs and magic medicines. Gon said that it sounded good. They would discuss the details. The master was surprised and said what a scoundrel. He wants to go there himself, but he is still raising his price. Shin said that every season 1 magic medicine of the middle class and visiting the doctor for periodic checkups. He first needs to discuss with the manager. Rin replied that it was great and asked when they would start the test. Shin replied that they would see if he had the talent to become an honor student. And here are the details of the 2nd stage. Gon was surprised and asked, won't he go through the first one? Shin replied that it was intended to check the body's resistance. He doesn't think that in this case, it is an optional procedure. Rin was very surprised because 80 of Qianrim's trainees failed the first stage, but he didn't even need to pass it. Shin said the 2nd step was to find the letter-eating insect he had released somewhere among the books here. He speaks of a Kai, who feeds on letters and is the library's main enemy. A day is given for detection. Shin thought about it and realized that he was having trouble destroying this parasite. Even if Gon was born talented, it would be difficult for him. Concentration is very important here. And then Gon said that he found it. Shin was surprised and asked what? The guy answered that he thought he was there. Shin knew that this was not the book he had hidden the insect in. Shin asked the boy if he was sure. You can't just point your finger at the sky. Gon replied that he was sure. Shin stopped for a second because he felt some kind of aura. He immediately started flipping through the book. Gon said, and other insects are sitting in these books. Shin was surprised and began to look at everyone. He asked the guy how he knew. Gon replied that he heard it slurping the letters. Shin was surprised because even he couldn't hear the sound. This kid is a talent the likes of which won't be seen anytime soon, and he has to get it. Shin told the kid he passed the inner training hall of the 5 Great Flowers Library. The 3rd stage of the Mixed Illusion Field Test has arrived. The field of mixed illusions is a formation designed according to the principles of heaven and earth. Those who enter it will feel as if the earth and heaven have switched places. There's also fog inside the field, and auditory hallucinations surround the entrant from all sides, which makes it even more confusing. Shin shouted to Gon that there was only a little bit left, just a little bit more. The boy felt that the spiritual power was barely penetrating the field. And now you need to go in the direction. 5 steps back. This must be the gate of life. And when he came out into the light, Gon said that he had got out. Shin was happy and said that it had happened so quickly. This was a new record. How did he manage to find the exit in such a short time? Gon replied that he had explained the principle of the mixed illusion field. Shin replied that he needed to know the theory, so he explained it in general terms. Gon said that he was able to find the gate of life by following the flow of spiritual power. Shin replied that it was wisdom bestowed by heaven. Shin praised the guy and said that he was definitely a disciple of the flower of honor. Definitely. Gon stopped him and said that he had something to tell him. Gon told the boy that his daughter's expression was not very good. The master looked and told the boy that it seemed that living in such a cave had deprived him of his sense of compassion. Gon replied that Rin's expression darkened the moment he left the field. Shin apologized to his daughter and said that she had just had to watch a test that she failed. Rin thought that was probably his father's way of apologizing. Shin said he was upset that no one could pass the third stage, so he was happy because this guy did it so quickly. Rin immediately smiled and told the library master that she was fine. Shin asked, "Really?" The girl replied that it was great that Gon was so talented. Rin said she'd leave first so they could talk, and she'd see Gon tomorrow. The master told the boy that it was very good that her mood had not deteriorated so much. Gon asked him if he thought she was okay. The master replied that she was smiling so widely. Wasn't that a sign of happiness? The boy replied that he would have made a terrible parent. Rin knew it wasn't Gon's fault. She just didn't have the ability, and so she shouldn't cry. The students were watching the boys, and the guy was saying that they had gone into the library a long time ago and still hadn't returned. Or had they just left before they arrived? Disciple Chong turned to Mu Yun and said that it was cold here. Maybe they should go back. The boy replied that they would wait a little longer. Mu wondered at this moment, why don't they come out? And Gon is handsome. Maybe they're doing something there. He imagined Gon asking her how she would feel about living her entire life on his beautiful estate instead of this gorge. And Rin told him that it was a great idea, dear Gon. Hubby. Mu got really angry and broke all the flowers in front of him and shouted that he would never allow that. But then the boy saw that the door opened and someone was coming out. Mu immediately ran up to her and asked why she was alone. Chong said he heard that Gon is taking the test to become a flower of honor disciple. Rin couldn't say anything and cried. Mu immediately wondered what had happened to her. Of course, she cries often, but now the situation is somehow unusual. Mu asked the girl, something happened inside. Did that asshole hit her? Rin immediately hit him from the head and said that no way. She said it had nothing to do with him. She just... And then she ran away without finishing her sentence and screamed that it was none of his business and said that they had waited so long for nothing. Chong suggested that they go back. Mu squeezed the ground with his hands and said that if they wanted to go forward now, he needed to meet this Gon. Chon agreed and said that they would then wait a little longer and go if he did not come out. Mu replied that he agreed, and suddenly a fly bit him on the neck. Gon was surprised and said that they had been talking until sunset. The master replied that it was nevertheless nice to know that he was trying to help. The treasures that Cheon Rim holds may indeed have an effect on his healing. Gang replied that this was what made him feel most at ease. The master looked at the boy and said that he seemed to be worried about that girl. Gon replied that he was a little worried. The master said that envy is a common feeling. Let him not worry. How can crows quietly look at the dignity of a white heron? Gon asked the teacher, was he a genius from birth, right? The master replied that at 20 years old, he was already unrivaled in the West. The guy said that's what he was thinking. Geniuses can't understand the feelings of ordinary people. It's normal for ordinary people to feel insecure and inferior in front of geniuses. It would be great if they focused on self-development instead of emotions. The master replied that he did not know about his past life, but now he was the same as his teacher. There was no point in pretending to understand. But then Chon came up to him and asked, is this Gon, right? And he introduced himself to him too. Mu also introduced himself and said that he was waiting for him because he wanted to ask him something. Mu said that Rin left the library in tears, but didn't say why. Mu asked him if he knew why Rin was crying. He thought that this gentleman was acting strangely. Gon said that he was somehow negatively disposed towards someone who asked for a favor. If Rin didn't say anything, then she had no reason to tell. Yong saw that something was going to happen and told Mu to go. Chong also asked his brother to go. Mu got really angry and asked the guy if he could just tell him. And then he started fighting with his fists. But Gon dodged the attack and tripped him. Mu couldn't stand and fell to the ground. The boys asked Mu if he was okay. The master told the boy that he was using the opponent's strength against him. Gon said that this bastard is completely out of his mind. Yong said that Brother Mu does not always act like this. But suddenly Gon saw something moving on the guy's body and immediately thought it was a flea. The flea immediately bit the boy on the face. And Yin started screaming that it hurt. Chon asked Mu if he was okay and elbowed his brother. Gon said that he felt that his behavior was strange. Similar to the situation with the Tiger Akai, Mu completely lost his temper and said that he would not let go so easily. Gon felt that a noticeable ominous chi was emanating from him. Mu did not miss this moment and rushed straight at him. But Gon managed to react, but suddenly he felt so much pain that his jaw began to tremble. The master said at that moment that the one who hit him ended up injuring his leg. What a ridiculous turn of events. Gon looked at his leg and saw that a large bruise had formed. But Mu did not leave just like that and was ready to attack again. At this time, the master told the guy to calm down. Gon reached for his blade and said that he had no choice then. The master replied that it was true. He should have already taken up the sword. Gon immediately hit him on the head with his blade. The master said that he should have cut off his head. Gon replied that he was going to join Zhonglim, so he couldn't harm this student. The master replied that he was not at all sure that everything would go as he wanted. The other guys did not pass by either and turned into a Kai, and immediately got his head and told the guy that he dared to offend their brother. And then Rin ran up and kicked him, asking what they were doing, and called them crazy idiots. Gon was surprised and asked the girl if she hadn't left. Rin replied that she had returned because he was late, and suggested that they run away. Rin said that it looks like the three of them were bitten by the rage bug. How did the ghost bug controlled by the Great Archive? But then Gon stopped her and said that he couldn't run anymore. Rin was surprised and replied that then they would catch up. Gon said that he had injured his leg fighting them before she came. Rin asked him if he had been running around with his leg like that all the time. Gon suggested that they could stop them here. Rin was surprised and replied that they couldn't handle those three who had become vicious after being bitten by the rage bug. Gon said that they should find a way then. Turning around, Rin said that they were already here. Mu was so angry that he said the girl dared to seduce his brothers. If she didn't leave her before he counted to 3, he wouldn't leave unharmed. Rin called him a dumbass and asked what he was talking about. Gon asked if people became dumber when bitten by the rage bug. Gon thought that it would be possible if he met him personally face to face with the determination to cut off their heads. But the problem is the girl, because she does not have the character to kill her comrades. Gon asked the girl if she couldn't somehow deal with this with her spells. Rin replied, "What? She's a divine sage? How can a human do something like that?" Gon asked if it was possible to create a loud sound or light then. Rin replied that it was possible, but she would not be able to move once she cast the spell. Gon agreed and replied that this would be enough. Since they were near the Great Archive, if there was a bright light, people from the main mountain would come. He would hold them back in the meantime. Rin began to use her powers and said that since all the disasters would be eradicated, the heavens and earth would follow her command quickly, in accordance with the statutes and regulations. She immediately released a beam of light into the sky. Gon told the girl that he heard that she was good with a sword, but she was also good with spells. If she eliminates the habit of shedding tears for no reason, she will become much better than them. The master asked the boy, "Does he call this support?" Mu saw this and called them bastards. He asked them how they dare to stand so close to each other. Gon made up his mind and began to fight them alone, but he did not want to kill them and fought with a closed sword. The master told the boy that he was already quite used to the bend without a shadow. The boy knocked them all out. Gon knew he was only facing 2 of them, but he lacked stamina. Then Chu ran up and said, how dare he do this to his brothers? Gon understood that this guy's right hand was a deceptive form, his real left hand, but it's too late to block it with his sword. The master told the boy that when the pain reaches its peak, there comes a moment when he forgets about the pain and his mind becomes clear. And if he stops now, he'll fall. Let him start moving immediately. Gon didn't take any chances and hit him from the head. Gon knocked him out and it felt like an eternity had passed. So he just needed to hold on for a little longer, right? The master told the boy that only about a third had passed. Gon was surprised and asked what was taking so long. The master said that so he should stop being stubborn. Gon said that he didn't think he would shed blood here in Chonlim. But suddenly someone put a hand on his shoulder and said that the guy really did have a Taoist vessel. It is generosity when he does not try to shed blood, even when he is in danger. The palace of the spiritual sage, House Master Myung Tu-Du Sun, said that he is grateful for his heart that knows mercy. Gon was surprised because he didn't feel his presence at all when he came. Rin was surprised to see the enlightened Du Sun. Gon told her to wait, because the light would go out if she stopped the spell. And then Manager Kin arrived and told the boy to turn on the light for him. Rin was delighted and said that the enlightened Kin was here too. Gon was surprised and knew that he had heard of him. It seemed that he had single-handedly destroyed the Chaos faction sects. Kong approached the guys and asked the guy, "His name is Baek? He heard that he can use ki." The guy answered that it was true. Kin said that stopping these children with his withered body was unbelievable. Let him come to the Blue Flower Palace if he joins them. He would like to teach him someday. Sun was surprised and asked his brother student what he was saying in the presence of a wounded child. Kong asked the boy what he was fighting with such a leg, but then Shin came and asked Rini the boy if they were okay. Kong said that this junior couldn't even take care of the treasures properly. Shin apologized and said it was because of him. Gon told him that he would be fine after treatment. Kin said they needed to check the kids. They should be fine. Gon sat on his ass and said it was very tiring. Rin approached the boy and said that she thought it was thanks to him that everything went smoothly, and thanked him. Gon replied that they just divided the roles because he couldn't use spells. Rin said that since she is good with a sword and spells, she will not back down and will do her best, and she won't cry anymore. The next day, the main mountain of Chon was completely sold out. Rin was squatting with her arms outstretched. Gon asked her if she hadn't said she wouldn't cry. Gon said that she was being punished for leaving with a rage bug on her body. He felt a little sorry for her. Master said that she should have realized this by now if she was a disciple of the Tao Flower. To leave first without him would be to abandon her duty. Nyan was shouting at this time that Gon's leg was broken. So this is how Chon treats his guests. When he is already sick, Gon spoke and did not think that Captain Nun would be so angry. The master replied that he was an excellent example to follow. A subordinate should be like that. Manager Hack told Nung that he was sorry. He had no excuse. They would take responsibility for everything. Gon raised his hand and told Captain Nung that he was okay. Nung replied that he had been overcome with emotion for a moment. Hack asked Du Yun to bring it here. Yun was surprised and asked the master what he meant. Hack replied that he was referring to the red and white hairy flower they had discovered earlier. Yenna was surprised and said that this was what the Wudong sect leader urgently asked for, wasn't it? Hack asked, "They're also Taoists, aren't they? They will understand them, even if it is a little later." Gon said that he was the top boss among bosses. He had a firm grip on the supply of miracle drugs. The master told the boy that he was talking about strange things. GM turned to the master and said that if they delayed the delivery date, they must pay 1,000 liang of silver as a penalty for breach of contract. How can a Taoist cling to money? He will give them a red and white rune flower. Let them go and get it later. And then the elders began to say that this could not be. Du Jin himself came to them. Gon himself was surprised and said that it was a medical anomaly, a golden needle. Hack said that he was the master of the medical department of Zhonglim, but he usually wandered around the martial world. He called him to take a look at the condition of his body. Jin took the boy's hand and asked, "Isn't this a mysterious body? Born with genius talent, but with a body that will die young." Gon was surprised because he didn't understand when the doctor started changing his pulse. He didn't notice at all. Hack asked Jin why they couldn't give the red and white flower to Gon. The boy replied that it was true that rune flowers, which promote the development of yang energy, were especially effective against the disease of torn veins. Unlike normal rune flowers, the red and white rune flower is a spiritual herb that contains the nature of the sun. For Gon, with the moon's veins cut, it could become poison. Hack asked, how about sending it to the Baek clan Patriarch as a gift? Jin replied that he heard that he had a chronic illness, and he believed that the red and white rune flower would be effective. Hack said that Jin only created problems here, but he is the only true Taoist here. Jin said that when he finished his work in Zhonglim, he would come to their clan to work on the body of the Baek Patriarch. Gon was surprised and asked, "Is it true?" Jin replied that it was true. It was the price he paid for the mercy he had shown Su Tian. The master had told the boy that not drawing his sword had been useful. Gon said that the bones in his leg had healed. He had even regained the true ki he had used up during his possession. The effectiveness of the inner core of the two-headed ghost tiger is astonishing. The master replied that it was true. His face was so full of energy that it was shining. And of course, thanks to Miss Jean, who sacrificed part of her inner core, they were able to create a precious miracle medicine by mixing it with the red and white rune flower. And with it, even father will become healthy. And Nyan ordered the gentleman to get into the carriage. But suddenly someone from behind shouted for them to wait. Gon turned around and told the boys that they didn't look so good. Mu asked the boy how was his leg. Gon replied that everything had healed and said that it was a relief for them. And here is a duck baked in clay. Let him eat it on the way. The boys said it was jerky that his father made. They also had honey that they collected themselves. Gon was surprised and saw that they had suffered so much in preparing all this. He took the gifts and thanked them. Yen said that these boys are very compassionate. It would be nice to have such people around. The boys said he was right. Although young Master Ha-jun would be sad if young Master left. Gang said he meant that Ha-jun should succeed, and Yen said that was not quite true. The master asked the boy what he expected from his brother, who was only 12 years old. Gon replied that he hoped that everything was all right with him. At this time, in a tea house by the river near the city of Xi'an, Ha remembered that before leaving, Gon had left him a task. Gon wrote that he had left the investigation of the murderers to the members of House Society, so let him watch the process carefully. Ha wondered if he could do it when he was much more lacking than Gon. The boy asked the gentleman if he was nervous. He had a rather tense face. Ha replied that he was a little nervous. The boy then asked him to let him tell a story that would calm his nerves. But there were some guys sitting at the table next to him and telling him when young Master Li Kong ran towards the two-headed tiger prince. But the second guy told him to stop talking about it. Both he and Pil Huan always talk about young Master Li Kong and the tiger. The guy replied that it was because they themselves had not seen it. Do they know how young Master Li Kong is? Ha heard all this and was glad that Gon was better received in the clan. Then Gu came in and asked, had they been waiting for him for a long time? After all, the assassins who had ambushed the estate where Sir Li Kong lived. He had found the school where some of them studied. Gu said that after Mr. Li Kong was ambushed, someone from the Baek clan visited the House Society. Numerous horse-hoof prints were found on the mountain near the estate. If someone borrowed so many horses, it would definitely be recorded in the stables of the House Society. Even in the stables of the House Society, there was no trace of the murderers. They came to the conclusion that someone had artificially erased the traces, and as a result of interrogating the internal traitor, they found out that their previous branch manager, who is known to have died due to a chronic illness, tried to pass on the Baek clan the traces of the killers left in the stable. But instead, he was killed with poison by internal traitors who were secretly communicating with the assassins. And in the process, the trail was lost. Ha said, then it turns out that House Society is connected to those who ambushed his brother. Gu said that they either captured or killed everyone associated with them. He and Lady Jiamhua, their current branch manager, are cooperating as best they can. The boy asked where the school they were affiliated with was. Gu replied that there was a school in the outer regions called the Black Ghost Manor. According to witnesses, several practitioners who hide their identities rented horses, and they sent their members to investigate 3 times. But none of them returned. Ha immediately took up his sword and said that they were impudent bastards, and how dare they stay here in Xi'an. Arriving at the estate of the Black Ghost, the guy said that 1 was standing ready. 3 were guarding the surroundings. They immediately started knocking and asking if there was anyone inside. They had a guest, so let them come out and greet them. But suddenly he felt a thick smell of blood. He immediately broke the door and saw a pile of dead people, but one of them was standing in the middle of them all. The boy asked the stranger who he was, but he was told that this is what he wanted to ask him himself. What about wearing a mask and changing his voice? This is a suspicious bastard. But he replied that they're the Flying Lotus Squad of the Baek clan. Let him put away his sword and answer their questions. The stranger replied that they were bastards who lived by licking the asses of the Baek clan. They are all so arrogant that they don't even know that soon they will all die here. And then he immediately rushed to fight them. The stranger killed several guys and told one of them that he was so slow it made him cry. The guy was surprised and didn't understand when this assassin could be here. He won't be able to avoid this. But then Ha came into the fray and repelled the assassin's attack. The assassin recognized the boy and said that he had not planned this, but let him die here and now. And then he approached him with his blade. Ha realized that it was a chi sword. Was he hiding his skills? The guy immediately protected the young master with his body. He said that the entire squadron was a flying lotus. Let them protect the young master. Ha thought that maybe he should cut off his head when he opened up. But everything didn't go according to plan, and the assassin attacked and wounded the young master. The warriors were frightened after such an event and immediately shouted to the young master. The guys threw a smoke bomb there and immediately grabbed the young gentleman and got out of there. The boy asked the young master to hold on. Ha immediately felt his consciousness becoming more and more foggy. What his brother told him to do. But he hasn't done it yet. The next day, in the circle of elders of the Baek clan, Yom said that as soon as Gon returned from Zhonglim, they should appoint him as the junior patriarch. Not only is the patriarch bedridden due to his chronic pain, but Ha has also been wounded by an attacker and is between life and death. The leader of the accompanying faction, the Ice Steel Rakshasa OK, said that there was no hurry. They could replace the absence of the patriarch with a circle of elders anyway. Yam said that since there was no progress in the Red Dragon Group's investigations either, they should appoint a junior patriarch right now. Then the doors opened and Gon came in, saying that he had come quickly because he had heard that the matter was urgent. The elders asked him where he thought he was. OK said that she heard that he would be back soon, but she didn't think that he would come to the circle of elders right away. Gon replied that since this meeting concerned his father and Ha, he had to take part in it. Yam said that, and yet, he barges in uninvited, dragging his servant along with him. Shouldn't he save face? Gon asked, save face when the patriarch is bedridden and Ha is between life and death? Don't they know that the clan's face has already been thrown to the ground and trampled? Yam lost his temper and told the little guy he thought he was, so he could yap carelessly. Gon walked up to the boy and said that he would have to take this man with him if he left. Gu immediately became happy to see the young master, but then Tay turned to Gon and told him not to touch him. It was he who brought Ha and the Flying Lotus Squad to the Black Ghost estate. Who knows if he is an agent of the one who attacked Ha? They are all barking up the wrong tree. This man is simply a member of the House Society. Yam said that whether it was intentional or not, because of him, Ha was injured and some of the clan's martial artists died. They can't let him go until they find the person who hired him. Gon said that the person who hired the House Society to investigate was himself. Yun was surprised and asked what? Gon said that so if they want to punish someone, let them punish him. Yoim was negative towards the guy and tried to hurt him in different ways. Okay, immediately struck the ground with her stick and told him to stop and let them go. And she saw that Gon had grown a lot. Let him say whatever he wanted in the presence of his elders, and let him not despair. Gon immediately walked up to the great lady and took her hand. OK said that his hand, which was small, like a carved one, had already become worthy of a martial artist. And then she told him to prepare to become a junior patriarch. But some people started to get indignant, but she immediately put them in their place. The master told the boy to tell them that the Jeonglams said that they would heal his body, right? Gang replied that now was not the time. Gon said that he would follow the words of the Grand Elder Lady. However, they would proceed with the order of succession of the junior patriarch after they caught those who sent assassins after him and harmed Ha. Let them give him just 1 month. The master told the boy that he had made all these statements, but what was his plan? Gon replied, who knows? Once he got back, he would have to visit his father. The doctor told the patriarch that young Master Gon had come to see him. But then a cough was heard, and he answered that they should come in. Gon asked his father if he was very sick. The chief replied that everything was fine. It was just that the weather was getting colder. He would like to hear it from him. He was surprised and asked again, what did the head of Chonlim say that they can cure his body? Gon replied that it was true, but instead he suggested that he join Chonlim. His father ordered him to go to Chonlim. After all, the best way is the one that will save his life. Gon was immediately surprised and turned to his father. After all, he did not think that he would accept it with such joy. The leader said that Ha should then be appointed as the junior patriarch, but since he was in a recumbent position, Gon remembered and said that there was something he brought from Chonlim. It was a miracle medicine made from the inner core of the tiger ghost and the red and white rune flower. In addition, Mr. Golden Needle Medical anomaly promised that he would visit the clan to check on his father's condition. He asked the head of the medical team how he felt about it. The doctor replied that such precise mixing. Truly, this is Chonlim. This will definitely be of great help in curing the illness of the Lord Patriarch. Gon asked what next. The doctor replied that since it maximizes the body's healing power, he thought it would have a great effect on the wounded as well. The chief said that they would then give it to Ha. Gon immediately began to resent his father's decision. The leader told his son that death is a cold path. As long as he lives, Gon will face the death of people close to him. Usually he experiences the death of his parents first. This is very sad, but the death of a brother or sister is even sadder. Did he know that he and Jin-tae had a younger sister? Gon was surprised and replied that no, he didn't know. The leader said that she died long before he was born. It was horrible, as if his insides were burning. They say the only thing worse than that is the death of their children. He knows and has seen it before. A mother who lost her child roared like a beast. The leader asked his son if he planned to cause him this pain. Gon told his father that this would not happen. Then everything was fine. The master told the boy that since his child was between life and death, no father would make a different choice. Gon asked, did he expect this? The master asked the boy, did he think that he would not think about what he thought about? Gon understood that death is a cold path. The master told the boy that since he was trying to maintain trust in the immortal divine sword, he would not tell him about his past. There are people in this world who never try to show pain unless asked. If he really wants the best for him, let him contact him first. Gon said that he thought it was not worth asking about the past of his ancestors. But perhaps he was wrong, and now he wants to ask something. The master asked in what? Gon said that for him, the Lady Great Elder should be his granddaughter. The master replied that this was true. The boy said that his face froze when he saw the Lady Great Elder in the circle of elders, and he passed away when the Lady Great Elder was only 3 years old. What a coincidence that he recognized her immediately. The master asked him what he was trying to say. Gon replied that the head of Chonlim, who had not yet been born when Lord Divine Sword passed away, said that he had met him, the ancestor, when he was about 10 years old. He should have been active at least until he was 140. But then the master told the guy to stop. Gon said that it was strange in the first place. Who could put the meteorite sword in the basement of the manor and seal the place with golden ropes? Did Lord Divine Sword visit Zhonglim in his later years to bind his soul to the earth? The master replied that he had lived underground after leaving the clan and remained in this cold world even after death. Gon asked him what he had been waiting for. Immortal Divine Sword Baek Song Cheon, having created immortal divine arts and heavenly sword forms. He reached the position of Patriarch at only 21 years old, and he ruled as an iron-blooded Patriarch even after 70 years. He had a son at a late age. While his son, Baek Woo-kyung, was not without talent, he was unable to spread his wings because he was overshadowed by his father's name. Baek Sung-chun was deeply saddened by this fact. Every now and then, Baek Sung-chun imagined the moment when his son would defeat him. When a child reaches his father's level, how could a parent not be proud of it? Wu Jin said that in the immortal divine arts, there's a problem with the technique of harmonizing the circulation of yang. Cheon told him to just go and train with the sword. When his son first criticized Baek Song Cheon's divine arts, Song Cheon shouted. Wu Jin said that the bigging stance also needs to be improved. Its practicality is too weak now. The second time Chon heard about it, his mood soured. And the third time was on the day when his son was visiting his granddaughter. Yu Jin came to Yunrun. The girl was surprised to see her father. She asked her father, is he visiting his grandfather? Wu Jin replied that he had finally finished. The weaknesses of the yang circulation harmonizing technique and the heavenly shadow sword form. He had finally finished arranging them. In the Crimson Jade Training Center, Yu Jin turned to his father and said that he had come. But unexpectedly, Chon was training at that time, and in an instant, he released all his energy. Chon asked his son why he came here. Wu Kyung told his father that this is what he had already told him. The father asked his son if he was still wasting his time. Yu Kyung then told his father that it was not a waste of time. He had found a weak spot. Cheon was surprised and asked his son. Wu Jin replied that the last 3 forms of the Heavenly Shadow Sword are the forms of the Path of Conquest Sword. They do not correspond to the technique of harmonizing yang circulation. Their destructive power must be obtained by integrating fire chi, but there are side effects as fire chi becomes stronger the more successes one gains. He loses his temper, feels depressed from time to time. This is apparently a side effect of the technique of harmonizing the circulation of yang. It can also lead to madness. Let the father tell him if his son has misunderstood something. He showed him clear evidence. If words were not enough, he would demonstrate it himself. Cheon immediately agreed, taking out his sword and telling him to try. Even Baek Sung-chun himself could not explain. Perhaps it was the sudden downpour perhaps it was the cold weather that made his body stiff. Then perhaps it was because the fire chi of the yang harmonizing circulation technique was too strong, and ran and shouted to her father. Chon held his bloody blade in his hands and said that he would call a doctor. When Baek Sung Chun brought the doctor, the life of his only son had already ended. He killed his only son, the Patriarch Baek Yu-jaeung, with his own hands, while his granddaughter watched the events. Chon disappeared from the clan. No one knew where he was, and the clan publicly announced to the entire martial world that the immortal divine sword had died of old age. But what Wu Jin said was not a mistake. The yang circulation harmonizing technique and the heavenly shadow sword form definitely had weak points. He tried to improve his martial arts, the master said, just like that child said, but it took so long that he couldn't finish it alive. The master said that he visited Chong Lim to ask them to bind his soul to the sword. Gon at this time thought that he did not expect such a story from him. Gon asked if atonement was what he wanted to do. The master replied that it could be said that way, but it could just be for self-gratification. Gon asked if the assassins who attacked him might have been looking for the meteorite sword. The master replied that only Zhong Lim could have known that the sword was there. Gon asked if there was a possibility that Zhong Lim had leaked this information. Master replied that they had sworn not to say anything about it, so he didn't think it was likely. A person of his level can just look at a sword and know a lot about the opponent. This bastard named Jun Pyo used dark martial arts that he had never encountered before, but most of them used low-class martial arts. Gon asked what they should do if he didn't know the most important part. The master replied that they were almost at the doctor's house. Gon came into the house and asked if I had woken up yet. The doctor replied that yes, he thought they would have to watch him for a little while longer. Gon asked the secretary of the medical chamber if he could leave them for a minute. The doctor replied that it would be done immediately. Gon went to his brother and said that he also took a rare spirit pill and should get up immediately. Gu knelt down and said that he had committed a sin worthy of death. He was not prepared for the assassin to appear, but young Master Ha was. Gon asked if he could atone for his sin by living. Gu replied that if the Lord allowed, he would give his life for the young lord. Gon asked how he should use his miserable life. Gon ordered him to go back and investigate the masked man. Gu replied that he obeyed and went. Gon said that if even the house society couldn't figure out who he was, then where did that masked bastard come from anyway? The master replied that since he had already gone so far as to hide his identity by wearing a mask, he must have been careful when using martial arts as well. And since he was rampaging alone, his martial prowess must be quite high. Gon said that the reason he massacred the Black Ghost Villa must have been to erase the evidence. He was close to solving the mystery, but there are no more clues. And so Ha came to his senses and asked, "Where is he?" Gon was happy and asked his brother, "Is he already awake? Was it very painful?" Ha asked where Mom was and answered that it was very painful. The master told the boy to tell his brother that she had already died. Gon told his brother that his mother had gone on a short trip. Ha asked where. The boy replied that she had gone to the heavenly bamboo to see the sights of the heavenly bamboo country. Ha said he understood, but she had to take him too. Gon replied that it was not time for him to leave yet. Who is this strange grandfather? They were surprised and asked her brother, "What does he see, this grandfather?" Ha replied that yes, and it seemed to him that he was saying something that he could not hear him. The master replied that it seemed that he could see him temporarily, since he was between life and death. Gon said he thought he should hit a little further then. But could he ask him one more thing before that? Ha told his brother that he was listening. Gon asked if there was anything he remembered about the masked man. Ha replied that the person who had used the moon's soul steps when the smoke bomb exploded was definitely the one using it. Master said that moon's soul steps must be a divine technique of the clan. Gon said that he would have to make sure that the master of the medical pavilion would keep quiet about this. For now, they would hide the fact that Ha had taken the spirit pill. Gon understood and said angrily that the traitor was within the clan, and he would definitely pay for it. At this time, in the garden behind the clan's house, Baek asked what Gon said, that he wanted to talk about something. The boy answered his uncle that it was true. Gon said that he wanted to leave the clan and join Zhonglim. His father's lung disease was getting worse, and even if Ha recovered, he would have to face serious consequences. And he's not proud to become a junior patriarch. So he would like to convince the elders, because at this rate, their line will end. Tae understood and wanted that the patriarch's position should be empty as soon as Gon left in a few years. He knew that at this rate he would be able to take over the clan, and later his son Il Yun would be able to become the Patriarch. He didn't think that everything would go so smoothly. Tay told the guy to forgive him, but even with his condition, he shouldn't laugh like that. Gon replied that everything was fine. Tay told the boy that he had made a difficult choice. Uncle would do his best to help him. Gon thanked him and said that he felt relieved. Tay saw that the boy had gone beyond maturity and had become as cold as his father. He had abandoned his brother and parent just for his own benefit. Tay asked if he should just call a meeting of elders then. Gon replied that it immediately felt a little better. It could be done in 7 days and nights. After saying goodbye, the master asked the boy how things were. Gon replied that Ha said he had injured the back of his opponent's hand, but his uncle's hand was intact. The master said they would sort it out later. He needed to train first. The only thing a man could trust to the end was his own martial arts. Heavenly Shadow, sword form, no matter how fast their feet are, people are still under the heavens. Man can never escape the shadow cast by heaven. So he put the shadow of heaven into the sword. The master told the boy that when he completely mastered the last 3 forms of the Heavenly Shadow sword, he would become the only person in the world who had mastered all forms of the Heavenly Shadow sword. Gon asked if he could master it in just 7 days and nights. And since he can't use internal ki, he shouldn't try to understand all the principles of the sword. Let him focus on getting into shape first. And then Gon started training and learning technique. But suddenly he cut his hand and it bled. The master told him not to worry. He definitely had talent. Didn't he hear what he just said? The master replied that it seemed like the guy could be 30 steps away from his sword, but he could only hear the voice at 20 steps. The master told him to pick up the sword again and try again. Gon replied that he understood. Gon grasped the sword and felt his hand being torn apart again. And in that moment, he felt something and began to walk away. The master asked him where he was going. He still had much to learn. Gon replied that there was something he had overlooked. Earlier, when he grabbed his uncle's hand, it was whole, without a single small wound that a fencer should have. And it seemed too early to get rid of his doubts. And then he got dressed and decided to go and check. And then at the residence of Baek, Jin-tae Ryu, the leader of the group met and said that the master had arrived. The master told Ryu that she would not accompany him. Let her go and rest. The girl replied that it would be done. Tae walked halfway and told his warriors that he would now go alone. The guards replied that they obeyed. Tae entered the house and told the old man that they had a guest. The guard told Tae that this old man was completely deaf. He should not pay attention to him. The guard told Tae that it was dangerous, so please let him put away his sword. But the master immediately cut his nose with his sword. Tae tackled the guy to the ground and said that after everything he'd done, he thought they'd be happy to see him again. Things got complicated when he broke his promise and ambushed Gon. And after all that, now he's acting friendly while wearing a mask? The guy replied that he covered it only because his face left a strong impression. Let the gentleman call in number 3, and he apologizes for complicating things. Tae replied that, of course, they even bought the information in the big wooden room. The guy thanked him for erasing the traces. Let him continue to take care of it until the can is completed. And he said that he has the ring that the immortal divine sword used to wear, right? Tae replied that the target had changed. They wanted the sword of the immortal divine sword, the Comet Fawn. The meteorite sword in the Circle of Elders is something he can't get his hands on yet. The guy said that the great dark hidden one is the one who has patience. Tae replied that he should just give him the promised goods. The one he got earlier was already finished. Surely this can cure his madness, right? The guy asked, hasn't he already felt its effect? He will give him a full cure once they get the meteorite sword. Tae replied that, of course, he didn't know what they were planning to do after he got the meteorite sword, but it would be better for him not to approach Xian after he took control of the clan. The boy replied that it would be done, and so Tae arrived in his room and, looking at the mask, said that this was the only way to stop this damn laughter. He took the medicine from that guy, poured it onto his mask, and immediately pressed it to his face. Blood and pain began to penetrate through the mask, but he endured everything and was happy. In the end, he even said that it was fantastic. Tae said that the Comet Fong is just a meteorite sword. The soul of the immortal divine sword is attached to the meteorite sword, and so they're going to summon an immortal divine swordsman through this sword. At this time, in the outer garden of the residence, Jin-tae gang arrived at the gate. But the guard said that even if he was the young master, they could not let him in. Gon said there was no choice then. It was okay if he just walked along the walls, right? The guard said of course it was. Gon understood that, as already said, the leader of the group arrived a minute ago. He cannot transmit the voice. Just let the others speak quietly. A few minutes ago, Gon asked Ryu if she could call him if she saw her uncle acting strangely. Ryu asked the master if he was suggesting that she betray the group leader. Gon replied that wasn't the reason she gave him the ring before he left for Zhonglim, because she was also suspicious of uncle. Ryu replied that she understood, and she agreed to help the young master. She asked the boy if he hadn't come here to investigate. Gon replied that he already had a plan. Ryu realized that she was cooperating because the group leader's actions had been suspicious lately. But can she really trust him? Ryu turned to the young master, but he was fixated on something else. And she wondered why he suddenly started talking to himself while looking at the wall. Gon asked the master if he was sure. The master asked the boy why he would lie. He said there was someone trying to summon him. Gon said that in short, in order for Uncle to seize power in the clan, he joined forces with an unknown force that was targeting the meteorite sword, the attack on a mansion he lived in, the murder of Co. Wa, the murder of Ha Jun. All of this was done by this man, Baek Jin-tae. Ryu approached the boy and spoke. Gon said that their suspicions were confirmed. All this was done by Uncle, but now is not the time. He will tell everything during the meeting of the elders, which will take place in 7 days and nights. The day before the grand meeting, the circle of elders of the Baek clan elders told the Lady Grand Elder that Gon did not meet the requirements for a junior patriarch. Ha Jun still hasn't gotten out of his bed, right? She thinks it's worth waiting a little longer. The elder lady didn't like this, and she turned to okay. She thinks she's blind and deaf because she stayed here. She already knows that his brother is eager to take the place of the patriarch. He really didn't like Gon. A pathetic boy when he is still his own grandson. Okay felt that she had hit her where it hurt. And she said that Yam himself was not in a position to laugh right now either. The Lady Elder asked him if they had contacted Ryu-san's wife's relatives. Had they promised him small change or something? Yam replied that he had never done anything like that. The lady said that just because these arrogant creatures thought that their daughter died, giving birth to Ha, this is the first time they support Gon, isn't it? Yom realized that she already knew everything. The lady told everyone that they accept that they are trying to act on their own, but they must know when it is time to stop. The lady said that everything will end if the clan disintegrates. Let them all remember this. There was a time before when both the immortal divine sword and the patriarch who was supposed to lead the clan died. The only one who led the clan at that time was Baek Yun, Ryong herself. As a great elder who had taken the place of the patriarch at a young age and revived the clan, no one in the circle of elders could object to her words. The lady confidently said that Gon would become the junior patriarch. Let them arrange for the child to receive a sword made of cold iron. Gon said that 10 days had passed, and they still had not completed Form 9. The master replied that simply being able to follow the form meant that he was learning quickly. Why do they say that they will now give him a cold iron sword? Gon replied that there is a tradition of giving a cold iron sword to a person who is going to become a junior patriarch. But suddenly a guy met him. He said that his name was Go Cheel, and he was his guide for 30. Go immediately took the jacket and told the gentleman to take this. He had better cover his face because it was very hot inside. Gon replied that it was okay. Go told the gentleman that he might regret it. He understood that Mr. Baek Yun Il immediately ran out, and he could go in and take a look. Gon opened the big doors and said, sure, it's hot, but so damn hot in here. Go said that then it was possible to go inside. He did not understand what had happened to the master. This should not have happened. The master said that this was the only place in Xi'an that had a forge capable of working with cold metal. No, the entire Shanxi province would have a department of renowned shadow. Gon said that they can work with cold weapons, maybe melt down a comet fong and make a new sword. They can reduce the weight of the sword and also achieve Nirvana. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The master immediately said that this guy was a real bastard with his jokes. Go told the master to pass through. Every sword here is made of cold steel by a first-class blacksmith. Gon said he thought they looked better than Comet Fong. Master got mad and said he had no eyes. Gon immediately picked up the sword and began to examine it. Go said that the edge was sharp, so he should be careful. Go understood and saw that it didn't matter how much he looked around if he didn't know anything about swords. In the end, He would just choose the sword that suited him. Gon asked the guy. He said that this is a sword made by the Fire and Shadow Department. Go was surprised and answered that everything is correct. Gon said that means he only produces low-grade goods. Is this supposed to be a mockery of him? The master said that he dared to deceive them with a sword half made of some random iron. Let him kill him and make him pay for his sins. Gon said that the sword he held in his hands was barely half made of cold steel. Guo fell to his knees and said that they had reduced the number of bladed weapons due to the previous Patriarch's order. They used to use it for everything, but now the standard is to mix cold steel at a minimum of 3/10 and a maximum of 5/10. The master told the boy that back then they were just going through all of this. Gon replied that it was a treasure sword anyway, even if it was half cold steel. Master said that it was true, but it was an unnecessary item for him since the descendant had a comet fawn. Moreover, not allowing his spirit to be thrown back was a priority for his future. Guo realized his mistake and told the young master that he would bring him another sword. Gon replied that it was okay. Since it was a cold steel sword, he would use it to sharpen his own sword. Gon ordered the boy to take it and hold it horizontally. Go thought that the master was trying to strike it point to test the hardness of the sword. Is this something only pompous blacksmiths do? Would told the master that he would not be held responsible if he got hurt. He thought that this rusty sword should not be able to cut through a sword made of cold steel. The master told the boy to use what he had learned. Heavenly Shadow Sword Form 8, Heavenly White Light Net. Go was surprised because he saw how the master's sword began to ring. No, it can't be. He definitely heard that he couldn't use ki. Gon used all his might to launch a Form 8 attack, breaking the steel sword in Go's hands into 2 pieces. Gon said to call the head of the Fire and Shadow Department. He would make him sharpen his sword. Rock, the head of the Fire Shadow Department, asked that the master doesn't like the cold steel sword, so he wants him to come and take care of his sword himself. Guo replied that it was true. He said that the head of the Fire and Shadow Department should come himself. Rock immediately realized that he was an arrogant bastard. He was not yet a junior patriarch. Not only did he reject the sword of the Fire and Shadow Department, but he even told him to go to him. Rock told the boy to take him to the master. Rock immediately ran to him and told the young master that he heard him calling him. Gon asked if Rock could see that he didn't like the sword made by the Fire Shadow Department. Rock asked, really? So where's the sword they wanted to take care of? Gon immediately handed him the sword and said that it was him. Rock immediately felt that it was twice as heavy as a sword of the same size. Rum opened it and saw that the dark edge, the soft shine, was hidden under the rusty outer shell. He immediately thought that this was the same sword. Rum said that it was pure meteorite steel. Guo was also surprised and replied that even the comet Fong hanging in the Elder's circle was not pure meteorite steel. Rum said that because he was fake. The master told the guy that it seemed like he wasn't going to hide it anymore. Gon replied that if he was going to win over his great-uncle, who was the manager of the Fire and Shadow Department, then this was the only way. Gon said that this is the real comet Fong that Lord Immortal Divine Sword used. Fire Shadow Department Chief, could he please restore it to its original form? Rum thanked the guy and replied that he would do it no matter what. Gon thought that if it was them, they would definitely be able to fix the comet's Fong. Rum immediately ordered go and increase the fire in the shoulders. Could he help him? The guy replied that it would be an honor for him. Yam said that Gon is this boy, whose lips are still wet with milk, who is persuading a grown man to come into the house. If only he hadn't heard this story when he met the Patriarch. The leader said that there was a traitor in the clan. The forces that tried to harm Gon and Ha are trying to steal the comet's Fong with the help of the same traitor. Yam replied that there is no reason to steal the comet's Fong by going so far. The leader replied that he had heard that it was because the full form of the Heavenly Shadow Slash was hidden within the actual comet's Fong. Yam understood that the original comet Fong was also kept by Ghana. He had to confirm it with his own eyes. Yum opened the doors and addressed Rum. The leader said that the elder had arrived. They were just finishing their work here. Rum immediately took the sword from the water and said that it was a real comet Fong. Yam was now convinced that it was an original comet Fong. His auspicious lights looked like he is looking at the night sky. And then Gon came and spoke to his great-uncle. He said he had a request for the Elder's Circle meeting tomorrow. Yam told the boy what he meant by request. Gon raised his greatsword and said that they must put an end to the deception of the entire clan. The next day, the circle of elders gathered for a council. The lady elder asked, "Elderyam has not arrived yet?" The elder said that this was one of their most pressing questions, why he was always. And then the lady interrupted him and said that they had waited long enough. It was time to continue. She said that the leader of the Red Dragon group, the organizer of this meeting, should come out and explain. Go understood that Yom, the person who was most against Gon's trip to Zhonglim, was not present. He immediately went out to tell the story. They said that they should all know that many people are saying that the Baek clan is going downhill lately. They even say that Murong's or Nangong's sword is better than theirs, the Baek clans. The elder asked if he was worried about the baseless gossip of these hooligans. Tay replied that it was true that the clan's reputation was not as strong as before. Not only the Baek clan, but also all 7 great clans have lost their former reputation. Moreover, the 9 sects of one guild have not only captured the core of the current Murima alliance, but in order to attract the non-members of Chonlim, they even came up with the name 9 sects, one forest. The balance of power will change greatly. The elder asked, even if they participate, hasn't Chonlim already sided with the 9 sects in one guild? Because the Chonlim path is constantly participating in the 9 sects one guild Dragon Phoenix conference. The lady elder was surprised and asked, "What?" Tay replied that other than sending his new generation talents to the Dragon and Phoenix conference, Zhonglim does not conduct any other exchanges. However, this time, the manager of Chonlim personally sent a letter. That Gon was a genius under the sky and wanted to establish good relations with the clan. Chonlim, who had not shown such interest before, now said so. Tay continued and said that this was an opportunity to form a blood alliance with Chonlim. By joining forces with Chonlim, they would rise to the top of the 7 great clans, and the Baek clan would lead the order of the martial world. In a situation where the Patriarch and Ha are not in the best condition, if Gon also goes to Zhonglim, the line of succession will be cut off. Since this is their chance to take over, everyone will be tempted. The lady asked him what he planned to do with the younger Patriarch. She still believed that Gon was perfect for the role. Tay replied that they would restructure the government with the circle of elders as the core. But then Gon raised his hand and said that he wanted to say a few words. Tay asked him in a whisper, what is he doing? He will handle it himself, so let him sit down. Gon turned to the great elder and said that he does not have what it takes to become a junior patriarch. The lady told him that he had changed a lot since last time. Gon replied that no matter how he thought about it, he felt that this place was not suitable for him, and Ha is a better fit than him. Tay turned to the guy and said that Ha was stabbed, and then Gon replied that it was not so. He woke up yesterday. And then Ha himself came in and said that he respectfully greeted everyone. The elder told Ha that she heard that he was hovering between life and death. The boy replied that he felt a little better after taking the miracle medicine that Hyenim brought from Zhonglim. Gon said that he brought Ha to testify. The elder asked, testify? Gon replied that they had found out who the villain was who had tried to harm him and Ha, as well as the one who had betrayed them. The elder told the boy to tell her more. Ha said that on the day of the incident, he saw the face of the person who cut him. It was definitely Uncle, the leader of the dragon group. Everyone was surprised and said that this couldn't be happening. Tay immediately thought that he should have guessed when Gon asked him for help. Tay started laughing and said that to think that he came up with such a cute thing. It seems that Ha is unable to distinguish dreams from reality. The elders began to ask, did the leader of the Red Dragon group betray them? But someone answered that no. It was most likely a childish prank. But Ha said that he actually saw it. Tay told the boy that if he meant the assailant who attacked him, then the Flying Lotus member who saved him must have seen his face too. Ha replied that a smoke bomb exploded and only he could see it. Tay said that means he's the only person who saw it. He's accusing his uncle of betrayal without even having clear evidence. I thought he had said what Gon had told him. What should he do now? Gon immediately entered the conversation and asked his uncle what he really thought, that Ha would not recognize his family by sight. They said there was no reason why the attacker would suddenly take off his mask, right? Gon replied that it must have been due to the strong movements. Tay knew that since there were needles inside the mask, it was not easy to take it off after putting it on. How brazen he was speaking. Tay immediately released his power and told them that this was enough for slander. He was trying to slander him with lies. And then the leader himself came and said that Tae wanted to say that he was the one lying. The chief said that he asked for help because the matter was very important. Tae asked who was the person behind him, and then the girl came out and replied that she was the manager of the branch of the House Society, and her name was Hwa. Hwa said that the House Society found out that a school called the Black Ghost Manor was connected to the person who ordered this case. They sent people to the Black Ghost Manor to investigate, but every time they did not return alive. And when they went with young Master Ha, all the Black Ghost Manor's practitioners had already been killed by the attacker. That is, except for one person. The elders asked, "So is there anyone who survived?" Hwa replied that he said he saved his life by hiding in a well. And then the guys started saying that their boss often secretly met with a suspicious masked man. Then one day, that man suddenly turned around and killed all the practitioners of the Black Ghost Villa. And before his death, Mr. Chief said, "Baek Tae, how could he?" Tae began to laugh loudly and said that this was nonsense. He understood that the head of the Black Ghost Estate did not even know who he was. And then Ryu came and said that what the guy was saying was true. And she introduced herself as a warrior of the Red Dragon Group, the second squad. She said that the group commander periodically went out into nature with his immediate subordinates, the first attachment. And one day, he brought a unique mask with him. The elder said that since this was the testimony of the Red Dragon Group members, they would have to confirm the charges against him. Tae immediately took up his blade and told Ryu that when he had been so kind to her, to think that she would betray him like this. He pulled out his blade and ordered the first squad to gather here right now. Yam threw the head of the captain of the first squad in front of him and asked if he was looking for him. Tae was immediately surprised by this turn of events. The elder told him not to worry. He left a few of them alive so that they would gradually learn the whole story. And does he see that the mask was found in his room? The elder said that means the leader of the Red Dragon Group was really the attacker. And after drinking the medicine, he said that meant they were all waiting for the perfect opportunity to get rid of him from the very beginning. Tae turned into a monster and said it was so sad that he suddenly started crying. Gon went to his uncle and told him to put his sword away. Tae said that the bastard guy he always thought was pathetic came up with a great plan. The master told the boy to be careful. A cornered mouse bites a cat. Gon replied that he had nothing to worry about. Tae told the boy that he thought too lightly of him, because the day would never come when the sword would reach him. Tae didn't back down and attack them all without fear. But Gon saw that his uncle was still smiling. Then Gon came out in front of him and felt that Tae had passed him by. He pounced on Ryu and said that she dared to betray him. Peculiarity of the Baek clan's bloodline. Most of the Baek clan's direct descendants are born with a cold heart. Baek Ryu-san's iron-blooded cold heart and Baek Soo-Case ice steel Rakshasa. It can be said that this is a necessary trait for martial artists, especially for those who lead a clan. Baek Jin-tae, before he had a hook stuck in his head, was also an emotionless person, just like his older brother, Mr. Baek Ryu. Only their younger sister was different. In an era of upheaval, when there was no time to even wipe away the blood, and still greeting the two brothers with a smile, she was someone who was like a ray of sunshine. On the day that Baek Jin-tae had a hook thrust in her head, she died during a battle with the Demon Tower. And one day, accidentally seeing Ryu at the moment when she was accepted in the clan, Tae could not believe his eyes. Ryu's smile was exactly like his deceased sister's, to the point that he mistakenly thought she had come back to life. Considering that Baek Ryu-san never thought the same, it might have just been a mistake on Tae's part. At least, that was the case with Tae. So he took Ryu in and taught her martial arts himself, keeping her close to him. RB stopped smiling after the death of Hwa, whom she followed as her real sister, but the Tae still favored Ryu. Tae said that he treasured her so much. How could she betray him? Gon realized this and used the principle of light body and chased after him. Tae started laughing and said that he would slaughter them both together. Gon knew that he couldn't block his uncle's sword. However, if these were the last 3 forms deployed by the meteorite sword, he immediately used the 7th form of the Heavenly Shadow sword form and used the Lonely Moon's departure. Gon knew that he could at least stop it. Tae was surprised and knew that his sword had been stopped. The sword that Gon was holding, could it be? Ryu immediately pounced on him and said that her sister died because of him. And yet, Tae punched Ryu and said that now he was just asking to be killed, and proceeded to the Heavenly Shadow sword form 8. heavenly pure white light. Tae didn't understand what kind of strange sword shape this was. And even if a guy does it, it's still a sword without key. Nan caught the gentleman and asked if he was okay. Gon thought that he was stopped the first time by great luck. The elders immediately shouted that Tae was a crazy bastard and ordered everyone to catch him. Tae said that since it came to this, then they would all die together right away. The leader turned to his son, but Gon knew that he had told him in advance that his uncle had betrayed them, but he must still not be feeling well. The leader asked his son if he was in pain. Gon replied that he was not and that he was fine. The father said that was enough then. The elders caught Tae and pinned him to the ground. The traitor screamed for them to let him go. The chief told his son to lend him his shoulder for a minute. He went up to Tae and asked why he did that. Tae was very angry at his brother and told him to shut up. He was a useless and heartless bastard. The leader said that it was all true, and he thought he could ask him about the reason later. Let him walk the numbing path. And from this moment on, all of the Red Dragon Group leader's powers will be nullified, and his key center will be destroyed to abolish his martial arts. The chief thought that he thought everything was more or less ready. Now, what was left was this. The lady saw the sword and said that it was him. She couldn't believe it, even after seeing it. She turned to Gon and said that this sword, the guy did not hide it and replied that it was a real comet fawn. The lady said that then the sword form he showed. Gon said that these are the last 3 forms of the heavenly shadow sword and said how could it be? Gon saw that she felt bad and ran. After Grand Elder Baek fainted from shock, the elders' meeting was adjourned. Baek was locked up in the deepest cell of the House of Justice, and his immediate subordinates, the first section, were subjected to a very intensive interrogation. They managed to find out that in the dubious group that Tae got involved with, there was an officer, someone named Hidden in the Dark, as well as subordinates from the 1st to the 5th number. But since their point of contact, the hotel, had burned to the ground and disappeared, they were unable to obtain any more information. They also examined the medicine that Baek had taken. The results were inconclusive. Other than the fact that it was a medicine made from treasure, they couldn't find out anything else. After a few days, Tae began to show withdrawal symptoms. His hair fell out and his madness increased. He was said to have smiled the entire time he was being tortured. At this time, in a law enforcement house, the head was telling his son that he did not have to go with him. Gon replied that he had unresolved business with his uncle. When he came to the cage, Tae told the chief that he even brought his son. Is he here to laugh at him? The leader replied that he was thinking about why he did something like that. The day their sister Song-ah died, he had a hook stuck in his head. Was he doing all this because of that day? He said it many times it was an accident. He thinks his brother would want that child to die. Tae immediately shouted at his brother to shut up. Tae said that after that day. From that moment on, when they could never see Song-ah again. From that moment on, his relationship with his brother was destined to end like this. The leader told Tae that he had banned his martial arts, so for the future. Tae immediately responded, let him not make decisions that he will later regret. And then the head told his son to come back. The leader told his son that he was always on his side and on Ha's side. Gon listened and replied that he understood everything. The chief said that it was a cold day, so they had better go inside. He would go in too. Gon suggested that they go in together, but Otz replied that he could go back himself. And then the master told the boy that it looked like his father had made a decision too. Gon replied that it looked like that was the case. Master said that in any case, it was almost over. Now it was time for them to finish their training. Gon asked, but right now, there was something more important than training, wasn't there? Gon said that the ancestors' grievance. He should clear his misunderstandings with the Lady Great Elder. The master asked if he could postpone it for another day. Gon replied that no, he could not. Gon came to his grandmother and asked what she just said. The grandmother asked her grandson, didn't he hear her? She told the boy to melt the comet's fawn. Gon told Grandma that this was the original, not the fake one hanging in the elder's circle. This was the one he found in the basement of the manor where the great divine sword used to stay. The lady said that she knew that his sword was real, because the person who saw to it that he left behind the immortal divine sword and created the fake comet fong was her. She told the boy to let her ask him one thing. Even the original comet fong didn't have anything carved like the last 3 forms of the Sky Shadow Sword. How did he learn the last 3 forms? Gon began to explain everything from the beginning, step by step. about how he met the immortal divine sword in the basement of the manor and learned martial arts, and why the immortal divine sword cannot reach Nirvana. Gon said that the great immortal divine sword is currently right next to him. He says that he has something to tell Grandma, and melt the comet's Fong and forget about the form of the sword of heavenly shadow. And she couldn't make a decision after hearing his story. But Grandma replied that she didn't want to hear it. Does he know what that man, the immortal divine sword, did? He ran away right after killing her father, and now he has something to say? Gon replied that it was an accident. He was the #1 sword under the heavens. How could he make such a stupid mistake? The master at this time said no. It was not intentional. How could he do this to his own son? Gon said that this was also an absolutely terrible incident for the immortal divine sword. And the lady great elder lost her father, but he also lost his child. The pain of losing a child cannot be greater than the pain of losing parents. He certainly doesn't ask her to forgive him. Let her talk to him at least once. The lady replied that he should stop. She said she didn't want to hear it. Master said he saw it. It was very clear. It was because he had hurt his Lurin too much. He couldn't live like this anymore. Gon immediately felt the air become thicker, the energy spreading. Could this be what the head of Chon Lima was talking about? The master said that it was a difficult task for the soul to hold on to its mind for over 100 years. The great immortal divine sword was able to hold on because it had a long-standing desire. If the divine sword refuses to fulfill its old wish, it may become a vengeful spirit, a great evil ghost. The lady said what kind of presence this was. What had Gon done? The boy knew he didn't want to do it. He would lend him his body, so let him tell her himself. The master said no, possession is dangerous. But Gon himself entered his body without the master's permission. The lady asked what was going on. At that time, the master used the boy's body and called her Run. Rin immediately understood the voice and asked, "Is it Grandpa?" The master fell to his knees and told her to forgive him because it was his fault. Rin asked him why he just ran away. He should have stayed with them until the end. The master replied that it was something he could never fix. Rin said that he really thought that if he wandered around purgatory without reaching Nirvana, he really thought he would forgive him. The master replied that he did not. The reason he had bound his soul to the sword by visiting Zhonglim was because he simply needed some time, and he was trying to finish his father's research. There is a weak point in the immortal divine arts, and they must improve it. There was not a single mistake in Yujin's words. He had not just come up with this in one day. This boy's room was full of research documents that he had been working on for years. His perception was certainly higher than his own. So he left the clan with the documents and the comet Fong in hand, deciding not to return until he had completed his research on Yujin. But time was not enough to achieve everything Wu Jin dreamed of. So he borrowed the power of Chonglim to continue his research even after his death. He was able to finish everything, and he passed on to this boy the martial arts he had mastered. His intelligence reminds him of the time when Wu Jin was young, and now he is like a grandson to him. The form of the heavenly shadow Sorgon was remade by Wu Jin's will. This is the form of the sword of the father's martial art, and he does not try to ask her for forgiveness. He's just trying to get back as much as he can from Wu Jin, the boy he took from her. Rin responded that she'd resented him her entire life. And what should she do now if he came back and told her? What if he tells her that even after death, he did not reach Nirvana and did not pay for his sins? The master immediately hugged her and asked Rin for forgiveness. Rin said that it must have been so hard for him to go through this alone. The next day, the inauguration ceremony of Junior Patriarch Hajun was held in the circle of elders. The next morning, Gon said that he could not see anything in front of him. The master realized his mistake and apologized. Gon replied that it was fine. These were the miracle drugs he had been taking until now. And maybe because he had not used martial arts while he owned his body, it was not that painful. Rin came out in front of everyone and said that before she could hold the inauguration ceremony, she had something to announce. Baek resigns from her position as Grand Elder. The chief thanked her for her work. Gon asked his brother if he was nervous. Ha replied that he was a little. The boy said that this should have happened a long time ago. The chief turned to Ha and ordered him to come forward. The boy replied that his son had received his orders. The chief told the boy to take wine and light incense for their ancestors. Ha immediately began to do everything. The chief said that under the names of their ancestors, he proclaims him the 39th Patriarch of the great Baek clan. And today he proclaims his son, Ha, as the junior Patriarch. And may the name Baek last for thousands of years. Gon said that he finally felt a little better. The master said to the boy, "Does he know how respectful it is to be the patriarch of the clan?" Master asked if his little one wasn't so cute. Gon replied that she was his great-grandmother. The master bowed and said that to think that such a day would come in his life. Looking back, it was a life full of gratitude. Gon turned to the ancestor and told him to stop achieving Nirvana. The master came to his senses and answered that it was true. The master said that it would be a bit unfortunate if they went to Zhonglim like this. Gon asked him what he meant. The master replied that he was talking about Tay, about this man. He had to finish him off with his own hands. And so a few days later, in the prison at the House of Execution of the Law, he decided to open the gates. The guard turned to Tay and said that the one hidden in the darkness was looking for him. It was time to get out of here quickly. The guard turned out to be not the man he seemed to be. And cutting the chains, he told Tay to put in his mouth. Tay was surprised and said that it was a ball that prevented the core from entering. But the smell seemed strange. It was an intoxicating acid. He wondered how he got past the clan guards. Tay told his rescuer that he thought he would get him out of prison, but the treatment he was receiving was not that good. The guy asked Tay if he knew how much they had to sacrifice to save him. Tay replied that the guy must have done it because he was still useful, right? The guy replied that he would be the one asking the questions. Among his subordinates who had not been executed, was there anyone left who still needed to be silenced? Tay replied that the vice captain of the second squad knew too much. The guy asked him how much he told them about them. Tay replied that he told them pretty much everything. How was he supposed to know that he would come to save him? The guy told him to tell him everything he did and didn't say. Tay asked what could he say if he didn't know much. The boy told Tay that he was saying that the patriarch of the Baek clan was hiding in Guangdong. Tay replied that it was true. The guy asked him if he wanted to tell them anything else. It would be very helpful. Immediately, Tay started laughing loudly, and then Tay said he needed to go out. How could he be so stupid? Tay asked the boy who he was. The boy took off his mask and said his name was Pil Huan, a warrior of the Flying Lotus Squad, a comrade of Mu Zhong who died from his blade. Tay remembered and said that one of the bastards from the Black Ghost Villa. So, he wants to take revenge on him. Gon came up and said that this is what he should do. He knows that it is wrong, that he has an ordinary warrior who can hit his uncle in the neck. Tay told him if he thought that way, his father should have come. Gon replied that it wouldn't be fair for his father to hack his brother to death. Gon said that he would give him a chance to resist, and then he threw the blade into his hands. Tay took the sword and told the boy that he was being too careless with him. Even if his key center was destroyed, he thought he would lose to a cripple like him. The master told the boy that he had indeed lost his cues and his body was weakened, but he was still a martial artist close to surpassing the zenith. Let him remember the principle of the big moon stance. Tay pulled out his blade and said that since the guy was so eager to die, he should somehow repay him. Tay said that if he lost, he would reveal the identity of the person called Dark Hidden. Gon realized that Uncle knew who they were, but suddenly Tay rushed from the spot like an airplane and appeared in a second in front of the guy. Gon easily repelled his attack. Tay was very surprised and said that the opposing force, he can finally use ki. Gon told Uncle that it seems he lost his mind along with his ki, right? There's nothing changed about him. He's not developed enough yet, but the principle of enhanced TED works for him. Tay saw that the guy's light punching skill wasn't that bad, but opening his back, how defenseless he was, and wounded his uncle, saying that his father wouldn't have sent him away without a plan. Tay said that the guy was an arrogant bastard, and he knew that his body was not able to catch up with his previous swordsmanship. In addition to Gon being better with a sword than he expected, he wouldn't be able to deal with the meteorite sword with a normal sword. Gon pounced on his uncle and said that it was over. Tay smiled and dodged, launched his attack and caught the guy, and said that the guy had protective armor. He told his uncle that he could do without him. Now, please let him keep his promise. Tay said that their identity, about that, he will tell him only in hell. Gon said that he decided to behave like this until the very end. And then the chief came and told his men to cover him, and thanked his son for doing a good job. The chief said that regarding Jean Tay's body, they will cremate it. The manager said that they will pass on the message to young Master Baek Il. Gon asked the master if his uncle would go to hell. The master replied that yes, if hell even exists, although he doesn't know, since he hasn't been there. But suddenly the warrior started shouting as he approached Tae. The leader asked what it was. The guy replied that he had something under his face, and at that very second, a strange creature came out of it and tore his head into small pieces. Gon didn't lose his head and immediately cut it into pieces. The master said it was a beetle. This is a parasite that controls ghosts. A forbidden parasito poison used by the cult of disaster, which was once the common enemy of the Mirim. In ancient times, the cult of disasters planted a parasitic poison on countless scholars of the martial arts world. When a respected martial artist would suddenly go crazy and kill his entire family, then commit suicide, each time a bug would crawl out of their throat. Since no one knew how they planted the parasitic poison, the parasite that controlled the ghosts was feared throughout the Central Plain. However, 200 years ago, the leader of the Calamity cult was beheaded by an immortal divine sword, and the main building of the Calamity cult was destroyed by fire. The appearance of a long-vanished parasite that controls ghosts can only mean the revival of the common enemy, the Mirim, the cult of disasters. The chief said that they should make sure that not a single word about today's events leaked out. Ite seemed to have finally died. The parasite that controlled the ghosts had escaped from his body and died. Meanwhile, on the mountain, a stranger was watching everything and saying that they had wasted their time. In any case, if the parasite controlling the ghost was exposed, they would face huge losses. How about killing them all right now? The stranger replied, no, let them leave them. After all 7 great clans will come if the Patriarch dies. And even though they couldn't find the soul of the immortal divine sword, since they released the poison in the Wudong, they awakened the blood in Nangong and send fog to the Imperial Garden, then everything will be fine. The guy thought at that moment that he looked pretty cute. The next day, Baek Ryu-san announced that Baek Tae had been executed. The tragedy that Tae had caused was shocking, but over time, his name ceased to be mentioned in society. And besides, with the death of Tae and the retirement of the Great Elder, there were more changes in the clan's power structure. As the Patriarch recovered from his illness, his authority grew stronger, and power within the circle of elders was divided into a duopoly between Baek, Du-Yom, and Baek, so okay. The work of the then dissolved Red Dragon Group was taken over by the Flying Lotus Squad, and so RB also transferred to the Flying Lotus Squad, and Baek Ha officially became the Junior Patriarch. He began the process of obtaining the status of Junior Patriarch, which confirmed his suitability for this. And so a month passed. Ryu asked if young Master Gon had already left for Chonglin, but she came to Wa and said that the camellia flower she liked was blooming. It was already spring, time was flying by so fast. She tried to avenge her, but in the end, she failed. Since young Master Gon left for Zhonglim, she will be the only one visiting Uni's grave for the next few years. Ryu said that at least she would come. At that moment, she stopped at what she saw and realized that it was Mr. Gon who did it. He brought several flowers for several years at once, and so she made a decision. She was going to become stronger. She was definitely going to become stronger, and she was going to protect the man she had protected. At the moment of parting, Ha asked his brother to take him along too, but if Gon left now, he would not return for at least a few years. The boy replied that he would return one day, when he had completed his process of becoming a junior patriarch. The leader told his son to send letters from time to time. At that moment, the master shouted that he couldn't see Run. Why should she go out if it's so cold today? She'll soon be 120. The master said that she must hate him because he was a sinner. Gon asked him if he had not said goodbye yesterday. And then he told his men that he was leaving. Gon thought that a few years ago, when he went into exile in the estate, he was completely alone. It was nice that many people were seeing him off, but suddenly Run came out to see them off and waved her hand. The master was happy to see her and said, "It's Run, and it's so cold today. Let her go back to the house." Gon shouted that he would return after sending him on his way, and told the master that he had said goodbye to her for the last time for him. The master said that he had no more regrets. Gon asked him not to speak further. Clear spring came to Zhonglim. However, there were no third-generation disciples in the area around Mount Hung who could rest. Song Hee-il told his younger brother that they would hope for the best for their future. Ju Myung replied, "What kind of attitude does his older brother have towards his future? Il asked the boy who he calls his little brother. His joke went too far. Meng replied that they would find out during the first test of flower promotion. One flower advancement test, a test that Zhonglim students must pass in order to be accepted as official practitioners. There's a reason why the students prepare for the test with such enthusiasm. The test that the students of Chonlim undergo in order to be accepted as official practitioners. Zhonglim determines their rank based on the results of the one flower promotion test. Therefore, the case of someone who was previously treated as a younger brother being called an older brother for life is not that rare. Once a brother student, always a brother student. Thus, his lifetime rating is determined based on the test results for 1 month. And then someone shouted that they were in big trouble. Min smiled and said that was my sister, student Rin. The girl said that now was not the time for jokes. Rin said that it looks like Gon will be coming here in a week. Meng was surprised and asked, what? Already? The girl said yes. They might lose their position as a great disciple. Rin said that she heard that most people born with a ruptured vein disease, they can't let him take the initiative from the written test onwards, and they had to get together and spend the whole night. Il replied that no matter how smart he was, the written test would be next week, since the Book of Changes and the Encyclopedia of Treasures can only be found in Zhonglim. How do they think he read them? And since she mentioned the disease of cut veins, let him bet that his martial arts are worthless. Rin got angry and said that they were both behaving inappropriately. Il replied that they should just do what they always did. Min suggested to the girl that they just leave him here and prepare themselves. Rin immediately agreed, but Il stopped them and told them to wait for him. Let him join him. And so, while the third-generation students shortened their sleep time to focus on studying day and night, just 4 days before the written exam, Gon's group finally arrived in Zhonglim. And then the day of the written test arrived. The teacher told the students that the test was over and let everyone hand in their answer sheets. After leaving the classroom, Meng fell to his knees and said that it was too difficult. Il also supported him and said that despite the fact that he tried very hard. One of the students said that he felt so relieved and asked how did Il do. The guy was surprised and asked Chon, did he do well? Chon replied that he was actually just inheriting the end from his father, and he thought that was the end for him. But suddenly someone was saying that he wanted to see at least some reaction. Maybe he came on the wrong day. Rin immediately realized that she knew that voice. Rin looked and shouted, Junior Uncle Jean Mu and Apprentice Aunt Yenna. Second-generation great disciple Mu was asking their nephews and nieces, how did their tests go? Min immediately replied that they had only managed to fill in 4/10 of the answer. Mu was surprised and asked, is it really that bad? Mu said that he didn't expect that he would write 4/10 of the answer. Mu replied that from the very beginning, the tradition was that the test for promoting one flower was carried out at the absolute worst difficulty. The master of the training hall himself releases it to show them the difficulty of the path they will have to take in the future. Mu said that in his time, filling 2/10 was considered a great achievement. Yenna also told the boys not to worry too much. Rin asked Annie, she came as a test inspector, right? Aina answered that it was correct. She asked her how she was doing with Gon's answer sheet. Il said he gave up and left only after half an hour. For days later, they found out the answers and said that this could not be. Aina answered the guys what she thought. Gon left after he wrote all the answers. Il said that means she didn't lie. Gon immediately approached the results and said that he came here to check for no reason. Rin asked him how he managed to do so well on the written test. Gon replied that she hadn't seen her for a long time. Rin said that the guy was amazing. He was able to solve all of this in just 3 days of studying. Il also said that it was probably because he was a nerd who had studied in his room his entire life. But suddenly Du Sung came and said that maybe the guy was cheating. He shouted and asked in the crowd if Gon was there. Du Sung approached the guy and asked if he was gone. The guy didn't hide anything and answered that everything was correct. Min said that if the master teacher was so angry, it could only mean, or was he happy, and asked his brother if he saw. Rin was wondering at this moment, was Gon really cheating? Du Sung fell to his knees and begged him to become his disciple, and he will make him to the next master of the training hall. Gon asked the teacher to let him go first. Du Sung apologized and said that he got too excited for a moment. Gon replied that everything was fine. The son asked the boy what he would say. The study hall is very cool. Does he know about it? While others run around in the field of faces, he can sit on the verandas with fresh air. In the Taoist school, the study and research of scriptures is also very important. But simply because they do not use martial arts, the training hall has always remained out of sight. But a 15-year-old boy wrote these answers. And if they can bring this boy, he can change the trajectory. Gon said he was sorry, but he had no plans for that. He had an appointment with Mr. Golden Needle Medical Anomaly, so he was leaving now. Il said at this time that it was arrogant to act just because he did well on one written test. Does he know who is good in the study hall? The son heard this and said that it was a grateful statement. And what was the boy's name? The boy replied that his name was Il. The son was surprised and asked if he was not the child who had won third place. He told the boy to join the study hall. He would treat him politely. Il was surprised because this was not part of his plans. But then Sun came up and told his elder brother Sun to try to save face. Kong also came and asked Sung if he hadn't seen this boy, Gon, using his sword. Of course, the Jigam house should accept him. The students were shouting at that moment that it was Mr. Myung-el and Mr. Jigam. They really wanted to get into their house. The son saw that the children had become rowdy after the heads of the two popular houses had arrived, and now he decided to try to recruit at least one. The son asked the guy. He said Il, right? And now he remembered him. He was surprised because he didn't see where the guy had gone, and he couldn't. He took him to himself. The doctor asked the guy what this proud old man was trying to recruit him openly. It seems like Gon actually did well on the test. Gon replied that he had written as well as he could. The doctor examined the boy and said that his body was in complete decline. Had he been overworking himself for the sake of his studies? Gon replied that he didn't have much time. After arriving in Zhonglim, he hadn't slept a wink and had spent 4 days reading nothing but books. The master told the boy that no one in the Peng family had ever succeeded in their studies. Did he understand? And so said the ancestor, surprised by his diligence. Gon said that treating these children as older brothers and sisters is a little he knows. The doctor replied that maybe for Rin, but that boy, Zhongming, is older than him. And then the manager came in and said that the guy thought so. He asked, so he fulfilled his long-standing wish for a divine sword. Gon replied that he was lucky. The doctor said that if they used the controlling energy that he would leave behind when he reached Nirvana, then they could heal Gon's body. The leader said that since he said he needed to get good test results, they would have to quickly begin the ritual. Gon said if they were going to do it, when would it happen? The leader replied that it should happen as soon as possible. Maybe even tomorrow. The guy thought hard and said he would join the feed channel later. The boss replied that he would have a hard time handling the second test then. Gon said that everything was fine and suggested postponing it for another 2 months. The master asked the boy if he didn't want his grandfather to leave him. Gon replied that he needed to fully study the Heavenly Shadow Sword. The leader told the boy that since he was going to accept this, putting restrictions on himself, he would have to help. Gon was surprised and asked help, and then someone said outside the door that it was Mu Jin. Jin opened the door and asked the leader, was he looking for his disciple? The leader said that Jinmu is a great disciple who leads the second generation of disciples, and this boy will help him. Jinmu felt embarrassed and told the leader that this was too much. He was still a student who lacked many things. Gon remembered that the great disciple of Zinmu. He joined the last conference of the Dragon and Phoenix. The guy said that he definitely felt many years of experience in his eyes. Jinmu was surprised and asked, many years of experience? He is not even 20 yet. Gon replied that he can see. Jinmu told the boy that he would help him with the second test. Could he move? Gon replied that he could and said that he would be under his care. The boss told the boy that he didn't need to worry too much about the test rating. After all, the true essence of the single flower promotion test was to find out whether he was qualified enough to sow a flower by himself. Gon replied that he understood everything and would be sure. He asked Jin Mun if he could call him uncle. The teacher replied that they would decide after he officially joined. He could simply call him Hen. Gon told Hen that he would do so. The teacher said that despite his fragile appearance, he had quite an energetic nature. Hen said we need to get back to the point. The second test will be tricky because, unlike the written test, it doesn't end right away. The technique of lightening the body, sword and fist strikes, as well as the internal art of Qi, are all tested by methods. The first of these, the test of the body lightening technique, is the collection of spiritual herbs. They go to the House of Flowers and Herbs to look at samples of spiritual herbs. But let it be a little careful. Gon was surprised and asked, "Careful?" Hin replied that he would understand when he got there. Sunam came into the house and shouted at Hyun to leave. Does he look like someone who can calm down? The master of the grass flowers would jump with rage if he saw this bastard here. This year, it completely ruined the plan to build a house for flowering grass. Does it make sense that it eats up an amount that would be enough to supply not the smallest schools? Gon said he was sorry about that. He would always accept miracle medicines with gratitude. Sunam asked the guy if he was making fun of him. Hyun told Sunam that it was the leader's order to help Gon. Sunam was surprised and asked why they would help someone like that. And then there's nothing to be done. Let them follow him, and let them not touch anything here. Hin said that if anyone saw this, they would think that they were here to steal the spiritual herbs. Gon said that it was true, and everything should be fine, right? Sunam picked up the box and said that these were samples of spiritual herbs from Yonkian Valley. Gon asked, "Does the test collect everything that is here?" Sunam answered that yes, there are 99 of them. The further you go to the right, the more rare and valuable the spiritual herbs become. And the last place is empty? Sunam replied that it was supposed to be a sacred flower with 3 circles. This is a very rare spiritual flower that blooms in 3 different colors. It was last found 60 years ago and is now passed on only by word of mouth. Gon asked, "Then what kind of flower is this?" Sunam replied that it is a herb with a ghostly soul. Gon asked if ghosts eat spirit herbs. Sunam replied that they are said to be difficult to collect because ghosts eat them as soon as they bloom. The master asked him why he was staring at him, and then the boy came in and shouted to his older brother that the master of the house was coming. The master was happy and wanted to see the grass with his own eyes, with a ghostly soul. And then he touched the grass, and something began to happen. He said that he was filling up with regulating energy. Sunam told the boy that it would be better if he quickly looked and left, since the master of the house was already on his way. Gon closed the box and said that he was already leaving. Sunam asked the guy if he had seen them all yet. Hyun told the guy not to worry. He was very smart. Gon asked the master, "They won't get caught, right?" The master replied that they need to make sure that when they pass the test, they find the same ghost soul herb that bastard Gon came here. Sunam replied that he showed the spiritual herbs, but he left after half an hour. Master said he was an arrogant bastard. He probably only remembered the high-grade spiritual herbs. Sunam replied that it must be so, right? After all, it took him a few days to memorize them all. The master told him to just open the samples, and he checked if he was taking good care of them. Sunam replied that he was keeping them in perfect condition, but then he saw that the ghost soul grass had died. The master got angry and asked, "What is he doing to keep them in perfect condition?" Sunam replied that it was not so. Everything was perfectly fine just a minute ago. The master told him, does he know how much they worked to preserve them? Sunam couldn't understand how this could happen. After all, he was watching them closely. A few days later, in Hongshan, in the Yinchong Valley, the teacher said that today they would conduct a test on the lightweight body technique. Their goal is to collect herbs in Yonkian Valley. Depending on the rarity and quantity of spiritual herbs collected, they will be awarded points. The master asked the boy if he felt it. Gon replied that yes, he definitely saw it. It was the first time he had seen a place so filled with controlling energy. The master said that with such a quantity, even spiritual herbs that would take 100 years to grow would mature in just 10 years. Those Zhonglim bastards, to think they were hiding such a good place. At that moment, Gon heard the guys talking about his clothes and asking if he really thought they were here for a vacation, or asked how he was going to collect spiritual herbs all day in such clothes. Min told Aiel to try to become a human first. The girl asked if he heard such things from Min. She said it was hard to gather spiritual herbs if his sleeves were flapping. Here she would tie them for him. Min said the end of his hoe should be curved like this. Aiel was surprised and thought, what did they say that they don't want to lose? The teacher said they start as soon as the sun rises. Let everyone get ready. This rock cliff will be their first obstacle, and there will always be someone who breaks a bone during the descent. So, let everyone be careful. The flag immediately went up, and the teacher said they were starting. Gon was watching everyone as they were going down and thinking. The girls said they would take away all the good spiritual herbs if he didn't come down quickly. Gon said that since she had also learned the spells, it would be best for her to copy him. Gon immediately threw himself off the cliff in a second without fear, and in a few seconds he landed on the ground. The girl asked, "What was that? A hovering spell?" "No." He lightened his body as a whole. She immediately remembered his words. The girl thought that at this rate, Gon would monopolize all the spiritual herbs. She used the ability to act promptly, without delay, in accordance with the statutes and regulations. The boys saw Rin come down from the cliff in a second and said that they should go too. At this time, Sunam was falling asleep from fatigue near the rock. But suddenly the master came and hit him, saying that he sent him here as an inspector. Sunam asked him why he came here so early. The master replied that he felt something. The master said that usually the Yonkian Valley can only be visited during the Unified Flower Promotion examination. But he made an exception and went inside to take a sample of the ghost soul grass. He found that the control energy of Yonkian Valley had increased tremendously. It has been 60 years since the sacred flower in the shape of 3 circles last bloomed. He believes that the time is gradually coming for it to bloom again. Sunam said that then they should look for it, not the children. The master replied that the only ones who can collect spiritual herbs in the valley are the children. He personally had never seen a sacred flower with 3 circles before, so he could guess that it was energy that had suddenly leaked out in the forest. Sunam asked the master if he had seen it. The master replied that yes, he had seen what it could be. Sunam asked the master if he thought lightning was related to the blooming of the sacred flower with 3 circles. The master replied that he was not quite sure. Il climbed down from the cliff and realized that fortunately he had also managed to find some spiritual water. This amount should be enough to push him to the top ranks, right? And if he wants to become a great disciple, he needs to find even rarer spiritual herbs. The thickening fog is a good sign, but for some reason, everything seemed strange to him. But suddenly he heard a roar that came from the fog. Il got scared and asked what it was. He heard a scream, and something fell, and saw Jan lying on the ground. Men also ran to them and asked what was happening. Suddenly, there was a scream, or asked if he had lost consciousness, but he did not see any wounds. I asked Il what he did to Jan. Il replied that he was already unconscious when I found him. Who could do such a thing? Meng replied that actually on the way here, he saw Sutian also faint. It was just 1 or 2 casualties. Il was surprised and asked, did they set up an ambush to steal the spiritual herbs? Men answered that no, most likely it was not so. If that were the case, the Yang pouch would be empty. What is certain is that someone ambushed the 3rd generation disciples. But suddenly they heard the same sound again, which made them wary. They did not run away and began to look for this man. Il arrived first and saw that someone was lying on the ground again. He told Min that there was another one, and at that very second, Min fell in front of him. He didn't understand at first what had happened. He was knocked out in such a short period of time. Mega's martial arts skills are among the best, even among the 3rd generation disciples. Il listened to his hearing and heard steps. But suddenly Gon came out from behind a tree, and he thought about him. Gon said that he had eaten more than enough and suggested looking for spiritual herbs to earn points. Gon had been walking around eating spear herbs all this time. Master said it was a bit of a pity that they couldn't find the ghost soul herbs. Gon said that looking at the control flow of energy, it seemed that there should be something there. The master replied that he was absolutely right. This place is filled with control energy, so there should be something there, and said that he thought they had an early guest. But at that very second, an electric blue fox appeared and knocked the guy out. Gon was very surprised and asked, Blue Fox? But should he follow him? Master said that he was like a spirit beast, and suggested chasing him. Il began to suspect Gon and asked what he was doing. The guy immediately realized that it seemed like he thought he did it. The master asked how this could happen. The fox that knocked him down was right in front of him. Il said that it was Gon who dealt with Zhong Meng and the other children. That's where he pointed his finger. Gon showed and said that it was all because of this animal. And then he pointed his finger at the blue fox. Il immediately thought that this guy just called Zhong Myung an animal. And in that same second, Gon didn't understand why he attacked him and realized that Il didn't really see the fox. Gon asked Ilya to calm down for a second. But the boy did not listen and continued to attack. The boy was surprised because he didn't even see the attack. He was just begging for it to happen. Couldn't other people see spirit beasts? The teacher told Baek that he had heard that there were spirit animals that hid themselves. The boy saw the fox and replied that he was going somewhere again. The teacher said it was a thing. It looks like he's looking for spiritual herbs, judging by the way he's rummaging through the pouches. Animals may also like spiritual herbs. It is said that higher medicines are a special target for spiritual beasts, and said that then they would chase him. After some time, the guy caught up with the fox and followed him. Gon suddenly stopped and said that he gave up, and he could not go anymore. The teacher smiled and said that it was a pity. Once his veins are perfectly connected, let him begin to study Qing Gong properly. Gang said he would have to do that, and he suggested to the teacher that they ignore the fox and go the other way. And he thinks that the controlling energy is getting thicker and thicker. The teacher replied that everything was correct. This place also seemed not quite normal. Techniques for the formation of heavenly gifts were used here. Gon asked if he meant that someone hid the spiritual herb. The teacher replied that it was not done intentionally by anyone, but rather it happened naturally. Just as raspberries have thorns, so ginseng grows in the harshest parts of the snowy mountains. Few spiritual herbs have a special way of protection. Gon looked around and said that the direction of the leaves had changed strangely. The teacher replied that it was because of the flow of qi. It seemed that they were approaching the center of the formation. Gon saw something familiar and looked closer. But the teacher asked him, "Isn't it a thorn bush?" Gon replied that there was something in it. It was painted blue, red, and yellow, a flower with 3 petals. And suddenly Gon remembered and said that it looked like a sacred 3-element flower. The teacher, hearing these words, stood in front and asked the boy to let him take a look too. The teacher lowered his head into this plant and sighed sharply. Gon said that it even stops the souls from approaching. Even a steel sword will have a hard time dealing with this thorn bush. And then Gon gave his sword and wanted to cut a little, but at that moment he felt something and turned around. Seeing the flow of energy, he immediately realized that it was that fox. She was trying to ambush him. Gon immediately swung his blade at him and used shadow bending. And then he realized that it wasn't deep. The teacher saw that things were bad and warned the boy. But suddenly the fox used an energy circle. Gon opened his eyes and was surprised to see that the comet's fang was glowing. How is that even possible? The teacher smiled and said that now that he thought about it, he had experienced something similar in the past. He had been struck by lightning while holding a comet's fang in his hands. His body was fine, but instead his sword was glowing. Gon said that the comet fang absorbs electrical discharges. Is that because it is made of meteor steel? Gon looked at the fox and said that he probably didn't expect anything like that either. And then maybe he'll take his inner core. Having swung her blade, the fox immediately rose up on her 2 paws and roared. But Gon began to swing his blade and did not understand how his sword simply passed through the animal. Gon said that as he thought, it was an unusual animal. But suddenly the fox attacked him out of anger. But the teacher saw this and grabbed the fox. She told the boy that he could cut him if he used the steps of a Sik'in. Gon asked how he could know that this lich was a pure spirit. Also, this thing doesn't seem to be able to see the ancestor. The teacher replied that there was nothing new. Until now, no one had been able to see him, even though the guy doesn't pay attention to him. It seems like this guy doesn't have an inner core. Gon asked, has he checked it yet? Gon turned around and said that they would then take the sacred flower of the 3 elements with them. And then he cut her down with his sword. Leaving the fox flower, he said that since it was quite a strong spiritual herb, it was better not to eat it mindlessly. Then what should they do with this guy? Gon replied that since the teacher said that he didn't even have an inner core, having released the fox, he immediately rushed into the forest. But for some reason, Gon thought about it. The teacher looked at the boy and said he had a sour face. Why? Was he sorry they let him go? Gon replied that he thought he had just seen him make a mocking face. About a quarter of an hour later, the fox reached the other side of the forest and went in search of herbs. The fox said that Gon was a foolish man who only cuts off the flower and the stem. The sacred 3-element flower represents heaven, water, and earth, which form the world. Flower is the sky. When a martial artist eats it, he can obtain a colossal amount of ki. The stem is water. When they consume it in the form of an eye, their blood is purified and their lifespan is increased. And the last one, the earth, is where all the nutrients of the sacred flower of the 3 elements and the earthly power of the Yonkian Valley are concentrated. And since he had used up half of his spiritual energy when he attacked the strange guy who spoke to the air, he was on a knife edge, wasting the time he had left. And he decided that he needed to eat this ball in one go. And then Gon followed him and grabbed it, and said that it turned out to be true. Gon looked at Lisa and said that he understood what he was talking about. Gon said it was a bulb, although it looked quite normal compared to a real flower. But suddenly, the fox growled and turned into energy. The teacher said that it was so exciting. Gon took the bulb and said that he had all 3 elements of the sacred flower. Besides, it was already late. Wasn't it time for them to go back? The boy asked the master of the house if they could find the sacred flower of the 3 elements this time. The master replied that only the heavens could predict something like that. But suddenly the boy remembered something and decided to share about the sacred flower of the 3 elements. The guy asked the master how exactly it works, but he only heard that it is very rare, but he does not know the details. The master replied that everything was correct. He hadn't seen him in person either, so of course he didn't know. But how could I explain it to him? The master said that several hundred years ago, there was a time when the sacred flower of the 3 elements fell into the hands of one man. The boy was surprised and asked who it was. The master did not hide it and replied that it was a heavenly demon. He meant that a heavenly demon once obtained the sacred flower of the 3 elements. Divine cult of the heavenly demon cult of Ming, new cult of Ming. All these words refer to one group of demonic cults, the Murima school, which radically worshipped a militant demonic cult. The supreme leader of the cult is the heavenly demon. When a heavenly demon gained absolute power in the Central Plains, the demonic cult stole the sacred flower of the 3 elements that was to be presented as a gift to the Prince Emperor. It is said that when his subordinate presented the sacred flower of the 3 elements to the heavenly demon said after a long silence, he would not be able to remain on earth any longer. And he burned the sacred flower of the 3 elements with the true flame of Samadhi. And it is said that the sacred flower of the 3 elements has the effect of breaking boundaries. If a Taoist accepts it, he becomes a divine sage. If a monk accepts it, he will attain Nirvana and become a Buddha. And if a demonic person takes him, he doesn't know what would happen, but he's sure it would be abnormal. The guy asked if the spiritual herb could really have such an effect. The master replied that if one were to believe what they were saying, then yes, but it was most likely an exaggeration. At least there was a case similar to what was being passed on by word of mouth. It is said that the patriarch of the Namgung clan took the sacred flower of the 3 elements some time ago and became younger due to the rebirth of the skeleton. However, it is said that after that he no longer felt much of the influence of the holy flower of the 3 elements. Whether it was because of how he took it or because he picked it before the flower had taken effect. They will not know this until they see the sacred flower of the 3 elements themselves. And then the boy told the master that the children were rising, and he felt great. The master said that in the year of the promotion exam, there came a day when they plundered the storage of the herbal flower house. But suddenly he saw that something was wrong and asked the guys what happened to them. All the children answered that suddenly everything went wrong. And when they woke up, the sun was already setting. And that's why they couldn't collect many spiritual herbs. The girl turned to the master and said that before she fell, she saw something like a blue fox jump on her. The master was surprised and said that since only the Tao flower disciples saw it, does that mean it was the work of Yekai? The master thought and realized that this had never happened before in all the exams. But one of the guys stepped aside and thought, was this really the work of a Kai? And does this mean that the one who attacked Zhongmeng was not Li Kong, but Yekai? But what did he do to an innocent child? Il said that Gon also acted as if he could cause misunderstanding. And then Gon came up to him and asked what he did. Il abruptly walked away from him and asked how he got here. Gon replied that he would repeat it again, but it was not he who had set up an ambush for the boys. Il accepted all this and said that he was mistaken. And then he saw and warned the guy that the tip of his sleeve had warmed up a little. Gon looked at his hands and replied that he seemed to have sparked when he chased the fox. Il was surprised and asked. Gon replied that he did, and he couldn't let him continue knocking out the boys. Il immediately thought that this was why he had been chasing Ikai even during the exam. And judging by how thin his bag is, it seems like he wasn't able to collect many spiritual herbs. Compared to that, he's just a small fry. Gon told the boy that he was leaving now if Il had nothing more to say. Il stopped him and handed him his bag. Il told the guy he owed him a favor. He misunderstood the situation and attacked him. So he's willing to swap his bag for his own, and he collected enough spiritual herbs. Gon immediately waved his hand and pushed his bag back. He said that everyone should look at this thief. Il was surprised and did not expect this. He understood that in his heart he tried to be polite, but what kind of reaction? Gon immediately gave the master his bag, and opening it, the master shouted that this was the sacred flower of the three elements. Hearing such words from the master, he remembered how he offered him to exchange, and he realized that it was a disgrace. Yenna told Gon that he couldn't believe it, that he took first place this time too. Gon replied that he was just lucky, because the sacred flower of the three elements was in the place where he came across when he was chasing the blue fox. Yenna was surprised and asked, "Did he say fox?" Gon saw that there was something wrong here. Their faces darkened. He asked, "Do they know anything about this fox?" Yenna told him that he probably didn't know, but 2 years ago the chief archivist had an apprentice. Gon asked her if she meant the apprentice of the Flower of Honor. Yenna answered that it was all true. His name was Dam Hyun. The elder brother Hyun was an extraordinary person, and because his talents were great, the Lord Chief Archivist treasured him very much. But the elder brother was bewitched by the fox to kill his master. This is already a somewhat serious crime. That exile cannot be avoided. But at the urgent request of the Chief Archivist, the measures taken by the elder brother Dam Hyun ended with imprisonment in the Cave of Repentance. Gon said that means the fox he saw is the same yokai who enchanted him. Yenna said that it wasn't certain yet, so they would have to check it, and the master manager told her not to tell him about it. But she tells him about it, because he will become an honorary student of the flower. The teacher told the boy that Zhonglim was becoming like that for him. And what did he think? Gon replied that it was better than their home. Yenna said that in the past there was an older brother named Hen. And then Master appeared in front of them and told her to stop talking about this hopeless boy. The master asked the girl how wonderful she thought it was to tell this to a boy who had not yet officially joined them. Yenna immediately replied that she apologized to the master of the grass flower house. He immediately went to Gon and said that he was the best. The master said that the imperial court had been asking for the sacred flower of the three elements for so long, and thanks to him, they would finally be able to offer it. The master told the boy that he felt generous. Let him tell him whatever he wanted. He would grant him any wish. Paek replied that he would then like to know more about the sacred flower of the three elements. The master got ready and told the boy to listen carefully. Gon knew that since he had given the flower and stem of the holy flower of the three elements to Chonglim, he would at least use the bulb for his health. The master told the boy that rather than taking it raw, it was better to synthesize it with the help of various medicines, and for this a bronze pot was needed. At this time, in the workroom of the large archive of 5 flowers, the archivist was saying that since he already had to make 8 more of these, everything would be much easier if Dam Hyun were here. He knew in his head that no. Thoughts about his former student would not change anything now, and he decided to just think about how to heal Gon's body. And some time ago, he came unannounced and borrowed a bronze pot. The archivist asked him if he was preparing for the synthesis exam. Gon replied that yes, something like that. The archivist realized that he was already preparing for the exam to become a flower apprentice, who is a wonderful boy. At this time, in the guest house, Ghana, the teacher, was shouting at the boy to wait for him too. After all, his master would also try his best. The teacher told him that only after he relaxed his body and mind and checked the state of heaven would he have any problems. Gon replied that since he would be living in a group on the main mountain when he became an official practitioner, this was the only chance now. The Sitchin energy emanating from the sacred flower of the 3 elements is raging, as if it is about to burn his insides. The teacher told him to focus on the feeling of warmth and control of the energy in his body. Then slowly, calmly, let him distribute it throughout his body. Although right now, it feels like pouring water into a broken jug, as if the soil is becoming fertile, the same thing will happen to his body. One day, he will be able to use the inner strength that permeates every vein of his body. Gon said that the sacred flower of the 3 elements is a herb that could destroy the boundary. The teacher replied that no matter how good the miracle medicine was, A person would not be able to break down his own boundaries and become someone else with its help alone. And how is the boy's body now? Gon looked at his hand and replied that he didn't think there was much effect. The teacher replied that he thought so, and suddenly, unexpectedly, Gon, with his good hearing, heard footsteps and told the teacher that someone was coming. The teacher told the boy that he usually had a very good sense of smell, but this time he heard it very early. And suddenly someone came to the door and knocked. Gon opened the door and asked what was wrong. The girl replied that there was an emergency, but he had changed a little. The girl immediately started to piss on him. Gon asked if he had changed. The girl replied that she should tell him the atmosphere. No, rather in any case. That's not important now. Gon was surprised and asked her again why she came here, and the girl answered him that she was offering him a sparring match. Gon told her that it was too sudden. The girl said that not now. At the sparring test, hearing about the test, replied that she had come too late. He had already promised Ilya that he would spar with him. The girl got upset and said that it would be better for him not to fight him. Since he couldn't use ki, he didn't have a chance against him. Since he can't see it, it will be difficult for him to parry or deflect the blow, and the match will be decided quickly, meaning he will get fewer partial points. And so, she offers him to do it with him. Gon asked that according to the current overall result, he is first, and she is second. So if they had sparred, the current ranking wouldn't have changed much. Isn't she making this offer for him, but for her grades? The girl told the guy that he was right, but it was true that they were not well suited for each other. She said that it would be good for him to spar with her too. Gon thanked her for the information and said that he had no plans to change what he had already decided, since he would still win the sparring test. The next day of the sparring test, the judge said that the next in order, Illinois, on the blue side, Gon on the red side, should enter the ring. Chon told his friend that he shouldn't look down on Gon just because he can't use ki. Il replied that he knew, touching their wooden swords to each other. The judge gave them permission to begin sparring. Il decided to attack first, but Gon anticipated it and easily dodged it. The boy was surprised that he was able to dodge it. Gon immediately launched an elbow attack, and Il fell to the ground, not expecting such a turn of events. Chon was very afraid for his friend and immediately stood up. The master told him to sit down. There is nothing wrong with this child. Il asked him how he could be so fast if he couldn't even use the art of relief. Gon replied that it wasn't about being fast. Technically, he moved early. Il immediately squeezed his sword and said that the guy was just playing with words. Did he decide to make fun of him? The teacher asked Gon if he could see. The boy replied that he could, breathing that stopped for just a moment. The gaze directed upwards, where he would strike with his sword, the big toe that supported his weight. The teacher said that since his keen sense and experience had now increased, he would be able to see even further and wider. Master said during the fight that Gon was amazing, more than he expected. Gang asked him, does he mean Gon? The master replied that yes. And this child Il, he is also very good. His fast sword is well developed. He has the talent to never stop improving. Master asked that Il was also a child of a swordsman family. Li Kigong? Gang replied that even if born with the disease of cut veins, the Baek clan remains the Baek clan. He reads all the steps of the sword Il and only strikes effective blows. Master asked Gang, a martial artist named Gon is often strong, right? Gang replied that his name was not Gon, but Li Gon, and his last name was Baek. The master told him to concentrate. The master said that it looked like the match would soon be decided. After delivering the final blow, he stood up and said that was enough. The master told Il that if this had been a duel with real swords, his legs would have been cut off by now. Il knew that he hadn't been able to hit him even once. The master continued that, however, his swordsmanship itself was outstanding. 9 points. Il immediately thought that if he had 9 points, then Gon had 9 points too. The master moved on to participant Gon and said that while the lack of stamina and strength was excessive, since he had eyes befitting a swordsman, he received 10 points. Everyone was surprised and said that Il lost in this sparring. But how is this even possible? The master told Gang that it was now certain that this child, Gon, would take first place. The second master told the first that this would not happen. Gang asked if the last test, the key test, was based on cutting the blue stone. The master replied that even if Gang did not have ki, with the sword technique he had just demonstrated, he thought he would be able to at least get a few scratches. Master said that Du Sun had changed the test. Gang was surprised and asked very angry how. Master immediately whispered everything in his ear. Gong said that if that was so, then it would definitely happen. The master replied that that was exactly what happened. This will be the biggest obstacle for Gong, and he will have a tough time in this test. On the day of the test, Key Judge said that Chon Lim, in Taoist schools, strives to become sages. Cultivating martial arts and reaching the stage of a divine sage is the ultimate goal. And for this reason, they pay more attention to training the internal arts of Ki than training the body. And this is why the Ki test has the highest score distribution among all the advancement tests. However, since they cannot fully determine the level of their Ki attainment using normal methods, he himself came up with a new testing method. It is a method that minimizes the cost of swordsmanship and strength, and can only examine the Ki that a person possesses. This is Topaz Banjo. They need to carefully grasp the dragon's head carved on the end of the pole, direct their Ki energy through the center of the right palm, and release it immediately. And then the master released his energy, and all the bells rang, and that's all they had to do. Some in the crowd said that Gon had no Ki at all. After all, he had the disease of cut veins, and if he gets the least points here, the rating will change. And then he will probably have to become a great student. And then all the kids started coming up to the dragon and releasing their energy. The judge told Joan that he had scored 6 points, but his master stopped him and told him to do it again. He couldn't hear the bells ringing because he was shouting too loudly. And then the master said that he would have to check with his own eyes what would happen next time. And then he said that Joan only scored 3 points. And finally, the master said that Gon, Kim was coming up. He told the boy that the disease of torn veins, this test would be difficult for him. Gon replied that he still had to do what he could. The master replied that instead of giving his short life to a bladed object, how about joining an even deeper world? After all, the world of Tao and spells is also endless, as long as he comes to the Mengael Tower. Gon replied that he didn't think that was something they should talk about right now. The master told the boy that he was right. Now let him try it. The teacher told Gon that topaz is a gemstone, and most likely, that is why he made Bianzhong from this precious topaz to test Qi. The teacher told the boy that although he could not cultivate Qi in his Qi center, it did not mean that he did not know about the flow of Qi. Let him try to use the energy that topaz has. The boys asked each other what he was doing. Had Gon given up? He heard that he couldn't even use Qi because of the disease of cut veins. And suddenly, unexpectedly, the master heard a quiet, vibrating sound. The teacher told the boy to show his skills to these little teenagers. Gon immediately used his energy at full power. The master was very surprised when he saw this, and saw that he was moving the meager energy that Topaz possessed. Perhaps the bells would ring if he did this a little longer. And immediately the bells began to ring, but one of them began to fall apart. The master saw that the bell had cracked badly and was upset. After all, the person who gave it to him said that this Bianzhong topaz was worth 1/3 of the budget of this city. If they break it during use, GM said to just let him know that he would cut off his belly fat and sell it to the butcher. The master stopped the boy and said that his attempts were unusual, but what they were trying to measure with this test was the achievement of his Qi. And then the master told everyone that Gon had no calls. The guys were saying at that moment that even the one who did the worst got 2, and now his rating must have dropped even lower. The master knew that topaz was not the softest stone, so he wondered if it was too hasty. But he must use it carefully next time, and the following times as well. So he has no choice. But suddenly the master decided to tune topaz, and was surprised that when he touched it, it began to crumble. And then the boys were surprised and asked why it broke. Maybe it was because they used it too much today. Gon sighed with relief because he felt it crack. The teacher told the boy that it was still unfortunate. On the way, the master asked Gon if he had done well on the last test. At that time, Illinois was passing by them and telling the guys that they should return together. The master took all the boys and told them that they had all worked hard. But Aiel's uncle replied that it was not so, and he wanted to ask him something as soon as he saw him. The master asked, "What is it?" Aiel replied that he had been watching over them all this time as the supervisor of the testing ground. Who does he think will become the great disciple? And answered the boys that they would soon find out everything. And only one of them would become a great student. In a few days, there will be a prize ceremony, the day of one flower. And the masters told the students that they should become evil, and let them not forget the way and always develop strength. They need to be prepared to confront the great evil that may one day appear. The students stood in front of their school flag and told the principal that everything was right. They would engrave it deep in their hearts. Zhong suddenly said that he felt that his clothes were a little small. He thought that he had grown during this time. He asked if he needed to change his clothes. Su replied that they had just sewn a flower onto his clothes. The tailors must be busy, so he will most likely have to wait at least a month. Suddenly, Il came up to them and told them to stop arguing and behave quietly. Let them look ahead. The master of the house management was leaving. Dubiab came out and said that he believed they had mastered what the lore manager said, like golden and jade rules. He was the master of the house of management, and he wanted to ask them for one thing. Ob said that before they got their flower, he turned a blind eye to them, calling each other by their names and remaining friends. Showing due respect between students is the foundation of the school. If someone dares to show disrespect to his master and contempt for his predecessors, he will personally give him a beating. Did they understand what he wanted to convey to them now? The students immediately and in unison answered that they did. He said that the great disciple, as well as the second and third ranks, should come to the House of Regulations at 4 o'clock. And then everyone is free. At this time, the guys came to the control pavilion, and Il said that he had arrived at the call of the chief master of the control house, and they greet their younger uncle. The master immediately saw in Isla that he had pure etiquette, to which there was nothing more to add. Show respect to the management master as a great disciple, representative here, and treat Junior Lalajin Mu with more moderate etiquette. And then Il saw Gon and immediately thought, what is this guy doing to him, a great disciple, in front of his eyes? He just needs to clench his fist for a moment to greet, so why is he standing still? Or they called him to teach Gon or something. Gon immediately patted him on the shoulder and said he was glad to see him. Gon suggested that they do everything well. Or is it not so? He asked. Il wondered what he was doing in the presence of the chief master of the management house, or immediately shouted at him and told him to come to his senses. Can't he understand where he is? He's not a guest anymore, so Gon should stop acting like a country bumpkin. Ob couldn't take it and immediately slammed his fist on the table. Ob told Ilya that he is an arrogant and impudent bastard. These actions he is doing in front of him, is this a way to humiliate him? Or is he taking school rules as a joke? Either way, he'll get a spanking for this. Il told Gon to come to his senses and do it properly. He immediately approached him and, lifting him by his clothes, asked Ilya, does he think they're joking with him? The leader told him that he was behaving towards his junior martial uncle, whom he should have treated like heaven. A few days ago, Jean told the 4 of them about the results in advance. He couldn't even get 3rd place. The master asked Gon why he looked so depressed. The boy thought, how can he feel so high if he has to treat these younger ones like older brothers all his life? The master told the boy that he hadn't asked him about it yet, because it seemed funny, but he would be joining them as the only candidate for archivist of the Great Archive. And then, since he will join them as a direct disciple, a first-generation disciple, he will enter the school not as a third-generation disciple, but as a second-generation disciple. And then Gon was surprised by such words and asked, what? But the master answered him that he asked him to call him Hen, since they would still be brother disciples. But it seems that it did not reach the middle. And now Gon understood. That's why the manager had told him that. Hen had told him that they should tell Ilya. Gon suggested that they leave them alone. Hen asked if he should do that at all. Hen knew he kept his mouth shut because it looked funny. But this guy, how could he make a mistake in front of the house manager of all people? Hen decided to intervene and told Master Ob to calm down. It seemed that the disciple nephew Il had made a mistake. It seemed that he thought that Gon had joined him as a third-generation disciple. Hen asked Ilya, right? The guy answered that it was all true. He didn't know anything about it. If he knew that he was his younger uncle, he wouldn't have done that. He said that if this were to be left aside, how could the laws be just, and are the rules for masters and apprentices fair? The master said that he would take note of his situation and end it with just 5 palm strikes. At this time, Illinois only hoped that someone would save him. And then Gon suggested to the master, how about leaving Ilya's punishment to this student? Ab asked him what he wanted to say. Gon replied that his student had carefully read the rules of Chon Lim a few days ago, and among them was this verse. Punishment for being rude to your superiors can be replaced by teaching etiquette. Ab replied that he understood and Gon was right. He was the first child who had truly learned the rules. Ab told Il that he would serve his younger uncle every day and undergo etiquette training for a month. Il immediately replied that he understood everything. Gon told the boy not to be afraid. He wouldn't make him work too hard. He would let him go if he won. Or was he surprised and asked when? The teacher's spirit said that he was a much-needed slave for sparring. He means that he just got a sparring partner. The head of the house spoke in the dungeon that Gon had mastered the final form of the Heavenly Shadow Sword. It seems like one of the third generation of students has been sparring with Gon every day. The master replied that he was a little surprised that the chief allowed him to continue studying the Baek clan sword. The leader said that since the only immortal divine sword helping him was this child's fate, leaving him alone would be the right thing to do. Master thought that it must have been a difficult choice to manage Zhonglim. He really treasures Gon. The chief said that the ritual must end successfully, and he is very worried. The master replied that they had prepared so much for this that he was sure that everything would work out, and he suggested calling the elder brother Jin and Gon. Gon said that he had completed the preparations to help the immortal divine sword reach Nirvana. At this time, the boy stood at the porch and played with birds. He said that the air of the mountain had changed. Apparently, the master lit the candelabra of the heavenly god, but suddenly his pet sat on his shoulder. The guy said he didn't know what he was trying to do, but he was going to fail anyway. He'd be right back. Let the pet remember his missing spot. Il worked on himself and trained with Gon. He was sure that he had lost by a large margin after making 300 forms on the first day. But after that, 200 forms appeared, 100 forms, which then turned into 50 forms. And then Gon saw that the guy was attacking him. He decided to use the 8th form of the Heavenly Shadow Sword. Heavenly pure white light. Then, following this, came the 9th form of the Heavenly Shadow Sword, and a destructive strike. Gon asked the boy after his attack if he was okay, and now Il understood that the duel was decided by only 2 forms. Gon dragged the boy and said that he had worked hard for a month. The teacher told the student that with this, he had passed on the entire form of the Heavenly Shadow Sword and could now leave. There must be a limit to how long he can extend his life with his control energy. In the future, he might meet a spirit similar to him. Gon told him that there would never be anyone as energetic as him, and called his teacher grandfather. Gon understood that the manager had conveyed the news last night that the preparations for the ritual had been completed. The teacher replied that this was probably the case. Soon the grandfather will begin the ritual and reach Nirvana. The doctor immediately began to wipe Gon, and the boy said that he felt somehow cold. Gon told his teacher that this was not such a pleasant forgiveness as he thought. The teacher laughed and replied that he was right. And then the master came and told Gon to lie down where he was now. Now he would read the spells. Gon answered fearlessly that he did. The master told the boy that since he had passed the test of his life, he believed that he could now let go of his lingering attachment. Let Gon say at this time what he tells him. The spirit of Dan Yuan's heart. And then the boy began to repeat after the master. And having resolved the grievance lodged in his consciousness, he believes that he will enter Sukhavati. He tells him to unite with the truth. He tells him to unite with the truth. The master continued that with the help of the controlling energy that he left on the earth, they want to heal his descendant. The Ling Bao talisman commands, and then the doctor said that there really was a spirit there. After all, he had now seen it with his own eyes. Gon felt that the controlling energy was bubbling up inside him. The master saw that things were bad and told his elder brother that he could not control the controlling energy. The master saw and said that something had gone wrong here. The doctor ordered young Shin to make his decision, but Shin replied that he had not yet found the reason. The doctor asked Shin, "Are they trying to kill this boy?" Gon was in his subconscious at the time and was thinking. Shin thought about it and suggested to his older brother that they stop this. The doctor immediately waved his hands in front of Gon's face. Gon came to his senses and asked what was happening. The doctor told him not to move. They were stopping the ritual. Shin knew that Gon's spirit was stuck between this world and the afterlife. And now, first of all, he would stop the ritual. The doctor told Shin that he had pulled out the gold needles, but the control energy was still coming out. The doctor saw that it was serious and asked Gon if he wanted to leave any last words. Gon was surprised and asked what. The doctor told him that his body would soon explode and he would die. Gon was surprised and asked why his body would explode. The doctor replied that it was obvious since he had received so much control energy, without any cultivation, and now they have no time left. Let him make a will right now. Gon asked, is he still in perfect order? Gon said that it was true, and now he swears on his honor. But how will he tell the Baek clan about this? The doctor immediately hugged him and answered that he should be at peace, at least in his death. And at that moment, they all said goodbye to Gon, and there was silence in the room. The guy started screaming that he thought he was really going to die. The doctor couldn't believe it and told him that he should be dead right now. Gon asked him why they say that. The doctor told the boy that he was neither an Akai nor a divine sage. So how could a human cope with this? Did he go through a complete skeletal rebirth? Gon thought about it and realized that it was because of the bulb of the holy flower of the three elements. He asked the doctor, is it because of the unique feature of the lunar cut veins? The doctor thought about it and replied that no, it was something completely different. The doctor immediately saw that Shin had lost consciousness and ran to see. Shin said that the ritual failed in a state that did not match either. He almost killed him due to his lack of skill, using the Sky God Candelabra with the Soul Slayer banner. His lifespan must have been shortened by at least a few years. Shin asked his elder brother, this was an emergency, wasn't it? Once the entire tribe on the candelabra of the heavenly god holding the soul goes out, the great divine sword will turn into a ghost wandering through the 9 heavens. If he wants to finish the ritual on time, he will need an assistant. He will have to call Dam Hyun. The doctor was very surprised and asked him. Gon asked, didn't he hit the chief archivist? Shin replied that Dam Hyun's behavior was criminal, but he did not stab him with a knife of his own free will. The dark key that was released while he was working with the forbidden treasures drove him mad, and when his madness subsided, he himself asked to be locked in a cave of repentance. He simply experienced a lot of bad things, and when Gon gets to know him better, he will see that Dam Hyun is a very warm-hearted guy. Gon understood and knew that Dam Hyun did not like people, but he did not feel awkward with either Li Yun or Su Ling. Let Gon bring Dam Hyun with the two of them. He asked passersby along the way, and they told him to go this way. Yenna greeted her older brother and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dam Hyun also greeted her. Su came with the elders and started to call Hung names, but Yenna shut her mouth in time. At this time, Gon introduced himself to his elder brother. Hen looked at him and said he was wondering what the master was doing with the Sky God's candelabra. Cut vein disease, right? Gon replied that it was true. These are the lunar cut veins. Hen asked, then wouldn't he soon disappear into dust anyway? Even if he uses the heavenly God's candelabra, he still won't be able to cure the disease of cut veins. Yenna told her older brother that it was too rude, and then she called him obscenities. Hyun was surprised, because it was the first time he saw Yenna yell at him. Gon said he needed help from Dam Hyun's older brother. The chief archivist would explain the details. Hen told the boy to extend his hand to him before doing so. And immediately, Gon shook his hand without fear. Hen told the boy to let him ask him one thing. What method did he use? Gon asked him what he meant. Hen asked what kind of devilish method he used to enchant his master and those children. Gon felt a sharp warming of spiritual energy, but he held his hand and did not remove it. Gon got tired of enduring this and removed his hand and asked him what he was doing. Hen did not understand how this could happen. After all, he definitely pressed on his yang flow path. Shouldn't that cause pain right to the nerves? Hyun started to panic and suddenly dropped his wooden doll. Su said he was so sloppy. Could it really be a dog? Hyun replied that she was stupid. After all, Chong-ho is not a dog. He is a fox. Su said that the elder brother told Chong-ho. She thinks he even gave him a name. Hyun picked up the doll and said that it turned out his name was Chong-ho. To think that he was inside the doll. Hyun was surprised and said that this couldn't be. He sees Chong-ho. Lise was angry at this time and said that the guy let him down. Su saw all this and asked, does this doll move? Yenna answered that it was the same fox Akai who bewitched the elder brother. Gon told the fox that he could now even speak. And Ho told the boy that he hadn't heard him last time. So Gon got a new ability after eating the onion he stole from him. The guy told him that nothing had really changed. Hyun asked the guy if he could even talk to Ho. Hin asked how he could hear what even he couldn't hear. He was sure that only the best people could do that. Gon told his older brother that it would be great if he helped him. That's what the fox said. Hin asked Ho this, said, he seems to take him for a fool. Ho doesn't watch anyone but him. The reason is that all people are scum. Gon listened to Lisa and said that he wanted to tell him this. That unlike other people, he was a very good person. so let him do everything in his power to help. Gon wondered if he should tell them about how Fox shocked the children. Ho immediately answered no. Hen asked Ho, does he really want him to help this guy? Gon asked the fox what he is doing. Let him nod. The fox told him that he is a demon man. Gon told his older brother to take care of him then. Hen said along the way that humans are inherently weak. Only a minority have a pure heart, and the rest are those who do not deserve to live. However, unlike humans, animals are innocent, and from this point of view, he is ready to take into account those people who value animals. And people who love animals really deserve it, because the instincts of these people are very sharp. And so, he is the one who can become his little brother. Isn't he just a strange man, he thought? Hen asked Gon if he had any sweets. Hen received his sweets and said that the problems were entirely related to the shaping technique. It seems that they constructed the formation equation using the small heaven-yang divine formation. Is that correct, Master? Shin replied that since they were not dealing with normal control energy, he needed to use such a large formation technique. Hen said that building a formation technique with divine yang as the center is reasonable, but simply ascending the soul is not the goal. Let them do it this way. Since the soul is in the center of the 9 palaces, he thinks it would be best to arrange this formation in accordance with the course of the nebula. They had better hurry as much as possible. The soul is ready to ascend, but the creature is still earthbound. His gaze has moved here. And now, when the soul's consciousness is not yet lost, this is the last chance to reach Nirvana. The doctor told his brother that this guy was more obedient than he thought. Perhaps Hen had finally come to his senses. Shin said that if they could push out the dark key in his head, he would become a good person again. The doctor replied that in his experience, there had never been a time when he was a good person. The doctor looked at him and remembered the past, how he told the chief that he was already unstable because of the dark UI. Would this really be okay? The chief then told him that Hen was a restless and lonely child. The doctor thought and understood that, as the head had told him, his condition had stabilized. But could it be called stable? The doctor immediately decided to address him. Hen turned around and asked what's wrong. The doctor saw that it was still very doubtful, but he had the talent needed for this ritual, so he thought he had no choice. He told the boy not to sit there huddled up. It was time to start. Hen immediately stood up and said he understood. The doctor told everyone to let him explain again. This time they changed the procedure. It will travel up his fingertips, through his hand, and end up right at his nose, in the opposite direction from the meridian system of the hand to the higher meridian of the large intestine yang. Just at the moment when he pierces the head's tripod with the sternocleidomastoid muscle, Gon will lose consciousness. And then they use the dream soul herb, and he will dive into his mind. Only then will he be able to assimilate it. And since the control energy is completely different from the internal chi, Gon listened and replied that he agreed. Hen immediately used the mind grass, and the boy slowly closed his eyes. The doctor chose the right moment and pierced the needle. At that very moment, Gon woke up in his mind, and then the teacher met him and said that he had come. Shin at that time said that the wind was so strong, and he told Hyun to cover the candelabra of the heavenly god. Then Hen used wind flow extension and said that he was going to throw salt to stop random ghosts, just in case. Shin told him that it was a great job, and he saw that Hyun was the same as before, but he had a limitation on this key. And he's been locked away for many years, but his skills are not rusty. Even if ascension is easy, transferring such a huge amount of control energy is a difficult task. But it will be an easy job if everything goes as it is now. This time they will definitely succeed. Hen looked at the spirit and said that all they do with this huge controlling energy is simply extend a person's life by 3 years. It's so disgustingly wasteful. Gon told the teacher that he had become a little younger. The teacher replied that he also felt that this was where he had flourished. He probably became like this when it was time for him to leave. Gon told him that he was really leaving. The teacher replied that even after he left, let the boy train until the end. Big Moon Stance and Sky Shadow Sword Form. Even if he only trained these 2 techniques, he would become a true expert. And let him be careful with his elder brother. His face is like a wolf's. Gon replied that he had saved him after all. The teacher said that his skills alone were superior, so it would be good to have him by his side. Gon told him that he had just said that he was like a wolf. The teacher was surprised and asked how it was possible to chew only sweet things and spit out sour things? Or the path he will take will be difficult, and he will not be able to go it alone? Let him get acquainted with experienced masters. Gon replied that he would do so. The teacher said that if they started to misbehave, he should beat them to death. That was the surest way to deal with the beast-like bastards. Gon replied that, after all, he was his older brother. The teacher said that it was okay. Let him just take him somewhere where no one would see them, and let him beat him until he pissed himself. And the boy who would become his master tried very hard to save him too. Let him learn a lot from him. The teacher asked in response, how could he be his master? The teacher answered him that he was his family. But Gon could not stand it and gave in. The teacher saw it immediately and asked him if he was crying. Gon asked him if he thought so. The teacher smiled and replied that he was so unfunny. Gon said goodbye and wished the teacher a safe journey. He would visit him later. Much, much later, the teacher told the boy to do this, not to think about following him for at least 100 years. And finally, let him ask him for one thing. Let him call him Grandpa just once. Gon asked, how could he not? And then he called him Grandpa. This is for saving him from the killers, for teaching him martial arts, for always believing in him, for cherishing him so much, for everything he left him until the very end. He is very grateful to him for this. The teacher told Gon to live long. That's what a member of the Baek family should do. And he disappeared straight from the boy's sight. The doctor saw all this and said that he could not believe it. He would actually see how he would reach Nirvana. Shin said it was a great job. They had finished what they had to do. Hin thought at this time that they were all telling him that after all this, he was simply extending his life by 3 years, by putting them through all this trouble, and at the same time, taking so much control energy for yourself. It's a huge amount of control energy. If a plant contained it, it would become a miracle drug. If an animal contributed to it, it would become a spirit beast. And if an ordinary person had contributed to this, he would have ascended to deity. Taho could have regained his former body if he had received it instead. The doctor looked at Hin and saw that he didn't seem to be in the best condition. He told the boy to come to his senses. He shouldn't even think about any pranks. Hin said that it seemed like younger brother Gon was a really good guy, but he changed his mind, and then he threw the grass at the doctor. Shin said that this is the banner of the soul killer. They can't spend so much control energy for only 3 years of life. And if Hin does this, and then the boy answered the master that he was very sorry. He was going to meet his younger brother. Hin did this and moved into space. Gon saw him and asked how he managed to get here. Hin laughed and replied that it seemed like this soul had reached Nirvana, right? Gon replied that yes, he had sent him on his way thanks to him. Hyun said he was glad to hear the boy was grateful to him. That way there would be no need to regret it. Gon was surprised and asked about what. Hyun replied that no matter how he looked at it, spending so much energy to fix his body was a waste. Did he realize? And he planned to give it to Ho. He's already made his decision, so Gon shouldn't be too upset with him. He's a good guy, so he's sad that it's ending this way. Gon asked his elder brother. What he wants to say is that he's going to take over the control energy that the immortal divine sword left for him. Hin replied that for Gon's information, this place is inside the mind, so the key restriction doesn't work on it. But it doesn't matter even if he resists, so just let him remain motionless. Gon said that his grandfather had told him that his older brother looked a lot like a wolf. Hin immediately thanked him for the compliment. Gon asked that they wouldn't know what happened here from the outside, right? Hin replied that was true. Why was he tidying himself up? And then Gon remembered his grandfather's words and said that there really is wisdom of elders. Hin attacked him and understood that now, without restrictions, it would be difficult for him to react to his speed. He would press on his chi channel and knock him out immediately. And then Gon stood to the last and hit him on the head with his fist. Hyun asked the guy how he uses the guiding energy using only his body. He can't use control energy with someone's body without treasure. His body shouldn't react, and Gon is not even an absolute expert. So how did he do it? Gon thought that this was the effect of taking the 3 elements sacred flower bulb. Gon asked Hin that he said that he was going to give this control energy to that fox yokai, right? What will happen when he receives it? That he would return to his original form. The great yokai, who couldn't even be compared to most ordinary spirit beasts, would return to his body as the heavenly lightning 100-tailed fox. Gon asked if the 100-tailed foxes had white fur. Hin replied that it would turn white when it matured. The boy asked the elder if he by any chance knew how this great yokai got stuck in this old doll. Hen replied that before he explained the reason, let them see if he could block this too. And then he pulled out several knives and threw them at Han. And suddenly Gon used his powers and dodged the attack. Hen saw this and was surprised because the guy had disappeared. Gon approached him and grabbed his arm sharply. Hyun saw that the guy was fast. Just like his restriction was lifted, Gon doesn't suffer from the disease of torn veins. Does he? Gon started beating his older brother and didn't even stop. And suddenly he said that the fox had just told him that he didn't need any control energy. Hen was surprised and asked the guy what. Gon replied that it was saying that he really needed control energy and thanked him for worrying about it. But this method really wasn't suitable. Hen told the boy that he was trying to trick him. Ho would gain the power of the great yokai and destroy the evil people. It was all for Ho, so why should that stop him? Gon replied that he had no choice if he didn't want to believe. And then he hit him on the head with his hand. Hen took a lot of hits and finally told Gon to stop. Gon looked at him after so many blows and was surprised that he still hadn't pissed himself. After several blows, Gon hit the skull and Hen fell. But suddenly, a strange liquid began to come out of his skull. He was surprised and asked what it was. But is it purified by the control energy? And then chi started coming out of Hen's nose, and it was very painful for him. Hen felt his consciousness gradually coming to its senses. And in a moment, he remembered the fire from his childhood and people saying that it was a rat hiding there. But someone cleared away the firewood and asked Hen, was he here all the time? Wasn't he a cowardly guy? The man asked him if he continued to hide just to survive when his family was dead. He's even worse than his family dog, who died after barking fearlessly at their boss. The man insulted him and said that he was a coward, and he would carve his name on his own stomach. And from that time on, he always said that he hated evil people. He immediately started screaming when he woke up. Gon told him that it seemed like he had broken through the barrier by blowing out the candles. One absurd thing to do. He won't steal or anything anymore, right? Hen replied that he won't do it anymore. Gon said that Ho also said that it was still not the control energy that could be stolen. Gon came up to him and held out his hand, but the guy got really scared and started screaming. He told Heck to take it. Gon shook his hand and felt that he had been properly trained. Then he looked forward to the future. The doctor told the chief that this bastard had finally done it. He had captured the barrier and driven them away. He thinks that Hen plans to steal Gon's control energy when he's alone and give it to that fox doll yokai. Arriving at the barrier, the doctor said that it is here. It will be difficult to get there because the magic is very strong. The leader immediately pulled out his blade and told the masters to step aside. Shin was surprised after this and asked the chief how he was able to cut the barrier with just a sword. The doctor also said that this terrible student of his is wide-eyed today. The doctor saw the boys and approached Gon and said that everything was okay with his body. Now all his torn large veins were connected. He has completely absorbed the controlling energy. Heavenly luck is simply heavenly luck. The doctor got angry and asked Hen what he was doing. The boy got scared and replied that it was his fault. Gon told his older brother that he should apologize properly. Hyun immediately fell to his knees and said that he was very sorry. He made a huge mistake. He shouldn't have done that. The leader immediately came up to him and addressed him. He said he heard about what happened from Du General as an older brother. He shouldn't steal his younger brother's things. The leader asked him, was he trying to transfer the control energy to the doll? This doll is the 100-tailed lich of heavenly lightning. The leader told the boy that he was mistaken. He never said that it was a Kai. It would be better to hear it himself than to have him explain it to him. He immediately threw down the drum and told Hen to put the doll on it. He immediately put it down, and finally he hears Ho's voice. But what kind of voice will it be? Akai's voice or the child's? And suddenly Ho spoke and greeted the guy. Hen was very surprised because he heard a woman's voice. Ho said that it seemed like the guy had a misunderstanding, but there was no way to resolve the problem. In fact, she is not yokai, but a human. Although to be precise, she is a ghost. She died a long time ago. Hen did not believe her and said that she was lying. And he asked why. Then her spirit form looked like a fox, and how she was able to summon blue lightning. The doctor checked Gon and asked him if this doll was something between a human and a heavenly lightning-fast 100-tailed fox. Gon replied that even stranger things happen in this world. The doctor said that in the end, this guy, Hen's insight was not in vain. Gon said that since she said that her grandfather was a Kai, that means she's still not a quarter a Kai. right? So there's no need for the elder brother to worry so much. The doctor replied that the opposite meant that she was 3/4 human. However, and often avoids people. Not to mention that this person was the blue-eyed mad demon, Jong So-ho. And there was a time when a bloodbath occurred in Mirim. It was caused by a demon man who was known to have been exiled from a demon cult. The common enemy of the first-class Mirim, the blue-eyed mad demon Jong So-ho. She, who had been fighting the Mirim and the enemies of the Central Plain for 2 months, stopped breathing after killing dozens of experts at the Kunlun Mountain crossroads. That day, among the Order Chaos Alliance experts, only one person survived. If she had not become the common enemy of Murima, she would have been strong enough to claim the first place under the heavens. The doctor told the boy to let him see if his pathways were connected correctly. After checking, the doctor saw that it had indeed mysteriously opened wide, even though it only opened from his right hand to the path of Chi-Hai below the navel. It was the first time he saw such a strange system of paths. If they connect the major veins throughout his body, who knows? Maybe he will become an amazing expert. Although he doesn't know if they'll ever be lucky enough to reconnect his veins, Gon says he's not giving up, and probably one day he will find a way to completely restore his body. The doctor answered that it is true. He will also help him until the end. Gon said that since the manager was calling him, he would go. The doctor was surprised and asked him to wait and asked if he could ask him one question. The doctor said it got to the point where he was considering a craniotomy, which is where the skull is opened up. He must have hit him hard or something. But Gon immediately turned around and replied that he was in a hurry. After all, he couldn't tell him that he had cured him by beating him. The chief received the boys and said that now that Gon was here, he could finally speak. As that kid said last time, what's inside that doll isn't a Kai. And he knows that Hyun might be upset with him, but he will tell him this for sure. The reason why he hid her identity is because Seo-ho wanted it. Hyun was surprised and asked, what? The leader replied that except for him, no one knew who Soho was, because she told him that she would hide it forever, and yet she had told him who she was. Now Hen understood what that meant. Let him forget about the fox that had been on his mind until now. Was there no other feeling left in him? Heck replied that he did. He was happy alone now. The leader said that they should finally say goodbye then. And then, waving his fingers, a blue fox appeared. The leader asked Han if he saw this child. Gon replied that yes, he sees everything. Ho said that now he has to live on his own, right? And he is already quite old. Does he understand this? And life does not end here. A difficult period awaits them further.